Hello, everybody. We're back again. No, I'm just kidding. The internet's not lagging. That is us returning from last week's double power outage. So
our deaths. You could say our deaths were exaggerated.
yes, very much so. If anybody comments, "This news is old," I will just ignore it. We're like, yeah, we got a bunch of old news. It helped that last week was a slow news week, so it all worked out.
You know what happened? Remember how last week you had the yellow filter, the Mexico filter going on? Well, if that was a Red Sky event, a crisis event was happening, and that's why our stream got shut down.
It's possible.
But in your case, instead of red, the yellow, it's that Mexico yellow filter sky.
Mexico, yeah. No, you live further enough south in North America, and then it switches from red skies to yellow. It's inevitable. Oh yeah, it is membership gifting week because it's the first stream of the week.
Oh yeah, the first week. I hope everyone had a nice 4th of July Independence Day.
I watched The Wiz, and then told people to stop shooting fireworks. That was what I did on Friday.
Me and my family had an adventure this 4th of July because we originally went to go to the shore, just go walk around the boardwalk and such, but there was no parking. Absolutely no parking, and all the parking spots were taken up.
That sucks. I hate when it happens. Yeah, right, Cows?
Also,
I see Cows blinking, but I can't hear him.
I think it's his background noise. I think it's the background noise of his side. But
let me come back in.
All right.
But also like I could tell it's holiday weekend because they jacked the parking prices up to $70.
Oh my god, $70 for.
Yeah, it's memberships too. Kamen, Spidey, Patty, Mohammed, Dijo, Joshua Frick, and Michael, alongside Kamen Jojo, Gokai Gamer, Makai Dent, Mars the Staroid, Jamie Harper. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome. So those are fun gifted memberships, and free membership for a month, which is great.
By the way,
yes.
Real quick, this is my weekend. Not much, but I did.
Jamie,
sorry,
Jamie World
sent 5
memberships.
Oh wow, okay.
Liam Pearson, Hayfoss, Koopa Man, Livy 5, and Dogi 9789. Welcome. Thank you so much, Jamie World.
Great.
Thank you so much, Jamie's World, for the gift of memberships.
Anyways, Cal, tell us about your weekend.
Much. Just telling teenagers like you, they were out there in droves today. Over the weekend.
Were your Abe Simpsons yelling at clouds?
which by the way, did you know? I didn't know this. But recently, every state allows some form of fireworks. Massachusetts is the only state that has a complete ban on it. Only state in the country.
Considering we're super dry here most years, luckily it was raining last week, so that helped. But yeah, you think they'd ban them here because everything's dry.
I know, right? But nope, they all allow it to some extent. But here, nope, only state with a complete ban, and they still do it, of course. So
yeah, I told my mom on Wednesday last week. I was like, "Welcome to fireworks season."
Yep. And they're still going, of course.
Yep.
And also, I've been getting into I don't know why, but my love of old school street racing games, I love tuner culture and JDM culture and all that. So I just randomly got back to hey man, let me play Need for Speed Underground and Midnight Club and
were you going Cal's just deja vu?
Yeah, exactly. That's literally what I was doing. I've been to this place before.
For me, I mean, this weekend besides, this weekend for me, I got fully back thanks to G-Clocks again, fully back to model kit building in terms of taking time to actually build model kits because actually being serious because I actually bought proper nippers modeling kit model kit nippers with actual sharp because before I was just using nippers. Nippers that are more meant to cut wires and such.
That's a little better than I used to do, though. I used to use a nail clip. Before I got nippers.
I started using wire strippers originally.
Yeah, and I got proper sanding, sanders and such, and a little modeling kit plate, And I finally got the G-Quux high grade, and I recently got my order of the Kobukiya Metabi and Rokusho kits alongside over the weekend on that 4th of July trip. Went to the not the local, but like a mall kits mall kit store. I got a Ava 1 mall kit, not the real grade, but like one of those old ones, and then a across Delta model kit from Bandai and such as that. So like, because I've been getting back into mecha, so again, ever since G-Quux, I've been getting back into mecha, and also like because gently related to Cyberpunk, which we'll get to in the stream, but I've been like, because after Cyberpunk, I've been kind of like accidentally getting to like a Gainax trigger marathon with my partner and such, because we fully watch Gurren Lagann,
Nice.
all of it, and we just finished Penny and Stocking since the new series is coming out this week, and we finally watched Gunbuster for the first time, and Gunbuster is really damn good.
That
Like,
just activated the boomer senses in me and Jerry.
The only thing I like from Mono, honestly, but it's
one of these where this is like one of Ano's first like projects he actually directed
I think my
fully.
favorite Ano
like,
things are like that and Shin Kamen Rider.
oh right, Shin Kamen Rider. How could I forget that?
That's
No,
the
you're
one.
right.
That's the one Shin movie of his I really like too. But yeah.
Yeah, Gunbuster is fantastic. It was really.
It hits you.
Yeah, and that me and my friend were crying at the ending because how good
Legit.
it was.
Yeah.
And such, and like it's so because if Gunbuster is such a interesting OVA series, because if you're a fan of not just Ano work but of the Gainax Trigger stuff, a lot of their tropes begin with Gunbuster. Like a lot of iconic stuff you see in modern day Trigger, like the cross arm pose that started there, and such, and it's actually a lot of stuff from G-Quux I noticed came from Gunbuster, and I do know that Gunbuster 2 or Die Buster, I don't know what it's called officially. I know that's from the same writer.
Die Buster.
Die Buster.
Yeah.
I know that's from the director of that film directed G-Quux and such like that. So I'm looking forward to watch that this week and such. But yeah, it's but also like really because I don't know out of nowhere, I don't know why, but like they got like Gunbuster got a dub recently, like 2 years ago from Sound Cadence. It's really damn good. Like
that was,
really damn
Discotek
good.
were the ones to get it.
Oh, was that part? Well,
Yeah.
was that part of the? Because I knew that there was a
That was
Discotek
part
release,
of the
but I didn't
Discotek
know.
deal, right, Jerry?
Because I remember when they announced it.
Yeah, that dub's high quality, like really damn good. And
I love Sound Cadence's dubs, honestly.
Yeah, and like this goes into the discussion of because it kind of relates to, I remember like the whole like discussion about like, oh, should Mobile Suit Gundam get a remake, a readaptation, and modern day stuff, and like also this goes into like that new really off looking Fist of North Star anime, but like I honestly feel like a older anime getting a new modern day dub, I think actually helps more and such, works more honestly, because I just think even like the highest quality old dub, and it was like really, it still could be really good, but like there's still like limitations back in the day of either like actor pool, because back in the day there was only like what 5 actors back in the old days of olden dubs and such like that, or just like, or how even like sound mixing and audio engineering, it's not as just back then the quality of stuff like that wasn't as high. It was still good for the time, but it still was. But it isn't like as good as now. And like the Gunbuster, the Sound King's Gunbuster dub, really damn good. Like I was surprised how really damn good.
SSJ4J says to give us a redub of the movie trilogy of 0079. I would love a redub of both the show and the movies done by the same cast. And
yeah, like
consistent terminology wise.
Yeah, the cast have been using since the origin, which I I'm not gonna spoil that, but I do like they keep that consistent with G-Quux, if people know what I'm talking about and such.
Yeah. Let's see. Josh Frisch said, enjoyed your Criterion Hall video. very cool to hear about a lot of those older titles. Yeah, that's what I love doing about it. Also, big shout out to my mom. She was the one that was like, why don't you do the Criterion Haul as a separate thing? So I was like, this Blu-ray Haul video is going to be like an hour and a half long. And she's like, why don't you just split the Criterion part? And I was like, oh, that's a smart idea.
It was actually Blu-ray week. It was pretty much Blu-ray week last week.
Yeah, Blu-ray week might just become a more consistent thing on the channel because, like, if we go over to the channel, you might notice the Ultraman USA, which, you know, I titled it the worst Ultraman Blu-ray ? I don't think it's the worst, but it's still not good. And then the Criterion release.
I think overall the big problem. I think the big problem of, and this kind of relates to Omega when Drew got talking about it, is I don't know what's going on with Tsuburaya right now, but
we went from having options to not having options.
The communication of Tsuburaya now is super off.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what's going on because we got the whole thing of because I feel like a lot of the problems of the Mill Creek set is this kind of goes back to Tsuburaya because, like,
I mean, Mill Creek said we didn't have subtitles for this because Tsuburaya didn't give them to us, which is why in the video I say, like, okay, first of all, Mill Creek, you could have done it, but also Tsuburaya, why didn't you do it then? You know, like, it's a 90-minute movie.
Well, that's the thing about, like, cause I'm not sure what goes into, like, if can Mill Creek commission new subtitles, because I don't know,
because like the question I have is, like, then how did the Ginga movie get subbed? How did the Rube movie, Taiga, where'd those subs come from? Right, they had to come from Tsuburaya.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I feel like isn't like those controlled by the parent company? Because, like, I don't, I don't think Mill Creek Commission can't. I don't think
Mill Creek was the ones to commission the subs for, like, Rube
those
and
are just
Taiga. But those subs did not exist anywhere prior, so that means Tsuburaya did them. So why didn't they do it for this?
That's more that goes into Tsuburaya's problem, and we get to Omega, but, like, the dub is absent. Like, they've been silent on the English dub for Omega. And, like, we don't know, like, there's people, like, at Wheels said, I'm not sure he's got Peter stream or not, but Wheels said in our Discord that he has talked to several of the Dallas voice actors when he went to Kamen with Kels, and they, well, they didn't because NDAs, but they did gently mention that they were in a new Ultraman project. I'm pretty sure it's Omega, not, like, The Adventure Begins or whatever, and such. So, like...
And I checked the cast list, none of those people he talked to were in Adventure Begins.
So. Yeah, so it's clearly Omega, so, like, it's already recorded. Yeah. Like, what's going on? Is it?
Oh, and then Thomas said the ARC movie is going to be shown at G-Fest this weekend, and it's English dubbed.
Yeah, so nice. Like, that's the problem. Is, like, what's going on? Like, if it's not saying dub, that's fine. Like, but communicate, like, because you'll tell people, because there's probably many people that were wanting to watch Omega and dub, and it wasn't there, and, like, they were just like, where is it? And that's the problem. It was like, where's the communication?
Blade Raider has exactly a good point with Ultraman USA. I think I describe Ultraman USA's Blu-ray as not the worst, but maybe the most baffling. That's exactly how I felt. I think the Shin Ultraman Cleopatra thing had a lot more issues beyond just, like, dub titles and stuff. But this, legitimately, like, it's just a confusing release. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't understand how this is the disc they ended up producing.
Yeah, I think that's, I don't know what's going on with Tsuburaya right now. And I've seen some people DRIs also, with at least the Omega dub, that, because Tsuburaya made the deal with Amazon a few months ago. There released new stuff there, because remember, there's real Zero movie dubs that were announced last year, like the end of last year, that are so MIA. And we're assuming, because they did specifically say when the Amazon deal happened, that new dubs will appear on there. So, like, I don't know if they're, like, waiting for something or whatever, but I think that might be all this weirdness with Tsuburaya and the English side of Ultraman might be because of that. So here you go, Amazon screwing things up again.
I miss Ultraman Connection. That was nice.
I know.
That was a great time. I don't know why we moved away from that. I mean, it wasn't like the best video player, but we felt like we were getting stuff. Now we just kind of get lost, and we're just going, what's going on? You know, I kind of feel like that way with a lot of stuff from the Japanese entertainment industry that's being ported over to the Western market. Is just like, I don't understand where anything is and where anything's going, and why is this and what is this and what's getting dubbed and what's not getting dubbed. Like, there's zero communication in, like, the anime Japanese entertainment space lately.
I know, right? Like, some, like, like, there's some stuff that will now same day dub, or
or there's
months,
things that
like,
should
a week.
be, like, simul-dubbed, like One Piece, considering they caught up, But as I have on good authority, Toei does not let them do simuldub. They have to do them in 13-episode batches. They can't break that, and they can't break that deal.
Super chat from Toma. G-Fest is Chicago Con for Godzilla and Kaiju. Thank you.
Yes, thank
Toma,
you for the context, everybody.
Yeah. But yeah. That's, I don't know. It has a lot of time is up to the Japanese side, and in that case, man, is because like I remember My Hero Vigilante.
Yeah. Ultraman Connection still exists, but it's like Gundam Info, where it's basically useless.
Yeah, like My Hero Vigilante, My Hero Academia Vigilantes. That didn't get announced. It was gonna have a same day dub until it came out, for example. And such. It's just that
we didn't know anybody on the G-Quux cast until it aired.
Yep, that too. I didn't even know that was gonna get English dub until like last minute.
Yeah.
So, same with the new Pain.
And we didn't even know because there was like this article that like Amazon was doing AI dubbing, and then like G-Quux was like with English dub, and everyone's like with humans, and then they didn't. They didn't say anything until it aired.
And until we know, it's G-Quux, and it was no, it was Envy folks, and such like that.
And there's been like zero communication on like Gundam Seed Freedom. You can't watch it in Japanese over here. It's English dub only.
Which I didn't know. That was just bizarre. I don't know. Like that's
and it's
so
the case
weird.
on Hulu and Netflix. So we're in weird times. But anyways, moving forward, if you guys notice, if you want to look at like the view counts of the channel, I don't know if this. I think this is mostly because the toy space is crowded, but like the Blu-ray videos outperform the toy videos, like hand over fist. So expect more Blu-ray videos. Is basically.
I think it helps that. I think it helps that. I think it helps that like not a lot of people will do individual Blu-ray reviews. Like
there's like one other person that reviews the Ultraman Blu-rays still.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people were doing them when they first started, but now like it just fell off. Like the people that aren't like hardcore enough for it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, in Shorts World, because that's what I'm calling it now, we had Egghead Luffy and Naruto Transformers. So I've completed my Transformer crossovers for the year so far.
Hey, Luffy's frustrating me because I can't believe he only comes with one face. Like they love the Luffy DLC faces, and he only just comes with one face that looks like the same as one of the other Luffy faces. I think, if I remember right.
Pretty much. And then, for some reason, the Sonic Transformers short has 22,000 views, so thank you, everybody that's not watching, because, like, there's a whole big audience out there that's, like, not subscribed and not watching anything else, but they love that short.
I guess. The classic YouTuber thing, you know?
Yeah.
Jamie's Super Chat for Jamie's World. If Arc got dubbed, will Omega get dubbed too? Plus, regards Zeztz if it's getting a simulcast like
we'll talk about Zeztz when we get to the news topic on it. As for Omega, I mean, like, it's got a dub because they made an English dub trailer.
Are they going Zeztz in Rider or Zeztz like the Ultra?
Zeztz is Kamen Rider Zeztz.
Okay,
We'll get to Kamen Rider Zeztz later.
Yeah, but again, it's just communication. We know dub is it's announced, and we got our main actor. Just when, and again, I don't mind if it's like a week behind or 2 weeks behind. Just tell us. It's communication. That's the big problem right now.
Exactly. Like a lot of these companies aren't doing that.
All right. So on that note, let's go to the people in the chat while I prep our review segment.
Welcome, Spider-Man Prime, Zeltrax, Master Band, Jimmy's World, Sitargos, the Kaito Krypton, SG4 Jason, LPH, Miteki, Jamie Carr, K-Master, Dark Barker Warrior, Cliver Collection, Kama Jojo, Blade Raider, Kaiju 1954, Master Ben, Josh, Liam no wait, no, that's a gift. Koopa Man, Hellfire, Josh Ferrick, Mr. Tsunuki, Toma, Kyle, Mr. Arrowverse, Carman Rider, Hub Formers.
And if we miss you, be sure to shout us out.
MJ Klein. Yeah, if I miss you, just shout in the chat.
Also, full disclosure, I forgot to load the images for these posters, so you're just going to see me sizing and reshrinking images live, because that's where I'm at right now. All right, so this weekend's movie, ta-da, it's Jurassic World Rebirth. Let me show you my Letterboxd review.
speaking of movies, I heard apparently, sadly, Megan 2.0 is not doing well.
No,
Okay,
it
there was
didn't
an
do
article
well at
apparently.
all, and I think it's because June was overcrowded. It was the wrong month to release it in, and
I think even Jason Blum like said in the
Jason
interview
Blum
that
was
like
like,
they
"I thought we had our own Superman," and I was like, "Oh, you
Superman.
poor sweet child."
Yeah.
The first Megan did great because it came out in a month of crap called January.
Yeah.
Anyways, speaking of highest-grossing film actor of all time, Scarlett Johansson, Jurassic World Rebirth. Here's my Letterboxd review. From uneven pacing to a recycling of ideas that makes the film predictable, there's not much left in the seventh Jurassic movie. That said, Johansson, Bailey, and Ali all deliver great performances, and the VFX work is solid. Also, intentionally or not, this movie is hilarious, bordering on a comedy. So this movie, I gave it 2 stars. This movie just kind of makes me a little like.
So let's do. Want to do quick thoughts on all the 6 Jurassic films so far.
I can
just like
do
a quick.
that because I think I loaded them all on my letterbox. Let's just go do this. I'm gonna do like let's
Yeah,
go
to
look
give
at what I scored
context.
them.
The give context of how
I feel
give
about Jurassic. I think that's a great idea. All right, let me go to profile films. I guess we'll sort alphabetically, right? Is that how we're gonna do this? Let's see. Sort by film name. Yeah, because I do. Yeah, we should establish my Jurassic bias.
Because you haven't talked about you really don't talk about.
I really don't
Jurassic
talk
films that
about
much.
Jurassic much, and maybe that's your first indication.
Yeah,
Maybe that's the first indication of where I sit with.
I mean, sound out. Yesterday, I said this. I said I had my fill of Jurassic stuff since 1997.
Wasn't that when the second one?
That's how long. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how long it's been for me since I cared.
Let me get the. See, I think because I'm pretty sure I put all the Jurassic movies into my letterbox.
The only one I've actually seen in
Here we
theaters is the First World back when it came out, and that's it.
Okay,
And
I apparently did not load all 3 Jurassic Worlds. Hold on. Let me just get. I only loaded the most recent one. Let me just go do this real quick. Yeah. How many movies have you? I've seen all of them. I've seen all of the Jurassic movies.
I've only seen the first film and World, and that's it. I've never seen 2, 3, and World 2 and 3.
Okay. So for me, I've seen all of them pretty much as they came out. I wasn't alive for the first couple. God, how do I rate Dominion or Fallen Kingdom? I mean, yeah, I'll put it about there. Okay, so let me just do this. Let's just start with Jurassic Park. I can just use the search feature I found out. So, all right. So let's talk about the Jurassic movie franchise. All right, so here we go. Jurassic Park, 1993. As you can see, I gave it 5 stars and a like. I love this movie. It's one of the most inaccurate book adaptations to film ever, but it's so fantastic it doesn't matter. This movie is like legitimately great. I don't think anyone's going to be arguing with me on that.
I think Jurassic Park is just one of those like classic movies.
Yes.
Like
there's like barely anything wrong with this movie. Okay, so that's the first one. The second movie, The Lost World Jurassic Park, which screws up alphabetizing all over the place. As you can see, I gave this one 3.5 stars because I think this is actually pretty solid because one of my favorite things about this is it doesn't try to repeat the first movie. This actually tries to do something different. And then like a dinosaur gets out into like the human world at the end and it's like, that's the coolest thing. And then for the next movie, trust me, this will circle back around. Then for the next movie, they're just like, yeah, let's just pretend all the dinosaurs are back on islands again. And that's Jurassic Park 3, which I also gave 3.5 stars because upon rewatching it, like a couple years ago, it's actually not that bad. I think I just didn't like it at the time because it was just kind of just like too many movies or whatever. But like it's solid.
I think the only thing, to me, Jurassic 3 is like the most kind of forgettable one for me. It's like it's just there. I think
it's fun. That's the fun part of it.
The only thing I remember is just Ellen.
Yes.
Talking monster after hallucination.
I mean, memes aside, honestly, it's not that bad of a movie. All right, so let's get over to Jurassic World because I think this is where we've been kind of hampered. So Jurassic World, the first one, all right? Should I just rank this? 2.5 stars. Now, the reason I gave it 2.5 is because Jurassic World, I think the idea of, like, they try to redo the theme park idea was great because I think that's part of the fun of the original movie is, like, what if theme park's gone wrong, basically, right? And so they do that with Jurassic World, and it's just, like, even bigger and even crazier. And I like that. That being said, there's unnecessary kid characters in it that make the whole thing kind of spend a lot of time chasing these kids that did not need to be there because the stakes were high enough as is.
Ironic, because the Netflix, from what I know, the Netflix show about the kids is actually the best part of this franchise in the modern day.
I have heard nothing
apparently.
but good things about the Netflix shows. All right, Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom. The first half of this movie is like, oh, the island's exploding, and we're going to try to save the dinosaurs. And then the second half of this movie is a gothic horror slasher film inside of a mansion. And I like it in the second half. The first half bores the crap out of me.
With clone babies now in this universe.
And then there's and then also there's another kid that's unnecessary to make the plot more complicated. And she's part raptor, part human. The back half of this movie is great though. The Indoraptor is like this this little like evil little bitch of a dinosaur that like plays with its food. It's amazing. I love it. But it only happens in the second half. I'm totally into the second half of this movie. First half of this movie is just like whatever. And then we get to Dominion. Now Dominion.
Locusts everywhere.
Yeah, they switched the villain to be. I give this one 3 stars. As you see, it's my favorite of the 3. And the only reason I gave it 3 stars when I gave the other 2 2.5. This movie I don't think is as good, but a good movie can be bolstered by really good performances, and I mean specifically Sam Neill, Laura Dern, and Jeff Goldblum. The 3 of them as a trio air so much charisma and have so much energy and so much fun to them that it like not only overshadows the rest of the cast, but it saves the entire movie. Because the way that like Fallen Kingdom ended is that all the dinosaurs that got off the island that were put into a rich guy's mansion that he was going to sell as weapons, they all escape, and so now dinosaurs are out in amongst the real world. And I was like, that's a really cool idea. Let's do something with it. And then for this movie, they're like, we don't know what to do with that. Evil locusts.
I mean, isn't there a chunk in the middle of the film where it's just a Bond film where like Chris Pratt and crew are like motorcycle chasing like this criminal person with raptors and all that stuff?
And God, what's her name? Hold on, I gotta find her name because she's so cool. Deacon Lockman. Yeah, she plays like this evil lady that has like a laser beam where she can point at, and then like raptors will go try to kill that person, and I'm kind of into that insanity.
Apparently she's like the main villain of the TV shows. Apparently,
yes, she
the Netflix shows.
Even though her animation model looks nothing like Deacon Lockman.
Which is funny because she did actually play she's still played by the same actress in both, which is actually kind of cool.
I like this movie for being kind of stupid, and that's why I gave it a higher rating. And also, like people mentioned, the practical effects work was really cool.
I seen
and kind of pulled it all together.
Like the big dinosaur. I seen something behind the scenes of the big dinosaur. At the end is like that animatronic looks so good.
K-Master says, what's your favorite dinosaur hybrid in the Jurassic franchise? Indoraptor. All day, every day. I want more like hyper-intelligent, evil-ass dinosaurs like the Indoraptor. Yeah. Especially after this newest movie.
I think the problem with the original World trilogy is I think that the new cast isn't great. I think
Owen Brady, Chris Pratt giving it a go. You have Bryce Dallas Howard being put through the most horrifying things on screen, making her want to be a director for the rest of her life. We got a really cool character here. She was only in heels in the first one. And then you have DeWanda Wise, who they threw into this last movie, and I was like, she's like my favorite character of this new cast. Why does she get nothing to do? And then they have the half human, half raptor kid.
I think like Owen Brady, like Chris Pratt's character, like the problem with him, he just kind of just action man. He doesn't really like Professor Professor Grant. I think
it's also the thing too is nobody's a scientist on the new crew.
Because you know how like what the Rock what was like those things where the Rock has to be always cool in like these movies. It feels similar with Chris Pratt, where like we need to make Chris Pratt the coolest dude ever in these Jurassic movies.
So now let's circle back to the newest movie, because my problem with this movie is that if you watch a single trailer, you know who lives and who dies. And I won't say this is a spoiler per se, but like Ed Skrein walked on screen, and I was like, wait, you weren't in any trailers. There was a reason for that. The thing I think that's really kind of unfortunate about this movie is that I really like Scarlett Johansson and her character. I really like Jonathan Bailey, and I really like Mahershala Ali. And like their characters, I thought was great. I actually really liked all 3 of them. And I was like, I would like to see more with these characters. But the movie itself is just so dragged down in 2 problems. First of all, there's a family. There's some random family that gets involved in the drama and has to run away from dinosaurs. And I asked the question when they showed up, Do we need a random family? The stakes are already high enough. And then the second problem is I cannot ever find a movie directed by Gareth Edwards that has anywhere near good pacing. I don't know what it is with this man. He cannot pace a movie to save his life. He's a talented director, but he needs somebody that knows pacing. Because, my God, I swear it took 35 minutes to get to our first dinosaur.
I haven't revisited the first. I haven't revisited his 2014 Godzilla, but I do remember the pacing of that film being horrendous.
That movie I hated too because it was a giant. I almost said a word I couldn't say on YouTube. It was a giant tease because they would always show Godzilla and then cut away immediately.
Yeah, also
that's this movie. This movie does the same thing, and it's so annoying because it's like, don't you have the budget to show the dinosaurs? And Mr. Tugi, that's exactly my point. There were kids in the first movie, so we need to have kids in every one of these. That is the issue. They put kids into every single Jurassic World movie where they don't need them. The only reason there was kids in the first movie is because they're Richard Attenborough's grandkids. They're supposed to be there because he's showing off his theme park. Every other movie that's had kids doesn't need to have kids in them. Jurassic Park 3 is the same way.
I think that's why the TV shows work, because the kids are the main leads, so like they can actually do stuff versus the movies where the kids don't do anything. From what I understand.
Yes, exactly. That's the problem. The kids don't do anything. There's no reason for them to exist. Also, they put a baby dinosaur named Dolores in this movie that's clearly just an industry plant to sell merchandise because it serves no purpose to the movie except comforting the small child who already doesn't need to be in the movie.
It's our pork.
Yes, it's the final nail in the Baby Yoda fad. So, anyways, the point being, I liked the characters that they had. Then they add in this useless family, which while they were entertaining and they weren't like horrible or annoying, just felt unnecessary. And it's like, we already had enough tension and drama as is. We do not need to add all these extra layers. And I gotta tell you, I'm also tired of random families being thrown in movies lately. I just saw this happen with Venom. Like, why is there a road tripping family in the middle of the action in like so many movies lately? It's driving me nuts.
That's what then the Whedon cut was it the Whedon cut?
The Whedon cut of Justice League did the same thing. I still never forget when someone asked Zack Snyder, "Was the Russian family in your movie?" And he's like, "What Russian family?" Anyways, like the characters, did not like the plot. The dinosaurs themselves, they were like, they advertised in the thing as like, oh, there's these mutant dinosaurs. It's the lab where the rejects were. And it's like the mutant dinosaurs was like, the T-Rex has stripes now. Okay.
I'm waiting for when we're just gonna get Dino Riders in these movies. Goddamn it! I just want the Jurassic.
Also, really annoyed that we have this thing where like dinosaurs are living amongst people, and they throw it in the trash in the first scene.
Oh, really? What they do?
So, like, basically, they were like, oh, well, dinosaurs couldn't live in the environments that humans did, and they started to slowly die off, and they were all relocated to several islands around the equator.
So practically a soft reboot.
Yep. They have, like, one scene of the dinosaur in amongst humanity, and that was it. And I was just like, lame. You could have done a lot with this. Anyways, the other problem is, like, the pacing's atrocious. Like, it just takes forever for stuff to happen. And when it does happen, it's, well-directed. VFX are solid. Good action. But it's bogged down by all this stuff that just kind of, like, made me... And also, it was just so ungodly predictable. Like, they telegraphed everything that was going to happen. And so, that's why it gets 2 stars. Because Dominion... I think this is a better movie than Dominion... But it was a significantly more boring movie than Dominion. Because Dominion was, like, bonkers. And so I was kind of enjoying the fact that it was totally insane and made no sense. This one, like, it made sense, but it was made sense in such a safe and boring way that I just wasn't as engaged. Astronaut says, Universal owns Fast and Furious, Jurassic Park, combine them, let's go nuts. Why not? Why not? It's not like we're getting another Fast and Furious anytime soon.
I mean, again, there's that middle part of Dominion was a Fast and the Furious movie practically with Chris Pratt on a motorcycle.
Oh, it totally was. That was so Fast and Furious coded. It was crazy.
I'm just like,
also, why is Deacon Rockman not in a Fast and Furious movie? Anyways,
like I just think the Jurassic franchise to become like this fully embrace the stupid with this like like these dinosaurs like this. I want like
and their big scary mutant dinosaur was the lamest thing I'd ever seen.
like when we're gonna get like Evil Devil from Next Wave from Marvel? Like, I just want like an evil, like talking dinosaur.
Also,
in
on a
these
personal
movies.
bias thing, I hated the scene with the T-Rex because they advertised it as recreating the river raft scene from the book that was never put into the original movie, that was instead made into the ride. And they advertised it as it, and I was like, and the scene they actually shot for this movie was nothing like that scene.
Clickbait the
Yes,
poster.
I got clickbaited by interviews. So yeah. Anyways, the thing that Jurassic needs to do, because they're making another one that's made stupid amounts of money, they need to make sure they don't do what Transformers did. I think this movie's going to have a bit of a lasting effect on people like Age of Extinction did, where it just makes people not want to see movies. Even though a bunch of people went to see this one, I feel like it got a B cinema score, which is not good for a big, blockbuster, especially one that's safe. So I think that, like, this franchise needs to make sure the next movie is, like, exciting and interesting and has, like, a lot going on, and don't put another damn family in it, because it's driving me nuts.
I think for me with I think for me with the Jurassic franchise is just want something new. I feel like none of these films that add anything new.
Like, there has
It's such
been
that-
10 Planet of the Apes movies, and yet I feel like that franchise is only scratching at the beginning of its potential, whereas there's been 7 Jurassic movies, and I feel like we're already out of ideas.
Yeah,
Even though there's a lot of
'cause,
ideas.
See why I've been done with this franchise
Yes.
for almost how many years since '97?
20.
28.
Yeah, well, near
turned
30
30
years. I've
next
already
month.
been done with this.
Yeah. I think, yeah,
What's-
like,
like,
people are talking
what's
about the
the
box office. I think the box office probably will drop off, because Superman's coming in hot, it seems. But yeah,
Because
it's-
here's the big. Like, what does Dominion? No, what is Rebirth? Like, what's the selling point of Rebirth? That isn't Scarlett Johansson
I
in a
don't
Jurassic
know.
Park film?
I am happy
Yeah.
that a movie with a woman, a gay man, and a black man as the leads did super well at the box office. That's, like, just good in general. But other than that, like, this movie doesn't really give us anything new at all.
Because when I saw the trailers of Rebirth, I'm like, what's
Also,
new? Like,
Alexandre Desplat provided yet another generic score that I could not remember, and the only pieces of music I ever recognized were playing was the Jurassic Park theme.
This again.
Yep.
Scores, yeah.
Planet of the Apes
Getting sick
cross
of that,
Jurassic
too.
Park sounds amazing, Jeremy Carr. Could you imagine like
no, it is that
apes
would be
riding
Dino Rider.
dinosaurs?
That would be Dino Riders.
Yes.
The apes who get metal harnesses on the dinosaurs and ride them to battle.
Just go nuts and be like Deacon Lockman's character in Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes is like a descendant of the one from Jurassic World Dominion. I just want that woman to get more work. That's like I think if you're taking anything away, I want Deacon Lockman to be in more stuff.
Like, I know people weren't big on the clone child in
But that was at least an interesting idea.
I want go stupid. I want like if we're gonna make clone child, go stupid. Like, clone other like extinct species, not just dinosaurs or something like that.
Oh, also the plot. The beginning of this movie, I was really worried they were like. Someone said this on Twitter, and I thought this was a good phrase. I was worried they were reheating the nachos of Planet of the Apes. Because, like, the movie starts with, like, a thing breaks out because a bearded idiot is snacking instead of using proper protective gear. And I'm like, I saw Rise of the Planet of the Apes. That was 14 years ago. Don't be reheating Planet of the Apes nachos over here.
Now I just want Planet Apes, but it's just dinosaurs. So, like, it's the same. Actually, no, wait, that's the Super Mario Brothers movie. Now think about it. So, wait,
Yes.
Dinosaur people evolved from humans, such like that.
Now,
like,
I don't want to keep this as a downer. If you want to watch a better movie than Jurassic World Rebirth, you can watch anything I watched this weekend, like Airport, which I gave 3.5 stars, The Wiz, which I gave 4 stars to, and I'm kind of tempted to just bump that thing up to 5 the more I thought about it. Winchester 73, High Society, or Some Like It Hot. All better movies than Jurassic World Rebirth. Also, Justice League versus the Fatal Five. I was just watching that for research, but anyways, these are all movies I watched this last week.
When you just watch a good movie just for research,
Yes, totally just for research, not just to watch Mr. Terrific and figure out how many lines of dialogue he had. Anyways, I did figure out though that Mr. Terrific has more dialogue in Justice League versus the Fatal Five than all of his other adaptation appearances.
Yep.
Anyways, if you want to watch good movies, all of those movies are great. Also, I highly recommend The Wiz, because watching it again after so many years, I realized that might actually be the superior Wizard of Oz adaptation.
Yep.
Anyways, What else was going on? All right, I think we're done with Jurassic.
Ironheart. Oh, we have some cult people to talk about, right?
Cult people?
Yeah, for Ironheart.
Oh, Ironheart. Oh, okay. So Ironheart. All right, let's talk about this. So Ironheart. This was fun because watching this, I last week when they dropped the first three, I think I watched 1 the first night and then 2 the second night, and then when they dropped the last 3, I was like, we got to watch all of them like right now. And so it was a late night, but we watched the entire rest of the show. This was fantastic, and it's given so much discourse online because of how good it is. Because the ending to this show is like the least comfortable, least safe, most interesting ending I've ever seen to a Marvel show, that I really appreciate how freaking bold it went. It is so good. And it's so good because it challenges your like thoughts and puts you in a questioning state of, would I do the same thing these characters did in the same situation? And I haven't seen anything that intellectually interesting out of Marvel since X-Men 97, I think. Because almost every Marvel finale is like a safe ending where it's like, and then everybody made the right choices and we all went home. Even Echo ended that way. But this show, I'm like, I don't agree with what these characters' choices were, but I'm really fascinated to see what happens next. Also, it's way more magic-based than I thought the show was going to be. So, I'm not going to get into spoilers, Blade Raider, because I think that it's too soon, and I actually want people to watch it.
Yeah, because will you say even with the stakes of the where the series went, do you think it still felt like it's not like say Miss Marvel where all of a sudden it's the end of the world plot? We say it's better handled
way
there?
better, because this show is specifically focused on how do people handle grief. That is the theme of the show. How do people handle grief is the theme of the show. It's the question posed. And the parallel drawn between Riri Williams and Parker Robbins is so fascinating. And where the characters end up is not where I expected it, where it started. Yes, Kamen JoJo, the show has balls. And I gotta say, like, Mr. Dookie says, I was confused about why I got buried while watching it, but I got it with the ending. Definitely not the usual Disney-approved kind of ending. Exactly. That's why I loved it so much. Because I thought it fit. I thought it was interesting. I thought it was way better than just like everything worked out and it was perfect. Also, because of some of the storylines they chose here, we may have saved a couple characters from some of their worst comic storylines, so that also works out in the long run as well.
Do you hope this will get, because that's sort of the problem with the Disney Plus?
I don't think it's going to get a season 2 because of how buried it was. But without spoilers, I totally think that Strange Academy project they've been kicking around might be the best way to continue this.
Because that's got the problem with like Moon Knight or in other shows where like they have a cliffhanger like ending doesn't get follow up for you. Which again, I don't mind. I feel like so many people are like,
I don't mind as long as like it does feel like you got a full story. With Moon Knight, I felt like we didn't because they cut the last fight like in the middle of it and then just like, and it's over, and it's like, what? This at least I felt like had a conclusion to the arcs we were doing.
Because I think because that's the because I think that's the problem with so many people with the MCU right now is like, how does this connect to the no? Let's let the show be a Marvel show. Like this doesn't connect to any other MCU project. This let it be his own thing.
I think also that's a thing that the writing teams on these shows need to do too, because the issue that you come up with is they start writing them like that. Like they have to connect to something. Because I feel like Miss Marvel wasn't a complete show on its own. I feel like Moon Knight wasn't a complete show on its own. But I feel like Ironheart is. Like I feel like the story is kind of done. Like in a sense of like there could be a second chapter to this story, but this chapter of the story is done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, in terms of what you should watch without prior knowledge, you could watch it without prior knowledge. If you know,
I must Wakanda Forever because that is.
Here's the movies you should watch: the first Iron Man, the first Doctor Strange, and Wakanda Forever. That's it. If you've seen those 3, you've got everything you need. Also, first Iron Man, it came into play a lot more than I thought it would. Same with Doctor Strange. There was a lot of like and in Karmatage, and it's like, I think it would be good if you saw the first Doctor Strange.
I'm surprised how much. I'm actually surprised how much it connects to Iron. Because I know it's you think well, it does Ironheart, but like MC Rui is very disconnect from
Yeah.
Tony on like the comics. So I'm surprised to hear
The
there's
way
still
that
connection.
the way that the connection works for Iron Man is not through Riri, but through another character. So, yeah, Mr. Yugi said they do briefly recap Wakanda Forever in the opening, but it's a little vague, and they're like, I love just a recap. I just would love a recap with other projects. They stopped doing that, and it's really annoying. So the thing with, but yeah, I think with this is with Ironheart. I think it's worth watching if you like it, but do know that you're going to go into like the most morally gray show that Marvel's ever made. I think, like it skirts some lines, and it's like it's wild. But yeah, I think that's like, I think also, there's been some people with this lack of media literacy, understanding that just because a character does a bad thing doesn't mean that the creators are endorsing it or that you should agree with it. You can disagree with the decisions of your main character. That's allowed.
I know, right? It's
also, I gotta say, they made the Hood and they made Ironheart way more interesting characters than they've ever been in the comics. I've read enough Riri and enough Parker Robbins to know that like this show pushed them into way more interesting directions than they've ever been pushed in before.
Did the Hood become a Ghost Rider?
No, but he doesn't need to because of other
reasons. Did he summon his gay robot best friend?
No. The thing that I found interesting was actually that they changed the backstory for the Hood, and the new backstory he got is like so layered that I'm like, I almost want a Hood spinoff at this point. So,
is this the time? Is this the few times where like maybe some MCU synergy's not too bad for the Hood?
I would like some MCU synergy for the Hood into the comics, because this is good stuff. All right, let's Kaiju Fury says MCU movies should do a comics dude have caption box tell you what movie or show is being referenced. I would not be opposed to that.
We need to those.
I remember when Deadpool did that in Deadpool and Wolverine. And, like he was like from Loki season 1 episode 5. Like that was the greatest thing for me as like a nerd because I was like, yep, no, please do that more. The general audience is getting lost here. All right, and then to wrap out our show and movie reviews, Ultraman Omega had its debut episode.
Episode 1. It's sub only because again,
it's great.
Sub only because. I really enjoyed it.
I only watch these things in Japanese with subs, so I didn't even notice the dub hadn't premiered until other people mentioned it, and then I was like, wait, yeah, where is the dub?
Again, like it's the case of accessibility because I know I seen like some annoying comments like, oh, Mega's the ARC dubbed or the dubs are not good. Like they don't make these dubs for like money. They make these dubs for accessibility and international stuff. It's not like, oh, they don't do well.
And if the deal with Amazon is going to be where they air these dubs now instead of YouTube, like, okay, I could get that because Amazon's probably actually giving them money and not just YouTube ad revenue, which I know from living it is not much.
Yeah, and such. But it just most there are because there's a really nice sweet comment I remember seeing from I think it was Arc or Blazar where the dubs do help people because not everybody can read.
And also, some people just prefer to listen to stuff in English instead of Japanese, and that's totally cool.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but still, otherwise, besides that, great first episode for Omega.
I'm so glad. It has been since Rube that we have had. This is our first Ultraman show since Rube to not have a defense team, and I was all here for it.
Yeah, because I think what I like about because even Rube, because that world, I forget that is Orb's world, right? That is supposedly the same purpose. Yeah, so that world already experienced kaiju already, but this is a world where none of that existed, kaijus and all this stuff. It's like a everyday Earth. So like to see stuff like rescue team, like just normal like rescue resource people out and about, it was actually really cool to see and such. And how characters react and how people like. I think essentially like the reaction people are like so how people react is super interesting because again you don't really see.
Like, we've had it like in Blazar especially where it's like everyone's like, oh, kaiju time, let's go to the shelter, yay! Like it's kind of nice to see people caught off guard by monster exists. It's a different flavor that I think is we haven't had that flavor in a little while.
Or people go, "There's no such thing as monsters." I'm
There's
like,
no
dude,
such
you
thing
know.
as monsters. Monster shows up. Like, there's a lot of stuff that that I really like. That it feels like it's not necessarily that we've never done this before in Ultraman, but it's been so long since we have that
I think also
it feels fresh.
it's also so nice to have the Ultra be the human host, like just the human form again, because we haven't gotten it since again. I know technically Orb, but like Orb guy got that Orb power. Like he was
I think
chosen
since
to be
Mabius,
Orb.
I think we established. I
Yeah,
think
maybe.
Mabius is the last time an Ultra came to Earth and had a human form.
Yeah, so it makes it more, and especially with the whole amnesia subplot, it makes a really good like Omega already is already an interesting character because character and how he's learning and such and such and I think also like because I think that opening scene where he's fighting all the bug aliens, that was all CG.
I think it was all CG. I think it was someone said that was Godzilla -1 VFX team worked on that.
And like God, like that was
Super I was like, let's spend some money, let's get the Godzilla -1 people, and they're like, we're cheap, let's do it.
Yeah, because goddamn, that like I see, I see that I get sad at Toei every day still because that CG is damn good. Like the way we could tell, besides like at least Omega, because of course the bugs are CG, but like the way we could tell Omega's CG is I look carefully at his movements. Yeah. He definitely his movements a lot more obviously.
I mean, there were shots in Godzilla -1 where we're all like, "That's practical, right?" And they're like, "No, CG." So, yeah.
Yeah, so that was impressive. In such it's like in such.
I gotta say, this is like one of the stronger starts to our shows. I think. Because like I liked the first episode of Blazar, but I felt like it didn't establish the show very well. Whereas I feel like this establishes like what the show's going to be about from like the jump, which I think is awesome. So I really like that.
Definitely, and I really and I definitely I'm intrigued of where the series is going to head, especially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I like it too because it's not to say take anything away from the other shows because I've really enjoyed them, but there has been a bit of a predictability. To kind of like, okay, in this episode we're getting introduced to these people, so that way this episode will do this, which is fine because it's Tokusatsu. The formula is the backbone of how we make the stuff, right? But every once in a while, a show breaks the formula, and I'm always glad to see it because it keeps it going.
I will like because especially since especially how obvious I think Omega is like a new generation 7. I would love especially his transformation scene, which is very max coded.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see some human size, not even fights, but like like there will be just moments in Ultra 7 where 7 just human size to talk to people or such like that, or just to deal with the alien. I would love to see that here with Omega, honestly. Such a way how he transforms. I would love to see some human size 7 Ultra because human size 7 Ultra is very rare, but it's always really cool to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this series I could definitely see it come back because I think the last time we saw was Decker. Yeah, it was Decker. I'm pretty sure it was the last time we saw some human size Ultra stuff.
Yeah, Decker. I think it was Decker. Yeah, because they were doing some.
Because our Blaze and Arc didn't have any human size stuff.
Yeah, Zeztz did it. I remember Zeztz did it. That was a fun one too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well, on that note, I think that's pretty much all we can glean from the first episode without major spoilers and stuff. We're not going to do this week by week. Maybe we'll do like a mid-season, like how we feeling about it kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And then an end-of-season wrap-up. But I enjoyed it. I do love Ultraman. I think also what does make Ultraman kind of work well is that we do have those big breaks between episodes. I think it feels special when an Ultraman season starts. Mm-hmm. Whereas with Rider and Sentai, it's like, yep, we just finished the last one last week, and now we're on a new one. So yeah,
I think that's why. Like, I think since you go get to the upcoming news, I think I'll definitely feel like I get back more into Rider, maybe at least because it's available. But like, I think that's why I haven't like.
That's why I've fallen in and out of the shows. I think I'm on my current longest streak of watching both Rider and Sentai weekly than in my entire life, and it's just because I'm watching it with my parents, so now it's just part of our weekly routine. And so I don't want to get behind because if I get behind with the parents, it could take us days to catch up. It's not like I could just like sit down and binge like 6 episodes. Like it would take us like several days. And so then I'm just been keeping us on it, but that's the only reason I've been keeping on it. I think I probably would have fallen on Gojuger and like built up episodes and then caught up.
Exactly how I was keeping up with Toku. If you're watching with somebody, it makes it a lot more like you have to keep up. Exactly.
Andrea says it goes
That's-
good so far. I think it's okay. I like a lot of it.
Do
Like
you like some of the
stylistically.
guest stuff in there?
Like what stuff, Jerry?
The guests, like the special guests.
I like the special guests. I like I like the Universe Warriors. I like Goju Polar. My favorite characters are Unicorn and Eagle. Those two are just hilarious.
Is
And I like
blue and
I like
yellow
the
has
I
blue
was
and
gonna,
yellow
I'll
gotten
get to that.
better?
I like the story of Red and his brother. Blue and Yellow are just nothing. There's too many characters in the show, and so Blue and Yellow are just completely nothing. Yellow got a 2-parter, but I felt like I learned more about like Universe Warrior Red Racer than I did, Yellow. And that's kind of my issue is that I like what Gojuju has going on, but like pacing wise, there's too many characters, and they keep introducing new ones, and I'm just like, can you develop the team you got?
That's I think that's my problem with recent Sentai, and I think it's
this is an issue Boom Boonjer did not have, which is why it's more jarring that Gojuju has this problem.
it's the same problem. It's the same problem. I know it's Anui's daughter, but she has very similar problems I have with Anui with his Sentai stuff.
Yeah, it feels like Dawn Brothers, where like a couple characters just aren't nothing. They just are nothing.
I think it's the same thing I have with Dawn Brothers, where I like a lot of the concepts I've seen from Gozuger, but like I feel like if they rework it, I'll like it more because I think a lot of the concepts are really cool, but I feel like they're not focusing too much on it. It's
Muteki, Brent said, what about Barakuma? Actually, that's kind of my problem. Goju Polar rolls up as him, his main mecha, and his bear robot. That 3 characters in the same episode debuted.
And are they 3 separate characters?
They're 3 separate characters because the bear robot that becomes the chariot for his main mecha is Barakuma, and then Goody Burn is his main mecha, and then there's also him. It's like too much. It's like too much stuff, and so like they've given a lot of development to Barakuma, but nothing to Goody Burn. Like that guy's just there, and I'm like, why are they not just the same character? They don't need to be 3 separate characters to do the same thing here. So it's one of those things where it's like everything in Gojuju just feels surface level because they're just introducing so much all the time, and this is the thing. This is why I don't like anniversary Sentais that much, because the anniversary Sentais that are constantly doing anniversary stuff, like Zenkaiju ran in the same issue, is that like they got so many toys, they got so many this, and so much that they lose focus of their main cast.
I think because I like the idea of the Universal Reds, but like they need to not be like how are they even doing them weekly or
no, they've been doing
how they been spacing them? How they been spacing those out?
They've been giving them 2 episodes apiece, and they usually are 2-parters. So like they did a 2-part, like the first 2 episodes was the 2-parter for Kuwagata Oger. Then they did a 2-parter with Don Momotaro, and they did a 2-parter with Tyranno Ranger and stuff like that. And so like the issue that kind of comes up with is that like one of the issues was I think they debuted Don Momotaro at the same time they were debuting like Goju Eagle. So like the screen time was split. And I'm like, I don't get this point. Like the Tyranno Ranger guy was cool, but he got like nothing to do because they were also introducing like Garyudo, and they were also introducing like this thing, and they finally explained what the villain's plot was. And it's like every episode has too much going on. Every single episode of the show has too much going on.
I feel like the Universal Red should have been its own arc, or like I think
they work, but what it needed to be. So you know how like in traditional like Sentai or Toku formatting, you have here's your guest star of the week who's related to the monster, and we're trying to help this person, and then they're being like terrorized by the monster, right? Like that kind of setup, like kind of like the victim of the week sort of thing, like in a cop show, right? Sentai writer, even Ultraman has done this, where it's like we need to help this person, and their like significant other or their like family member is trapped inside that monster, so we're gonna help them fight that monster. That's the format that should be used for the Universal Warriors and what they do to an extent. But what those episodes in a normal format of a show kept doing is that what they would do is they would do, big character introduction, and then like the following week would be a 2-parter where Goju Eagle was involved in helping the victim of the week. So what could have been is like Goju Eagle is involved with helping Universal Warrior Ryusoul Red or something like that. And then that way you get character development for Goju Eagle while you're doing your guest of the week story. But instead, what they're doing is they're overlapping them with all because they're doing so much at once. It's like it's overlapping, and so it's kind of like A plot, new character introduction, B plot, Universal Warrior.
I think honestly, I think what I'm more shocked about with Gozuger is, especially with the whole fighting theme it's going with. I'm honestly
They
surprised it's
dropped
not
that
just a
theme
tournament.
so bad.
Oh wait, really?
It like every episode was like #1 battle, and they're doing all this thing, and then like after the universe got reset from the two Sentai mecha being forced to kiss each other, like they've just completely dropped that idea. And yes, I just described a plot of the show.
Wait, is the universal reset?
The
Like
universe
actually
reset, yes.
What?
Basically,
Oh,
Tegasword and Tegajune, the villains.
is that
mecha,
the white? Is that the white? That's
wife,
the white one, right?
the white one. They kiss, and it bursts a new warrior, which is Goody Byrne, and then it resets the universe, and Goju Polar is the god of the new universe. And so, they have the #1 battle thing, but there's so much, like, other things going on, it's not even, like, like, Kyle says it's in the last 2 or 3 episodes. Yeah, last week's episode, they had a #1 battle, but it was, like, not even given that much attention anymore.
That stuff, like, I don't, like, it's not like I think that stuff's not bad, but, like, why is it so early? Like, why?
I know, that was their way to debut Goju Polar.
Because, like, the way, at least what you describe it, that sound like, that should, like, they should have done like a King Odor thing, an arc, like that's an arc too, like, because I think that was one, that's one.
And like AR said, Goody Byrne reset the reset, so it's just back to everything's normal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, it was like one episode where everything was different. They changed the theme song to a Hiroshi Kitadani song, which I thought was really funny.
Which I actually like that song better, honestly.
I like that song a lot. But it was just like they had like a song, and it was like a whole new intro. It was like, it's the Goju Polar show now. And it was so weird because my parents forgot about the reset, and so we come back in the next week, and it's like a completely new show, and they're like, what is going on? Because they didn't recap anything.
That's frustrating, because what you're describing sounds like a really cool, like, 5-episode arc or something like that. Like, that sounds like a cool, like, arc.
Everything Gojuger is doing is cool and interesting. It's just doing it so fast it has no meaning.
Yeah, and that's been my problem with Sentai for a while now, and why
an issue Bunju does not have, because people complain that show dragged, and I was like, no, this is actually properly paced for a 50-episode show.
Yeah, I think that's why. That's why I really want to get watched Bunju, because
Really
I really should, because that's I feel like Bunju doesn't have a problem with the other modern Sentais, because. And so, because I miss, like, because I think, like, a lot of these Sentai I have a problem with modern Sentais. I feel like the thing, my problem with them is to slow down. It goes super fast. Like, I remember, episode 1 goes.
Like, I wish, like, Gojuger, I feel like we've had like 30 episodes worth of story in like 17.
Yeah,
it's just like, slow the hell down. There's no reason to be going this fast.
I think that's why I think you mentioned how Ultraman had these breaks, but also, like, Ultraman has some really good pacing. Like, I don't feel like I'm being
Speaking
drained.
of good pacing, Kaijin before said, how's Gav been holding up for you in comparison? Love Gav. Absolutely love Kamen Rider Gav. I did not enjoy it at first, but that show has grown on me. And the thing I love about it is that because they wrote the show in advance and they've been doing this early production thing, there's the middle section of every Kamen Rider show drags like a crazy thing. It's always like we drag until we get the final form.
Since XA practically, honestly.
No, I would say since like frickin' O's. The middle section drags. Every single year, they do all this stuff.
Around that time when they get the middle, like the middle form.
After you get the mid form, before the final form, the show just drags every single time. Gav did not do that because they had it better paced out. And so they are actually, what they've been doing is there is always something happening every episode. It's a true serialized series where it's like every episode moves the stories or the characters forward. And that is what I'm digging so much about it. And it's like, it reminds me of early Heisei Kamen Rider, in where you feel like every episode has its important, story to it. And that's the thing that, Andreas, I'll give Geets an exception to that because they did the resets a lot. Gaim's middle dragged. Bitter Gav maybe dragged a little bit, but that was also only like 4 episodes. When I'm talking about dragging, I'm talking about that arc in X-Aid where they fought Paradox the same exact way 6 episodes in a row.
I love Dry, but I remember that middle chunk. Was it the middle? I forget. Did Mono appear during the middle chunk?
Yeah, when Bono was just like the AI program and not like Gold Drive. Yeah,
Gold Drive. Yeah, I love Dry. Dry was one
always
of my
just
favorite
feels like
writers.
stalling. It always just felt like
Yeah.
stalling, and
Yeah.
that's the thing that I like about
God,
Gav
that-
is that it doesn't feel like it's stalling for anything.
let's not get into Bill because man.
Oh, I don't want to get on my
Evil-
Build soapbox. I already got crucified enough last time. I'm staying off that one.
when I just remember what Evil fully became his writer for man. It just
God.
kind of dragged.
Same episode over and over and over again. But anyways, yeah, I'm really enjoying Gav. It's really been working for me, and it's in that like it's because it feels like an early. Hey, say I'll do a writer tier list when Gav ends. That's a good idea. All right, let's get on to the news. Because let's talk about, speaking of shows not going anywhere, there's a Doctor Who comic. For Doctor Who. If anyone wants to know that the 15th Doctor's era should not be over yet, they already had a comic for him and Belinda to come out between seasons, just like they had a comic of him and Ruby to come out between season 1 and 2. So
It really feels like Shooty leaving and everything like that. It's super I don't want to say last minute, but like it was super
last
like
minute. Like apparently the reshoots were back in February.
yeah, okay, because it really feels like that's what I mean. It just feels like
I haven't even
shouldn't
gotten
be
his
over
Barbie
with
doll
Shooty.
yet.
It doesn't feel like we should be done with his era, like because
No.
everything like. Because they're still gonna use him as the current Doctor, because they're not gonna do anything
Not
with
even
Billy
Russell
Piper.
D. Davies knows to do Billy Piper.
Yeah,
Yeah. And yeah, Kyle mentioned, they're going to have the unit show, have a big booth at Comic-Con. And it's like nothing else going on in the franchise. I will say I'm looking for this comic, just because I will take any 15th Doctor scraps at this point. Yeah, Muteki says, the actor wanted to do something else. Totally cool with that. I don't know why anybody's dragging their feet on the 3rd season. There's a whole multitude of issues I'm not going to get into now because I actually want to finish the stream at some point today. But like, there's so much behind the scenes crap going on with the show that sucks because the show really has a lot going for it.
I think what's weird because Ted Shooty at least got like 2.5 years versus like Christopher Eccleston's 1. But I feel like
Eccleston was always planned to be 1 season.
Yeah, it didn't feel as abrupt.
Yeah,
because I think it helped.
They managed to put in like a Dalek and a Cyberman episode in just 1 season.
No, there was no Cyber. Wait, no, only Dalek. Cyberman was
only
Tennant,
Dalek. But anyways, Shooty got neither. The only time Shooty met a Cyberman is in the first Titan Comics comic.
I think it helps that there was clearly a story arc with Eccleston's season, where there was kind of a story arc with Shooty's seasons, but like, you can argue about that one.
I mean, the original plan was to be a cliffhanger to lead into a 3rd season. And anyways, the point being, his time was too gone too quick. But Blade Raider Goju just passed way faster than a Takahashi show. Anyways, but though this is just it's another indicator that his era is not supposed to be over yet, because like the merch is just starting to come out. I got the Ruby Sunday Barbie doll in, but I did not get the Doctor doll yet. So
you get the full circle of Shooty being both Ken and
yes,
Doctor
and the Doctor. Yeah, now he's it actually looks like him too. Yeah. Anyways, there was a bunch of stuff, but there's a new comic. That's the point. Hey, speaking of stuff being washed, thrown in the trash, and then brought back up again, Marvel has been treating Ghost Rider like crap the last year, and I'm pissed off about it. So welcome to Rant Time. All right, so
is Tokon the apology?
Tokon's the apology, and I don't even give Marvel credit for that. I give that to Arxis.
Oh,
they wanted to make Redline references.
Actually, speaking of quick thoughts on Rival Season 3 with Jean and Blade and stuff like that.
That trailer was amazing, and I can't wait to play.
I love the Phoenix Force is just a JoJo stand.
Yes, I'm surprised we got Phoenix Force as a JoJo stand before Flamo.
Yeah, she's still Flamo for Johnny.
Kyle says, "Is Ghost Rider the new Spider-Man where he's eating good in other media that isn't the comics?" No, because the only place that Ghost Rider is eating good is in Marvel Tokon's Fighting Souls, and that's a game that's not even out.
Not yet.
All right, Marvel Legends, wash. We didn't get a single Marvel Legend for Ghost Rider this year. Right? No toys. MCU, I don't know. Robbie Reyes has been in the MCU since 2016, and Kevin Feige doesn't want to use him in anything at all, even though the actor's willing to come back. Let's talk about Ghost Rider comics, though. So the Benjamin Percy run was great, and it ended. Felt like a natural conclusion. Actually made me care about the Hood. Cool stuff. Great. New comic comes out pretty quick after called Spirits of Vengeance. And this one, instead of being a Johnny Blaze book for like the 8th time in a row, it had Johnny Blaze, had Danny Ketch, it had Vengeance, an actual character from the Danny Ketch era that we haven't used much. They started doing like amazing stuff, like let's get Robbie Reyes out of the stupid God Quarry that he's been trapped in for like over 2 years at this point. There's an omnibus out now with the God Quarry storyline that came out before he got out of that void. So we've gone through all this, and so we finally get like, all right, Robbie's getting picked up by Phantasma from the New Champions, which that book just got canceled, so she's just having a rough time. And then now we're, so like, then they figured out how to work Ghost Rider 2099 into the present day by someone like cloud downloading his program from the future, which was like the coolest thing ever. And then they led it all up into this thing that like, there's this new spirit of violence, and it's somebody that Danny Ketch knows. And I don't want to spoil it for any of the 5 people that care, but it's a very important storyline for Danny Ketch. And then Spirits of Vengeance, which was supposed to be an ongoing, suddenly ended at issue 6. It said, to be continued in Spirits of Violence. Marvel put Spirits of Violence on the calendar to start the next month. Then when the solicitations came around, took it off the calendar, and then we sat in limbo to the point where the Spirits of Vengeance comic ended up out in a trade where it still says to be continued into Spirits of Violence, and only now is it coming out in October. Any thoughts?
Oh man, how like Ghost Rider is one of Marvel's coolest characters, and yet they did just because he's not one of the big ones in the movies and such that is being treated so rough and such.
I mean, this is like I know people are talking about Spider-Man being washed and all new Venom being washed and Black Panther having a white kid and stuff, but like nobody's getting treated worse than Ghost Rider right now. Come on. Like
here's the thing, because like with the Spider-Man stuff, it's all very much Marvel editorial. Like, oh, we're gonna make Spider-Gwen like, because I'm not sure you heard about the current.
I heard about it and I didn't care because I cannot care about Spider-Man comics anymore because of how stupid everything has gotten over there.
But that's what I mean. Like, it's like I'm not surprised they made Spider-Gwen and fuse with Gwen Stacy's life in 616. That doesn't make sense compared to Miles, but.
At least you got
Marvel's got Marvel.
symbiote.
Yeah, but Marvel's got Marvel because we just know, they just know that. But like Ghost Rider, like since it doesn't have as much like Hawks on it because it's not like
this is the thing that bugs me. We should be getting the Daredevil treatment with Ghost Rider, where it's like popular enough to keep making, but not popular enough that we have to put hands on it.
Yeah, but it's treated so weirdly and like it's because it's not like say Marvel's other like darker characters like Werewolf by Night or hell even Blade a little bit where like
got canceled.
Because as much as those characters are cool, but they're not as big as Ghost Rider. Because even without the Nicolas Cage movies, Ghost Rider I think a lot of people just recognize Ghost Rider because look at him. It's a flaming. No one can never forget.
Yeah.
Even if they've never seen the Nick Cage film, Ghost Rider just that recognizable that like even though he's not like the big ones in the movies, people go like that's Ghost Rider because he's just iconic.
He's one of the top 5 coolest comic book characters design wise ever, right?
Yeah, but it's just so weird that Marvel just like, oh yeah, we have him, right? It's what it feels like.
Yeah,
it's like Capcom and Mega Man, honestly, where it's like, oh, these are very important characters for us. Doesn't do anything with the character.
Yep. Because the thing is that like this was originally supposed to come out in March of 2025. Now it's coming out in October. And also, Spirits of Vengeance was supposed to be an ongoing, and Marvel has this policy that ongoings get 10 issues, but it actually only got 6. And this is going to be 5. It's a 5-issue miniseries, which I'm happy because we're wrapping the storyline up. But it's been rough. The only Ghost Rider comics I've been getting monthly is Wolverine.
Okay, LP, it's just like Wonder Woman. DC doesn't use outside that's depressing.
God.
True.
And even in the comics, we're stuck with Tom King Wonder Woman. So then adding to this, You know, also it's funny. Wolverine's on the cover. It's like they're like we're putting all the Ghost Riders in, and they like mean it. Like there's good old Dokken on the cover. But like it's very frustrating. I'm very happy this is coming out, and there's a Peach Momoko cover of Spirit Rider Kushala, but like which is awesome because Peach Momoko and Kushala. But like, is Kushala also going to be in this comic? Because they had Ghost Rider 2099 on covers for like 3 months of Spirits of Vengeance, and he just never showed up, and I was like, is this coming in? And then they brought it in. It was amazing. I'm very happy this is coming out, but what happens after this? And my God, if Robbie is still stuck in that damn quarry after this comic, I'm just gonna drop all my Marvel books. I'm so pissed. I am so tired of this. I have like he's been stuck in there for 2 years. They've teased him coming back twice. They finally go to bring him back, and then they cancel the book that's going to bring him back.
Sneak it to NetEase's headquarters and put Ghost Rider and Rivals like in next season.
So he can get a slap together one shot that tries to synergize like the Hellfire Vigil.
Yes. So people can recognize, because if he's in Rivals, more people will draw art of him and recognize him.
I mean, the thing is that like I think Tokon Fighting Soul, if he doesn't escape from this comic, then like Tokon Fighting Soul better save him.
It's just Arc System works. You're my only hope.
Yeah. I just hope he's out of there, because the problem is when he's stuck in that God Quarry where he can't escape himself and he needs somebody else to get him out, it limits the fact he can't show up in other stories without someone pulling him out.
Because
at least if he gets out, he can start showing up as like guest star appearances, even if he doesn't have his own book.
That's the thing with Robbie Reyes. If there's gonna be a story that's not in the God Quarry, it has to be a story that plays back then or non-canon.
And that's what the Robbie Reyes special was. They had one story that took place in present day, and it was all about his brother telling Iron Man and Captain Marvel, "You let my brother die. What is wrong with you? You're horrible people." And I was like, vindicated. Anyways, that's the tea on Ghost Rider for anyone that cares. This is my show, and I get to talk about it. Adding to that point, though, like nobody can stop me from talking about Ghost Rider, but I'm not going to take up any more time because I understand my audience. Everyone's talking about Spider-Man in the chat. That's where we're at. But I had to say my piece. I only get to do this, and at Wednesdays at the comic book shop when someone asks me how Ghost Rider's going.
It's like a war. It's like you get the campfire out. Well, let me tell you.
I literally like pulled a chair over and sat down last time someone.
Were you did you do the Captain America?
I was like, so you asked me about Ghost Rider. It is funny though, because when I go into the comic shop and anybody has like a Ghost Rider question, they just like, "Hey, you, Ghost Rider question." I'm like, "Yeah, all right, let's go." Like I'm just always tapped for Ghost Rider knowledge.
They always just points at you. It's like he's like, hey, do you know what's a Ghost Rider? Points at you. That dude, talk to him.
Yep. All right, Andrea says, do you think MCU can include Spider-Man and Daredevil Born Again Season 2? No, for 2 reasons. 1, legal. Marvel doesn't have TV live action rights for Spider-Man. And 2, Tom Holland's too busy to be doing like anything extra.
They could do a Toby thing. Just have his suit around and just get ADR person or Frankenstein.
I think it's more. They legally can't do that. He would have to be under a different the main identity. One. But the other thing is that I do think
the Return of Night Monkey.
But that debuted in a Sony movie, so I don't know if they actually own Night Monkey for live action rights. Bagman. Let's break the tone of Ghost Rider or Daredevil even more. Damn, let's on Ghost Rider so much. Anyways, but adding to that, I do think that there's going to be like some connection to the Daredevil Born Again storyline with the stuff happening in New York and Spider-Man Brand New Day, since Punisher is going to be in that movie. I think there's going to be a connection. I don't think they're going to be... If somehow they're completely separate, I would be shocked, appalled, and kind of horrified. I feel like it's going to... I think it's going to connect. LPH said no Uncharted 2 movie. If they were going to make it, they would have done it by now. I think Sony and Avi Arad were like, "We'll take the money, thank you. Go make Zelda now."
I like Kyle's comment. Fudge it, Agent Spider.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the level of like legal loopholes you'd have to go through to put him into Born Again, because he can show up in cartoons as long as they're shorter than 40 minutes. So, which is also why people are like, "Why don't they just make a movie for 90s Spider-Man?" They can't, because that would have to be a Sony production. Because animation over 40 minutes is Sony.
wasn't that the reason why they couldn't get the Miles short out
Yes.
without using it without the charity, right?
Yeah, it
Because
had to be
was
released as a
140
charity
minutes.
event in order to get around the legal contract. Because Disney, it's animation under 40 minutes, Disney animation over 40 minutes, Sony. That's the split. All live action rights are with Sony, no matter what format. And I think that's how all the breakdown is. Sony gets 25% of all merchandise. Disney has creative control over comics. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess.
Speaking of comics, how's them epic collections?
I'm loading up every single individual tweet because they weren't put into a thread like I thought they were. All right.
Yeah, I was like, where's the rest of it?
Where's the rest of the comic news? It's because, and also I thought I could just click to the profile on my desktop, but because Twitter's a broken piece of crap, I can't. So It just loads tweets from 2 years ago instead. All right. Let's check this out. So, over on the Near Mint Condition YouTube channel, which if you guys collect Marvel comics in particular, good channel to subscribe to. This is the latest intel from Marvel on the Epic collections, I think, for like February through April of 2026. These are all preliminary covers, and things can change, but these are the current info. And so they were posted over on Near Mint Condition. They did a big live stream talking about it. They did say that the May through July 2026 Epic announcements will be this Friday. So then we'll talk about them. See you later, Mr. Noogie. We'll talk about those next Monday. I figured it was good to split them up instead of trying to do all of them next week. So
it's your boy. It's your boy.
Punisher Epic Collection Volume 8. This is the first Punisher Epic Collection in 5 years.
He's your boy now, Soundout?
What?
No, it's your boy.
I just said, yeah, Kaos, it's your boy.
Oh, you know what? I didn't hear Cal's part.
Yeah. I was like, I like Punisher now,
go ahead.
but he's not my boy.
Yeah, it's Kaos, it's your boy. It's your man. The Frank.
My bad. Continue on.
Yeah. Anyways, this is issue 76 to 84 of his 1987 series, plus other stuff, with apparently a Spider-Man Punisher Sabretooth crossover.
Yep.
That sounds awesome.
That's a he's so ripped. His forearms are bigger than his head.
Yeah, back in those days, man. Remember? You remember? Not just Liefeld, but
everybody.
A lot of
really
artists
love their muscles.
It was just the 90s. Everyone's super roided up.
Yep.
Kyle said, "Thanks, Born Again." Everybody say, "Thank you, Daredevil, Born Again." Yeah, it's good to see Punisher Epic Collections back on the board because it's been like 5 years since the last new one. I think they did a reprint this year of one of them, and everyone was like, "Are they coming back?" And here they are, coming back. All right.
I can't wait for the Mario collection because they go like, which ones can we release that won't get us in trouble
because of all the Max stuff. Yeah. All right. Yep. X-Men Epic Collection Volume 2, Lonely Hunted, is getting reprinted in February. So if you like the, this is not the Jack Kirby Stan Lee stuff, but the Roy Thomas era, which was after that. This is X-Men 24 to 45 and Avengers 53. So
what's up with this cover? What's up with this cover?
I gotta tell you guys, like, if I had my way, X-Men wouldn't exist before Chris Claremont. Not to disrespect anything that was done prior to it, but I have tried to read that era so many times and I can't. It just doesn't. There was something special that like Lynn Wein and Chris Claremont and Dave Cochran all brought to the table that just made X-Men what it is. And anything prior to that, I can't choke it down. It's rough.
It's like the Magneto's pose like one of those like Bayformer like promotional images. Like, wow, you're JoJo posing in that.
Also, why is he gigantic?
Giant size X-Men.
Oh god. It is funny though because you can see Cyclops in the costume that's mostly associated with giant size X-Men.
I say like Cyclops, Spider-Man, like stole Spider-Man's web swing in there.
All right.
Also, Micah was up a beast. So glad no Gene was the only one with the awful costume because Micah, Beast, and Angel what are you wearing?
No, they're not a great era, honestly. All right. Next up, Young Avengers Modern Era Epic Collection Volume 3, The Children's Crusade, which is collecting Avengers Children's Crusade 1 to 9.
This is not the first, because we're getting Young Avengers Slayer this year.
This is the third one. They've been doing them in order, actually. The first one was the first Young Avengers series by Alan Heinberg. The second volume is the Young Avengers Spotlight series and like the other tie-ins to like events. And then this is the volume after that which is the Children's
Did those
Crusade,
came
which
out-
is like involves Wanda and stuff.
Did those came out this year? Because I love Young Adventures. I must have
think-
missed those when they were announced.
I want to say the first one came out last year, the second one's this year, and then the third one's next year.
Okay, I didn't get these because I love Young
I
Adventures.
haven't picked
Young
them up
Adventures
yet,
is such a
only
good game.
because the price per page count is not super amazing.
That has got a problem with some of these the modern collections.
Yeah, like
stuff.
this
It's
one's
the-
only 12 issues, and it's or 10 issues, and it's going to be like $45.
Well, actually,
but,
no, it would be 11 or half 11 or
Let's
half
see, because
11,
it's 9 plus 10, and then yeah, it's like 10 and a half because the material from the X-Men issue is just like part of an issue. It's not a full
Yeah.
issue. But I think the Young Avengers one shot for Children's Crusade is oversized, so let's just say 11.
Anyways, next one.
Next
Next
one.
time,
Uh,
this is Soundout. This is Soundout's boy. There he is.
this is my boy. Daredevil
This is
Modern Era
serious-
Epic Collection Volume 5, The Murdoch Papers. Which is a great gap filler because they jumped from 4 to 6. This is 5. It's 66 to 81. It's the rest of the Bendis era. And I haven't gotten 6 yet because it came out last week. But I'm just going to get 6 and then just wait until 5 comes out in February and then read 5 and 6 back to back because
Is that cover right? Was he using the yellow?
he was, yeah.
suit?
I guess it was at some
Oh.
point he went back to the. I don't know if it's a flashback story, but it probably is.
Maybe it was like Peter was like, I want to wear the black suit again for this one time.
Also, how does he know what color suit he's wearing, guys? Let's be real.
The smell.
Oh yeah. I know there was like one explanation. It's like he can see the color radiation. And I'm like, yeah, when it's bright yellow, you can tell. All right.
Yeah, that's the one that I remember. Like it's
Yeah.
the heat.
The
oh,
heat.
the color.
Maybe he has predator vision. He has predator vision.
Yep. All right, next up, Micronauts Epic Collection Volume 4, which, yes, seemingly only contains 9 issues, but they are double-sized issues. It's Micronauts 51 to 59. This completes the original Micronauts series, which means a fifth Epic Collection will probably be the entirety of New Voyages, which is like 20 issues.
Like the guy in the cover, like his crotch is so wide. Like, what is that stance?
I mean, have you ever
man.
held a Microman figure after the rubber bands are stretched?
Yeah, it's accurate.
Yep.
Hey, next one. Thanks. Next one is Thanks Movie.
Thanks, movie. So we got Fantastic Four Epic Collection 13, Back to Basics, the first John Byrne volume. And he's actually the writer and artist on it. So Fantastic Four 232 to 248 and the Fantastic Four Roast 1 and material from What If number 36. Now, excluding anything beyond it, we have Fantastic Four Epics 1 through 25, except for 13, 14, 15, and 16. So now we only need 14, 15, and 16 to have 1 through 25 of Fantastic Four. Obviously, there's still like 26, 27, 28, and then the modern era, because I've already mapped this out like in a spreadsheet at one point. But basically, like we don't have any modern era Fantastic Four epics. They're kind of sticking to finishing the classics, and I need them to reprint 4 of them I don't have. But we're almost done with classic era Fantastic Four, which is kind of insane.
I love this cover because it looks like just average age of bees. It's just flying up.
It's
like,
very good. I'm very excited for this. This and Daredevil are the 2 I'm picking up from this round, for sure. All right, next up, Ultimate Spider-Man Epic Collection Volume 2, Hunted, coming out in March with issues 14 through 27. I will say, when they made these just straight reskins of the Ultimate collections, I thought they were going to be coming out more frequently. If they're only doing 1 a year and they're only doing 12 issues at a time, it's going to take like 10 years for these epics to finish.
Yeah, because I keep forgetting how big the Ultimate Universe was.
Yeah, especially Spider-Man. Like, the Fantastic Four is going to finish sooner because they're not reskinning Ultimate Fantastic Four from complete collections that they didn't exist. They are new, and so they have like 18 issues apiece. So it's like those are going to be on a better pace. Whereas, like, you know, if they were going to do 12 issues a year, or 12 issues a book, that'd be fine if they did 2 a year. Like, Daredevil's been getting 2 moderns a year almost at times. So it's weird that they're just kind of going a little slow. Blade Runner, that's a good point. A lot of basic backgrounds on these covers. Next one.
Thanks,
Thunderbolts
movie.
Epic Collection. Yeah, thanks, movie. Thunderbolts Epic Collection Volume 4 Redemption. They've actually been doing these in order. So this is Thunderbolts 42 to 52 and Avengers 31 to 34 and Thunderbolts Life Sentence.
I need to get these because I love the Thunderbolts comics. One of the first comics I really got into, so I really picked these up because I remember really loving these back in the day.
I've read these issues. They're pretty good. I have.
What
It has Hawkeye in it.
Yes, I have the 2 trade paperbacks called Hawkeye and the Thunderbolts that collected all the Thunderbolts issues where Hawkeye was there. So, what were you gonna say, Cass?
I'm trying to. What year were these?
This is 90. This is the 1997 series.
Okay.
This is the late
This
90s.
Yeah, I
is
got-
not the one I read. Okay.
I got into the
I read
2000s
the
era of
2015 one.
Thunderbolts. I remember
Mhm.
getting to the 2000s era of the Thunderbolts with and such like that. I think Electro was part of that team. I remember right. It's been a
Yeah.
while.
Thunderbolts
such.
Red era.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. That was one of my favorite comics back in the day. Reading it.
Yep, this is good old classic Thunderbolts too, which is great. All right, next up, Thor Epic Collection Volume 13, The Surtur War.
It's my
Walt
a
Simonson.
boy. It's my goat boy. My
It's-
Ram Man.
It's your Ram Man. It's my Walt Simonson. Walt Simonson's never failed me. Every time I pick up a Walt Simonson comic, I always have a good time.
It's Walt Simonson and Barry Bill, a perfect match.
Perfect duo. All right, next up, Amazing
talking- what-
Spider-Man Modern Era Epic Collection Volume 3, Sins Past. Everyone was
Oh,
just
God,
talking about the
no!
Gwen Stacy Norman Osborn thing like 10 minutes ago in the chat. And I was like, yep, and I don't know, like, they do this on purpose sometimes, and then they put, like, Avengers 200 as the cover of its Epic Collection. Like, there's other stories they could have titled this besides Sins Past, but they decided to choose violence. This is 503 to 518 and the 509 Director's Cut.
I get that's the one or that's the in order, but like my God. I'm surprised Marvel's reprinting this, honestly.
They love. I cannot wait for the Chuck Austin X-Men Epic Collection. It's gonna happen. And it's gonna be hilarious.
Also, we talk about like man, we talk about like characters that Marvel does not care about. Man, I want more Barry Bill. Barry Bill's one of their coolest characters, and they don't use them.
Legit. All right. Next up, Black Widow Modern Era Epic Collection Volume 2, Widowmaker, which just covers a whole lot of stuff because she's just.
Is this a Greg Land cover? My God.
That is a Greg Land cover. Yes, very good.
I meant to say it's like my God.
I love that the chat was quiet. We bring up Spider-Man. It just
right. Right.
Yes.
So is there two things that stand out to you that is Greg Land?
Yep. Tits in the face. It looks obviously Trace.
The pose is also getting me a little bit.
Oh my God! Dude, what's up with the skull? The skull in the background.
Oh yeah, random skull. God, every Black Widow cover looked like this in the 2000s. AR says, do I collect the epics for Walt or keep finding the Walt collections to the Thor collection? I would say maybe get the epics because they're going to have a little bit better scans than the older ones, and the paper quality is going to be better. Now that they're starting to do them, like, yeah, I think that's the time to get the epic collections, I'd say. Get them on sale, though, with prices. Ugh.
Also, I just realized last night drips on this cover also.
Yes. All right, next up, Ultimate X-Men Volume 2, World Tour, 13 to 25. Same exact thing I said about Spider-Man. This is going to take forever if they keep doing these small volumes once a year.
I forgot how much I really don't like Ultimate.
I don't like Ultimate X-Men. Moving on. ROM Epic Collection Volume 4, which is ROM 48 to 60, ROM Annual 3, and Incredible Hulk 296 in its complete form, and the only time you'll find it in paperback. There's going to be one more volume of ROM, because there was 75 issues and 4 annuals, so the ROM Epic 5 will be the last one.
Blue Eye ROM is cursed.
Blue Eye ROM is cursed, but it's Bill Stasinowitz, and I think Starshine having kind of nipples is more cursed than the Blue Eyes.
That too. Also, guest star in Teen Mutants.
Guest star in Teen Mutants. What is a ROM? A ROM is the greatest space knight of all time. Mm-hmm. I love the. By the way, you guys want a recommendation off a comic I've read? For sure, is like ROM is amazing. I absolutely love it. I have the omnibuses of it. It's so good.
So good.
All right, and then wrapping it up, Avengers Epic Collection 14, Absolute Vision. More Roger Stern era, 238, 240, 54, and Annual 13. So,
I see She-Hulk, I see Hercules, I see Monica.
It's an era I should read, but like getting the epics is hard because a bunch of them are out of print, and it lasted a long time. So I haven't made the financial investment. Also, I'm still trying to read my like Fantastic Four epics because the gaps are getting filled. Blader said Blue Eyes Silver ROM is the best Yu-Gi-Oh card though. Yeah. I will say as well with the epics, I'm like, you know, I only get 2 books this time, right? It's just for me, it's just Daredevil and Fantastic Four. But I know in the next round, I'm probably going to get hit with a Ghost Rider, a Guardians, a She-Hulk, a Silver Surfer, probably another Fantastic Four at the rate they're going. Yeah, I just have a weird feeling the next round's going to be very expensive for me. Also, there was no X-Men outside of Ultimate, so scare.
Yeah, there's no, there was a classic one, the classic X-Men.
Oh, it was a reprint. It was a reprint though.
A reprint, right? Sorry.
Yeah, no, because the thing is, if they make any new X-Men classic era X-Men epics, any new ones will most likely be ones I want because I'm doing Claremont to Onslaught, and they haven't gotten anywhere near Onslaught on that end, and there's still gaps in Claremont. So, and they've done all the pre-Claremont. So it's most likely if they announce an X-Men Epic on Friday, it's gonna be 1-1.
Onslaught. I haven't read that in a while, but
I haven't ever read it. I've avoided it like the plague. I have avoided it like the plague because of everybody. I'm going to read it eventually. My plan is to read Onslaught because I'm reading Fantastic Four, and I'm going to read Fantastic Four in order. Now that they're getting these John Byrne epics out, I'm just like, good, we can just start ratcheting through this. And then when I get to the point in Fantastic Four where Onslaught happens, then I will read Onslaught. Otherwise, I'm going to avoid it. All right, entertainment news. So this is actually technically Blu-ray news, but it kind of goes to the next story, so we're doing it now. Kaijin, before we start the Claremont run on Marvel Unlimited, I'm so happy to hear that, because like, the Claremont run is flawed, but it is still, I think, the most solid run on X-Men. And I've read a lot of X-Men to come to that conclusion. I've been traumatized by a lot of X-Men. Cyberpunk Edgerunners. So there was a couple panels for CD Projekt Red and Studio Trigger and stuff at Anime Expo involving Cyberpunk Edgerunners. And so,
can I just say, if this image is the cover, I just want to ask who
this image is the cover.
Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Why'd you do this?
The head writer of the show, the showrunner, Stijsbor, I forgot his first name. That guy, like, he's like, I'm from Poland, and everyone in Poland is sad. I wanted to bring that experience to the rest of the world. I was just like, yeah, you did. Good job, sir.
Well, all right. You know what?
Anyway,
understandable. Have a nice day.
Yeah. So we had heard before that Aniplex of America is going to release the Blu-ray for this in North America. We now have a confirmation is releasing October 28th, and pre-orders will open August 26th. The limited edition will include a new jacket illustration, which is this one here, a booklet, a book of storyboards for episode 10, a 2-year anniversary visual poster, which is this one here, and a cell-style sheet. So we're just getting like a whole big fancy edition. Expect to pay $300.
This is the Monkey Paw. It's like it's out of Netflix jail. Monkey Paw Girl. It's released by Aniplex America.
Get cool bonuses at least. You know, they could have just given us
that meme I made last week before we were able to cover this. Remember, Fate fans with Aniplex first time.
Yep.
You guys.
Yeah.
Legit. So, for those wondering, this does take place about a year before Cyberpunk 2077. The main characters of this series are not in Cyberpunk 2077. But they have, people that live in Night City show up in both. And there's items in the show that if you want them in the game, you just gotta go find them where they were left in the show, and they're just like sitting there, which is really, really cool.
And if you watch the show, you get sad.
Yeah, but it's great. Cyberpunk 2076, if you will. Yeah. So, Kyle says you can cross-reference the set they did in Japan. Should be the same materials. Yeah, that's kind of the downside of Aniplex is they price things like their Japanese Blu-rays. Upside, they give us basically what the Japanese Blu-rays get. So, I don't like it. I've never bought an Aniplex of America release until now.
Me neither. As much as I'm, into Fate now, I still haven't bought any of those. Nah.
Yeah, this is the main reason I'm going to do this one.
Movies.
Oh, the Gurren Lagann movies. Oh, God, I don't want to get back into that.
Oh, those. Woof.
The only reason I'm doing this is because it's one-off. Except Cyberpunk Edgerunners 2 is coming.
Yep.
But it's okay. This show is like 2 to 3 years off from airing, and that means like 5 or 6 years off from Blu-ray. So it's not like I'm dropping multiple volumes back to back like it's Demon Slayer or something. Anyways, we got the announcement for Cyberpunk Edgerunners 2 with a teaser trailer. It's now in production for Netflix. Studio Trigger, once again. And it is they said it's a standalone sequel. It's not a direct sequel. They confirmed all the things we knew from watching the show.
The way the trailer is like structured, I feel like it might be at least. It might be, or at least it'll follow up the events of the first season, I imagine, and such.
Yeah, they didn't really give much indication, but there is a child with a camera, and there's not many children in Cyberpunk, mostly because when they tried to render them, they turned out as tiny adults. They just got shrunk.
What? They look like Megan.
They look like Megan. Yeah, the children in the Cyberpunk game. If you zoom in on them, they look like Megan.
I mean,
Yeah.
because I think it's smart. It's a new. Are we talking about the Guilty Gear Lucy stuff or no? Because I
I
guess
was
we
going to talk
could
about
sort of
that in a
mention it.
moment, but
Okay. Okay. Because I think it's because no spoilers, but there's a reason why it's not the main cast, the first
yes.
season cast. I'll say.
There's a lot of
Is,
reasons, and they confirmed it at the panel. But it's going to be new characters. It's going to be set in Night City. They said, I think they had, like, what is it? They had a tagline here.
do you think? Do you think?
So here's the tagline.
you-
It says it presents a new standalone 10-episode story from the world of Cyberpunk 2077, raw chronicle of redemption and revenge. When the world is blinded by spectacle, what extremes do you have to go to make your story matter?
The
And
question says you beat the game, so do you
yes,
think this is gonna be? Do you think this is gonna be like Edge, the first season? You think it's still gonna be take place before the game,
I think
or what?
I think Edgerunners ends too close to the game's timeline. I think this is probably after, and also because I don't see this coming out prior to like 2027 at the earliest. It probably will be more into whatever time frame that Project Orion's going to be in, which is the next Cyberpunk game.
Hmm. Because yeah,
So yeah.
so that's what so it'll take place after the main game plus its DLC, and then
Well, the
but
DLC takes
before.
place during the main game.
Okay, but so
Yeah.
it'll take place after the game, but before the sequel game
Yes.
is what you're pretty much.
Which we don't know much about the sequel game in terms of timeline placement. We just know there's a new city that Mike Pondsmith helped create, who is the creator of Cyberpunk. And he kind of spilled the beans on that. He was doing an interview. He's like, "Oh yeah, I've been consulting on the new game. They have a new city they built," and I was just like, "What?" Yeah, the Cyberpunk, Cyberpunk as a property, because for those that don't know, it started as a tabletop role playing game, and the video game and the anime and everything else is expanding from that. It's always only take place in Night City. They've referenced other parts, other cities, other things in the world, but they've never gone to them. But apparently in the next Cyberpunk game, we're going to another city. I don't think permanently. I think it's going to be like you stay in Night City and then you'll be going to this other
It's
place.
like Sonic Experiment 2, where they unlock queens for you and such like that.
Kind of like that, basically.
We do have the director, because the director I think for this is going to be the same director who did episode 6 of the first season, which you
The
see
most traumatizing one.
Yeah, which oh dear,
Yeah.
oh boy.
Mutegi says, "Will it work on day one?" Yes, because I think they learned their lesson and they realized that they through the grace of Studio Trigger putting out a bomb ass anime, that game was saved. When Cyberpunk 2077 had such a disastrous launch, I don't think they're going to repeat that mistake again. They're going to give the devs time to cook. They're going to let it, be ready this time.
They don't have to work. They don't have to work out the hardware like the PS4 and Xbox.
That is a big
So
benefit
fun.
too. I think they're going to let the devs cook. The anime saved its ass because they had canceled the DLC plans prior to the anime coming out because of how bad it had gone. But yeah, it is very, very interesting. Kyle says Kai Ikarashi will be directing with a mix of returning staff from Edgerunners and fresh and new staff. Sounds great. Small Dream, always a good point. Yeah, every CDPR game is a little jank at launch. Cyberpunk was just a little jankier than some of the others, but do you guys tell I fought in the trenches of online Discord about Cyberpunk being a good game?
It's me on Pokemon Scarlet Violet back before the Switch 2. It's like, it's a good game. It might be a bit broken, but it's a good game. Damn it!
I saw people that were hyping up Scarlet and Violet as it's still a good game. It just has performance issues. I saw people saying that on a video game forum I was once a part of, and they were the same people yelling at me that no, Cyberpunk isn't a good game even if it didn't have performance issues. I'm like, so you can recognize when a game is good when you actually care about it. But anyways, that's internet. That's why I don't do internet fandom dramas anymore and forums and stuff. The only real question I have about this new anime is the theme song going to be a Franz Ferdinand song again, and is this time Peter Capaldi joining them on stage? I was really jealous of Glastonbury. I've never heard of Glastonbury at all. But they had Peter Capaldi singing with Franz Ferdinand on stage just randomly. Shuti Gatwa was there. Matt Smith and Billy Piper were in the audience. I'm like, what was going on? What was going on at this event? Why was it just like a Doctor Who
Secret
event?
Doctor Who Secret Doctor Who reunion.
It was so weird. Anyways, Kyle says I want to play Cyberpunk when I get a Switch 2. I have heard it runs insanely well on Switch 2.
It helps all of us on the cartridge.
Yes,
Just
that's why I already have the cartridge. So whenever I buy a Switch 2, which is the day before Metroid Prime 4 comes out or whatever, but I have my Cyberpunk ready because I'm just kind of amazed.
Speaking of video games and Cyberpunk, that's not the Cyberpunk game.
So Lucy's coming to Guilty Gear Strive, and I didn't have like an article breakdown of this, so I just want to talk about this.
It was all at Arc Scissors panel, so
Yes.
a lot of this is
it's all secondhand accounts. So the thing is that Lucy from Cyberpunk Edgerunners is joining Guilty Gear, and we have talked about this question. Hellfire runs really great on PS5. Like it runs really great on PS5. I put like an extra 100 hours into the game on PS5 after I beat it on PS4 because I was insane. So anyways, Lucy is going to be in Guilty Gear Strive as the next DLC character. I think she's the next one, right?
Yes, she's the last of this season.
So they confirmed a bunch of details that basically they picked her over any other character because of the events of the series. And
Well, yeah, because originally they're gonna choose like Geralt from The Witcher, which I'm kind of glad because I don't think as the
didn't they also
fantasy
say,
Nightman,
like, he was already in Soul Calibur, so we felt it was redundant.
yeah, and also like fantasy Nightman would not fit Guilty Gear's world because even though Guilty Gear is all about magic, it's very much more techno magic than magic. So like Lucy just fits better in terms of like character and story and style.
And then they ultimately chose Lucy because of the events of the show, because her story mode in the game is going to be continuing from where the show left off.
It's longer than any other arcade story in the game. Like the arcade, I love the arcade stories in Strive, but they are short because they work on art. You only get like I think like 6 or 12 stages of such. But like they say it's extra long, so like that tells me it's gonna be a lot more cutscenes or where like it's gonna be much more longer. I think it's definitely gonna be more story focused.
Who's buying his first Guilty Gear Strive DLC since the season pass that came with the game? Me
and such, and like I'm really excited. I'm really excited because I mean I love Guilty Gear lore and story, but also like I love Lucy as a character.
Also, they confirmed she's going to have multiple songs, including a new song and existing songs from Edgerunners.
Yeah, and the game, and the original game, and 2077 also. It was both
Edgerunners. Yeah, well, I guess because all but like 2 of the songs in Edgerunners were from 2077, so that kind of like, it doesn't necessarily mean there's like 2077 specific songs. It's just
they include what's that? Like, I want to be at your home.
I want to stay at your house. Like the David and Lucy song is from 2077 first.
Yeah, boy, if that's one of the songs, you want to play Guilty Gear match where you're crying half the time.
I'm sure they're gonna put Friday Night Firefight in there because that song is a banger. I'm sure they're gonna put in like.
Already the Cyberpunk songs copyright question? I hope because I was like,
they are, yeah. They have a copyright. They have a copyright filter on the game. You have like a streamer mode on 2077.
Yeah, hope
have to do the same.
Yeah, hopefully Arxis put that in.
I think they will because they did that for Dragon Ball FighterZ when they added anime music.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a few of the songs. There's a Health. I think it's called Health. It's the one that played during episode 6. I think they're gonna put all those songs in, and it'll be pretty cool. I'm very excited for that DLC though, because I haven't touched Guilty Gear Strive in a bit. Because it's not like I hate the game. I'm too
you and me
brained.
Both
too old brain.
Yeah, yeah.
What was the song called? Major Crimes, or was that the band name? Do I have my? Let me go check my Apple Music. Me and Kaus are both like so old Guilty Gear brained. It just we struggle with.
You say old, you're X-Star brain. You're not old.
Well, Soundout. I've been around since
X.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might get addicted, but like
my brain rewired with XR, and I couldn't get unwired from XR because I played more XR than the other games.
Yeah, I love Guilty Gear not just for the gameplay, but for the characters and lore and story. I adore, like, it's one of my favorite fighting games just because of the characters and lore and story and such. So like, and I just think
called Health by Major Crimes. So I was right.
Anyway, and I just think, and I think Lucy was a good pick, not just because of her story, but I think she does fit very well in Guilty Gear's cast of characters and such. And a lot of her story and themes really relate to a lot of characters in Guilty Gear story and such. So like, I think she was a great pick and such.
Yeah, I'm very looking forward to her DLC. Like, I probably won't buy the whole pass, but I'll probably like.
No, you don't need to. You don't need to. You just need to buy her because they sell.
Like, I'll get her. I'll play the arcade mode, see the new story stuff, DLC. And then that'll be like my time with it. Because I appreciate what Guilty Gear Strive has done, even if I don't. I've tried. I give it a good go. I don't enjoy playing it as much, but I appreciate it, and I love its soundtrack, because every time a new character comes out, I'm like, new song! It's always the hype for me. So
That's me with Tekken. I don't buy every character now. I just wait to see if there's one I like.
yeah, because I mean, also the Tekken DLC passes have been crap.
Oh, you don't like frack? Oh, you don't like frack him?
I don't like Fakumran. I don't like that he's DLC a second time.
Same with Lydia being DLC again.
Yeah. Kyle says they also let it slip that they picked Lucy because of the quick hacks. That's awesome.
I see some hilarious art of her just blowing up Elfelt with her quick hacks.
Just do a synapse burnout on the Elfelt, do a memory reset on. It's just like,
just kaboom! It's like if that's her ultimate. I was like, that's gonna be her ultimate? Like,
I said synapse burnout. That's not the quick hack. There's a quick hack in the game I can't say on stream. But
I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I see people talking about that one.
It's the unalive word we're not allowed to say on stream.
Is that gonna be your ultimate?
If that's her ultimate, I would just cry. I'd be so happy. Muteki says it's still installed on your PS5. I have it. I have Guilty Gear downloaded on my external, and it's only like 20 gig, so it's like an easy copy.
Same.
That it's not King of Fighters, but that game's stupid big for some reason.
For some reason, that game's almost 100 gigs. Yeah.
Yeah. Hellfire says, do you ever discuss load bearing Goku and Strive? Yeah, the fact that in Guilty Gear Strive's code, there's a Goku PNG.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
And if you delete it, the game breaks.
The breaks, yeah, the low bearing Goku PNG. I love that so much.
It's like the like tiny little like Luffy holding together my brain. It's just like you delete that, it's all over. It's complete crash.
Yes.
Load bearing Goku. All right, let's get to Kamen Rider Zeztz. Too many Z's. I will say, just
hey, it's not another G.
It's not another G-Quux, but my God, can we get some titles that actually like, I don't know, because I don't like Gojuger either. That just I don't know why. Gojuger, Zeztz, even Gav, like G-Quux, they all sound gross coming out of my mouth. I don't like them. Also, I am tired of the letter Z in Toku, and I don't know why.
Look,
I'm also tired of the letter G too.
Look, we peak with Zeztz, with Ultraman Zeztz, and it's all like what you just when you just have a Kirikushi scream Zeztz, we're done. You don't need any more.
Yep. I think that's also my problem too. Is that like it's just like when you say like, oh, my favorite Toku character is X. Do you mean Ultraman X, Ultra 7 X, Kamen Rider X, X1
Exactly.
Mask?
That's what his name is. Kamen Rider Zeztz, not his name is Ultraman Zeztz, not Ultraman Z.
Yeah. Anyways, Kamen Rider Zeztz is not only our new Kamen Rider, where he's got like a chest strap belt. He's got a fanny pack look to him, which is kind of cool. He's very Ichigo inspired.
No, because we're gonna get into the big thing with this thing, but like I'm getting like Ultraman Arc vibe because I mean like we said like Omega's like New Gen 7, but like I always said like Arc, especially with being kind of released near Ultraman Rising, was kind of a pseudo New Gen man.
Yeah.
Man-son. This feels like it's what what we're gonna talk about. You kind of really feels like a full-on new gen Ichigo, because we have like 01 or Kuga and such that are sort of new gen Ichigos, but this one, like, it's the same color palette and such, with him and such.
And I like it. I think overall I like it. Yeah.
No, honestly, this is my. I know his suit, the suit and such has been very divisive on people, but like, honestly, this is my favorite Kamen Rider suit in a long time because he just kind of looks like a superhero. He doesn't look like an armored like Toku.
He doesn't look like a metal hero. He looks like a comic.
Yeah,
hero.
More classic writer. I don't know.
Yeah, like, not even just like classic. He just I don't know. Like I get like the Masseyverse vibe. Like this guy looks like a superhero that like defends.
That's why I'm having to step away from comics. I'm designing Kamen Riders now. No, but like it has that vibe. Yeah, and I dig that a whole lot.
Like especially like the texture of the suit, like it looks like it reminds me of like why I love the first Amazing Spider-Man suit. It looks like it looks almost like homemade, almost. It's probably not because Kamen Rider, but like I get that vibe.
I like the green too. I do like the shade of green. Kaiju 94 says Ultraman names lately, normal words. Kamen Rider names lately, toddler noises. Zetsu, Gav, Gachar, Deets.
Gabu, gabu, gabu.
Gabu, gabu. Anyways, the big news about this is not even the design, the character, the look of it. It's the fact that it's broadcasting and streaming and scheduled to air in USA, Canada, Hong Kong, South Korea, Thailand, Taiwan, Vietnam, and the Middle Eastern and something Africa region. Asia region. I forget what that acronym is for. Ooh, I love how my browser froze when I closed the image so that you guys didn't see any
Which
of that.
acronym? Like I told you.
It's MENA. Like, what is that?
Yeah, Middle East and North Africa.
Middle East and North Africa. There we go. All right, so there we go. No EU and no Latin America. So it's just like the Figuarts thing. Sucks for you guys. I'm sorry. Especially like Latin America and Europe. Like you guys deserve it. But the thing is, it's exciting. They finally are broadcasting Kamen Rider outside of Asia.
Finally.
The
Like,
other thing is, we have absolutely no idea when, how, why, what platform, what type of subtitling. Is there going to be a dub? We have zero other details.
Because there is an English trailer, but like the trailer has English.
It's not
in
an
it,
English trailer. It's the Japanese trailer that happens to have its dialogue 90%.
Yeah, that's what.
English.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's not like like say Ultraman Omega for example. No, this is clearly English because it sounds cool.
Yeah, it's English because it sounds cool. Because the last line of the trailer is in Japanese.
It's in Japanese.
And it's subtitled, and they put it on the Tokusatsu World YouTube channel. We have no idea, and people have been speculating back and forth. My thing is, I think it should be on the Tokusatsu YouTube. I don't think it should be anywhere else.
Because that's the whole point. That's the whole point of that channel. Is to upload.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
it is the point of this. Exactly.
And so, a lot of people are, Peacemaker, can't wait for them to fumble it somehow. Yeah, it's the thing with Toei is that we're finally getting to this point. We're not out of the woods yet because
Garo Harriers, you.
Like there's a multitude of issues that could come up here, right? AI subs. They only broadcast 2 episodes. They only broadcast 1 episode. It's locked behind some streaming platform you never heard of, like Toku HD was at that one time. It could be on Amazon Prime Video, but then what if it has AI dubs? What if it has, some weird release schedule where we get it like 13 weeks after Japan, like the frickin' Daima dub? There's 100 different things that could go wrong, but let's focus on the positive. They're trying.
Because at least compared to Super Riot, Super Riot, it was like baby, like it's like there was, there. I think that's what's weird because it's broadcasting just many regions where with Super Riot they were building up to their internationals. Because when Zeztz first came out, was it just only English? I remember right.
It was just only English subs at first, and then they would re-upload them 2 weeks later with 10 languages.
10 languages, and then they keep building up with the international subtitles to the point where we got English dubs and I think they're getting other dubs also. I remember right, also and such like that. Like they were building.
Like Arc had 13 languages dubbed last year, simul dubbed.
Yeah,
why they were weird building. There's no dub for Omega yet.
That's why they were building up. They it wasn't straight off the bat. They were building to the point where we are now. Where here since it's all U.S., Canada, Hong Kong, like all that, like. Oh, like that's like kind of
reminds me of Garo, inheritor of the Steel.
Yeah, because wasn't the inheritance here also like that many countries?
It also was the UK and Latin America, though. That's the one thing that's different.
I guess TFC like those Britain more, I guess.
Yeah.
So like that is a concern because when you're announcing that many countries, Toei has the resources to do it.
But did bring up Super I did start small with things like the Crunchyroll deals. Yeah.
Yeah, that also.
And we've not got. What is it? The only streaming writer shows are the Shout Factory ones, right?
Yeah.
And they're on
Toei has the resource. It's Toei.
Toei has the resources. They just don't want to use them.
Yeah, because could they do a dub? Sure, they can. They have commissioned dubs, before with Digimon and Dragon Quest Dai and all that stuff. But
But they won't even let One Piece be simul dubbed.
Yeah, but it's also, but that's also the catch. All that is their very successful anime branch.
Yep.
This is their first time doing this with their Tokusatsu. So there's a lot of question marks. on
For
it.
me, I'm
and
just
such
gonna
like that.
sit here and wait to see what happens. Because
Let's see,
no
Kyle.
idea.
With longer production time with writer shows are getting with Gab and now Zeztz. Hopefully, that's enough time for actually subs that we're gonna get. And that's the thing, and that's what we hope because well, that's what we hope. But again, this is the first time they're doing it,
Yep.
so like and mind you, like with it being aired full worldwide streaming, well, not full worldwide, but with more,
more of a global
more
platform.
more global platform. And again, his design is clearly new gen Ichigo because
This is an intentional move, essentially.
yeah,
Yeah.
because when you think Kamen Rider, you think Japanese Bugman, or at least with Shin. They saw Shin even if it
Hey,
wasn't
that did get a theatrical release over here, so that was a testing.
yeah, not even like Shin Shin Kamen Rider blew up. It did a lot of people got into Kamen Rider thanks to Shin Kamen Rider and such. So I won't be surprised. Yeah, like the whole Ichigo look is clearly intentional. Like because it's not even an anniversary. It's not even like it's the 50th.
I think someone said it's the 40th show overall, but they're not like hyping it up as that.
Yeah, like it's clearly it's like Arc, where again Arc is clearly new gen man, but wasn't like an anniversary thing. Though at least that one has the whole tie-in with Rising. Here, it just again, it's clearly intentional that they made it look like a classic looking Kamen Rider. I would say because I actually do like the belt on the strap, but he does look naked on his crotch area without it.
Yeah.
I
think
also, but no, he's been going to the gym. He has some damn six packs.
He's like kind of built. I think overall, the rumor that this thing was going to be shot like King Oger, I think is true based on the teaser.
I was because because I know there was a second fear of the show using AI, but I think it's one of those like
I'm leaving that up to the experts. I'm not weighing in on this one. I've waded into this before and I've gotten my face bitten off for being wrong. So I'm not gonna comment on it.
I also like those panoramic backgrounds and they look funky as fuck. Also, before like the Blu-rays like iron them out pretty much. So
watching the Blu-ray scrubs of King Oger has been amazing. I love that show so much now because like my issue always was like I like the writing and the characters, but God, it looks like ass. But watching it on with the Blu-ray scrubs, I'm just like, it looks good now. It still looks like ass at times, but it looks good more times than it looks like ass.
That's the thing, because even though there's definitely more lead time versus lead time now, it's still a Tokusatsu production.
Yep.
They still are on a crunch even with the more faster lead time.
Also, I will say, Blade Raider mentioned the Boom Boonger trailer that had all the CG backgrounds. We'll see how it is. We got to see how it is in the actual show. I will say there was that one person that's like, we haven't seen a single leaked set photo of this suit, so maybe it is filmed entirely indoors.
I was saying the only leaks we got from our understanding is just like rumors, and that's it. No toy, no nothing leaks.
Well, what is there's no like set photos like we had for Gavin stuff. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. There's Kaiju 54 brings a good point. They could have just grabbed stock images, and that's why that's why I'm not weighing into it. That's why I'm not talking about it. I'm just like, let's just wait and see.
I would say this being semi-cast and the suit. This has been the most interesting in writer for since Black Sun and Fudu PI and such. And those are spin-offs and such. So I think I am definitely more invested here than I have been in writer for a while and such. I think and such. I am looking forward to see more of it. Also, he has them Tron lights in one shot in the trailer and such.
Last thing I will say as well, because we're going to move on.
Oh yeah,
we got more news.
His bike. His bike is clearly a Cyclone, new gen Cyclone.
Totally.
So more just new gen Ichigo stuff there.
Yeah. So one of the things I have noticed in the discussions, and this I'll weigh in on. Generative AI is such a huge discussion point right now for very good reason, because it is being accelerated and used way too quickly. In my opinion, and there's no regulation on it, and it's a lot of bad stuff. But
essentially with all the strikes and and essentially all these big companies firing somebody.
Yeah, they're like, we need to fire people so we have money for AI infrastructure. It's like,
you're just going to
be spending more money. You're dumb.
I hate you, Microsoft. I hate you, Microsoft.
But so, anyways, the point I was going to make though was that when we're analyzing, is this AI? Is this not AI? We must always remember humans can still do bad art. You know, and it's just
I
like
like-
just because it
or-
looks
or I-
bad
or-
doesn't mean it's
or-
AI. You know, we need
or-
to
or-
we need
or-
to develop a
or-
system to really look
or
at
the
things.
the other sad case scenario where the art the that someone accused people of saying their art is AI, you know, is drawn. It just sadly the AI art looks so similar to the artist's art.
There's
have it too
somebody
many
who
times.
got blamed for using AI, and it's not that they were using AI. It's that their art is what the AI was trained off.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's the problem.
That
right
was
now.
that happened with there was a Disney poster recently that was drawn kind of crap, and people were like, "It's AI," and then the artist was like, "Here's my sketches." Like, I'm a bad
Or-
artist. Sorry. Like,
There's legitimate
layers
fears
to
of AI. There is legitimate fears of AI, but I feel like I think the problem nowadays is people are using AI as an excuse of why thing could be bad.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, this movie's so bad. It must have been written by AI. I'm like,
I think people are getting like people getting really paranoid
mob-
about it, and they're
very
really
mob
just
mentality.
like, and
Very
it's getting
mob
mentality. And it's very reactionary, and I think that's very dangerous because I think that if we're going to be going into, is this using generative AI or not? Using generative AI or not, like there needs to be like people who are experts in the field that understand what there is, kind of leading the conversation, not just someone going, "I don't like this art, therefore it's AI." Like that's just going to make us all into a bunch of paranoid lunatics.
Yeah.
So
I think I do. The last thing I'll say is I do love that they could poster.
I love the naked gun posters. Like, we didn't use AI for this. It's just like you can tell that they photoshopped all these fingers.
They had six fingers, his ears screwed up. I love that poster.
Naked Gun's doing great. Kyle says, wasn't Loki season 2 poster also that problem? So that was a funny thing. People were like, oh no, they used an AI background on this Loki poster because this clock has 13 numbers on it. And then someone was like, actually, this is like a Getty Images stock background from 2010 that just had an error where someone put 13 numbers on the clock. So
that was a case of especially after Secret Invasion. Yeah, I think that's our paranoia.
Again, Secret Invasion, they were like, we made this intro out of AI, and it's like, okay, well now we know. Like before we would have just called it crap, but now we no, now it's garbage. But the thing is, and that's why Blade Raider. I thought this is a really good point. Great way to bring this all around. Blade Raider says, waiting and seeing. If it's AI, someone at Toei is wrongfully proud of it and will tell us eventually. Pretty good. That's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. A lot of times we have seen this too. Is that like a company uses AI and they announce it to the world, and it's like, well, okay, thank you for telling us, and then we can work accordingly. World's crazy. Don't go crazy with it. All right, you guys ready to talk about Transformers?
Hey, last time. So now we're getting to the part that we could cover because God hated Soundout.
I don't think he hated me. I think he just wanted to give me a challenge.
Yeah, so we covered everything up to the Heart of Steel 2-pack from the
pretty much we covered everything we had already seen before.
Hey, it's new stuff, which was the big surprise.
So, at the end of the Transformers stream, they said, we want to show you stuff we've never seen before. That's a very good point, Blade Raider. The Black Widow cover earlier is the exact kind of art people would call AI if they didn't know who drew it and how they did it. That's why we don't. Yep. That's why don't fall into paranoia. All right. Anyways, definitely not AI. It's a physical toy. Arachnid from Transformers 1 is coming out in Studio Series. Nice surprise. And she's a deluxe class figure somehow.
Wait, she's deluxe? I thought she was going to be a Voyager.
No, she is a deluxe class. Because when they got the concept designs for the movie, she was about deluxe size, so they went with deluxe. And then they said we probably could have made her a Voyager, and it would have made our lives easier. But we already were this far in, so here we go.
Honestly, that's impressive. They could do her whole spider leg thing at deluxe.
The most impressive part is that her tail rotor still functions despite all the transformation stuff.
Like really? Wow.
Yeah, like Evan was like spinning it around on the gray model. And it's like, what kind of magic is this toy working with? But this is like amazing. So all of her spider legs come out. They did say they had to give her heel spurs because the original design didn't have that. Otherwise, she couldn't stand.
Fair.
Which makes total sense. And then the helicopter mode. And what I love about this is not just seeing this toy that I can't wait for. It's like the first ever good Arachnid toy.
Right, first ever good Arachnid toy.
Yeah, but the fact that they're like, okay, this whole stream, all the reveals we knew about because Takara Tomy showed them, or they showed up in Canada, or whatever, right? This is kind of like, this is what I want out of these streams. Is not just show us the things that we're going to find in Walmart tomorrow. It's the, let's show you something you haven't seen before that is so early in development it can't have leaked already, and now we get something, you get something new and surprising, right? A leaker couldn't have gotten their hands on this before because this is the gray model. She's coming out next year. It's like an early look.
They used to do it. They used to do it a couple of times, but to stop it because of all the product being released and all this magic. But like, now I'm glad they're back to doing it.
I want to see it every stream. I want to see a gray prototype. I really do.
And not just specifically for Transfer, but I remember like Marvel streams did that and all that stuff. So it's nice to see and such like that.
Like, show us something we haven't seen. They know the online reaction. They know what we're talking about. They know what's leaked. Make the presentations have something we haven't seen before, you know?
Yeah, because I didn't watch the stream because it's gonna be stuff we already see. I went on Blue Sky and seeing it's like, oh, TF erected, everybody erected. I'm like, wait, what?
I went back and watched the video, and in the beginning of the video, they're like, we know you've seen Megatron. Here's Megatron. Like, they just got to the point. It was so nice. This stream is like what I want to see out of Hasbro streams all the time. They also showed us Alpha Trion. Not as exciting because we did have that deluxe one, but this one looks really nice. This is a Voyager.
My only hope, please have a good paint job, because you clearly tell on his beast when he has the moths on him. He needs to have that good paint job to really emphasize that. Yeah, his.
And I hope with him being a Voyager that he gets the paint budget, because paint budgets, woof. Yeah, the red is just the test shot. It's not supposed to be red, but yeah, this is looking great. So those are the two things we didn't get to talk about, the actual new stuff last week. You want to talk about a new Transformer thing from this week? It's the Macross 7 Synergix Basara Convoy. Someone help me, please. I don't know Macross.
Chaos, don't you know Macross? You're no Macross. Don't you know Macross?
Macross 7.
Yes, I was talking about this before. On another stream, but yeah, that's
because I do
so cool. Yeah,
because I'm slowly because I'm planning to do like a big Macross watch and my Mecha watch eventually. So I do know that this is based off Macross 7's main mech, right?
Yes,
because that's the red one.
Mech, but turned into with Transformer parts. It actually does have the faceplate and singing to show. Macross 7.
Oh my! Is the faceplates?
Yeah.
They add personality. What's going on?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because if you watch the show, it has that because he sings.
Yeah.
And all he does is sing, so you may or may not like Macross 7.
Thank you, Jeremy Carr, for being the only one paying attention to my title cards for the last 10 minutes. Still said entertainment. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, no, the faceplates look great.
You might not. It looks like a cool, because unlike some of the other Transformers crossovers, this one actually looks like they put thought into it.
This is the first Takara one I feel like has a ton of effort into it. That's not just
and wait, if I remember right, it isn't just 7. It's also Plus, because even though it looks like his one from 7, it's also based off the 19 or 21 from Plus too.
Because we got like the jet mode, right? And then for some reason he comes with Rodimus Prime's trailer.
Yeah, he saw Rodimus.
But Rodimus' trailer turns into a stage, which is immediately cooler than just battle platform.
I kind of wish his mech worked like this in 7. I probably would have liked it.
Yeah, and then it's got the Gerwalk mode, but then the jet combines as like the truck cab for the trailer, which is just freaking awesome.
This one, even though it's so totally Optimus Prime, his design and color scheme, his head, it's definitely more farther away from your traditional Optimus Prime.
It's not like the Godzilla one where they slapped Optimus's head, or they repainted an Optimus Prime in Mechagodzilla colors. Like this is actually
or the Monster Hunter one, or the Zoids one. This is
exactly.
Honestly, it looks less like Optimus Prime and just another Transformer, or hell, just another super robot mecha dude that can have a faceplate on him and such like that. Because there's been other
I love the Matrix being the center of the
guitar. Yeah, I love that. It's so cool.
Yeah, I dig a lot about this.
I do. We wish we have a front on pose of his robot mode, because he does look a bit cluttery, but it could be just how they pose him. I just realized his chest could open to have speakers on inside his chest.
This thing's cool. I forget what the price is on this. Let's go pull up Big Bad Toy Store.
It was
$200. $200. I mean, I feel like that's more worth it than the damn Zoids one. Here's a robot shot. Yeah, I think it looks great. I think it looks really good.
It actually does. It looks better than, like I said, even though I don't even like 7, I still like what they did here because at least it's not lazy. At least.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of really cool effort and style, and it reminds me of things like the Sonic Transformers, right? Where it's like, oh, these actually feel like we merged the two ideas together, not just
exactly.
Yeah.
It's the Optimus Prime
The
wearing a hat.
Godzilla one is still
The head. I'm just happy
can't
to
get
see
over
the
that
face.
Godzilla one.
I still happy. I just I'm especially happy with the
Shit.
faces. They, like a transformer personality. What's going on here?
Right? You guys ready for the next
He's just
story?
stone face. Yep.
All right. DC and Sonic the Hedgehog, not just a comic, but also toys. So these went up for pre-order on Target last week. I ordered them all because addiction. So we have a multi-pack that contains Silver as Green Lantern, Shadow as Batman, and Sonic as Flash with an exclusive 7-inch tall Darkseid.
So this pack has so there's 2 exclusives. The Shadow's exclusive because this one has the light up Bat
chest.
logo.
Yep.
Yeah, and they because I imagine Wave 2 will have the regular Shadow because these are based off the 5-inch scale like the movie 3 toys because they have butterfly joints, waist joints, something hands, and such like that.
And yeah,
the Darkseid figure actually looks pretty cool. I actually
really
kind of
does.
like that. Like he actually just looks like a good Darkseid figure.
And he looks like he's got the joint system they put on like the Altered Beast werewolf and stuff, which is great.
Yeah.
Obviously much bigger. And then also single packs in the wave are going to be Flash, Sonic, Green Lantern, Silver, and then Wonder Woman, Amy. I ordered the multi pack and ordered the Amy. I was like,
yeah, same. The only thing I wish the Amy had is like the Flash and Silver, the Sonic and Silver fight, but like Amy's clearly missing her Pico hammer and the cape she has in the comic, which is kind of funny because they don't do.
Mujagi says, "Where's Tails?" I think Wave 2 is going to be Tails.
Wave 2 would be Cyborg Tails, Super Knuckles, and regular Batman Shadow.
Totally.
And such.
AR, the Darkseid's supposed to be. They've listed him at 7 inches tall, so he might actually fit with like a DC Classics, like Marvel Legends size.
Yeah, because like he won't be the same size as your DC Multiverse regular figures, but not a mega size figure, such like that.
So yeah, I think Wave 2 will be Knuckles, Tails, and Shadow.
Because they did say they are gonna make other DC characters like Batman and such. Those are like they said they were gonna be vehicles, which I imagine is gonna be like the 2-inch figures. Yeah. I imagine. Like they did.
There was a little video on the Target pre-order page for this multi-pack, and they said, "Can't wait to show you Wave 2," so we know we're at least getting a Wave 2.
Yeah, because this practically because I do notice now that like every year we've been getting for Jack Sonic, we've been getting the 5-inch line because first it was Prime, then Movie Tree, and now we have this DC line that'd be their 5-inch figure slot and such like that. Which I mean, hey, again, more of the 5-inch, especially since it's using the same articulation scheme.
And that works really great for like the like for example like Sonic particularly benefits from it.
Mm-hmm. I definitely they look great. Yeah. I'm so happy. I'm glad I was able to pre-order. Actually, funny enough, like now I'm glad these were able to pre-order. But like I don't know what happened with Walmart, but like they just put up all the Wave 2 Sega figures up on their website. I got them all.
I saw them. I put them all in my cart, and then they said, we do not deliver these to your region."
Oh.
That's Walmart. They do this to me all the time. If it's an exclusive, that's not from Hasbro and it's in stock, they will say not deliverable to your region. And
what the hell?
It happens to me so often. It's so annoying because I can't get around it. Like I would have to ship it to like somebody in a different state and then have them ship it to me.
Ow! Wow,
yeah, it is rough. It goes to my theory that like the district manager for Walmart hates Walmart exclusives because I hardly ever see Walmart exclusives in my store, and if I do, they're overstocked.
It has to be a regional thing because
like we barely get them, and when we do, they're overstocked like crazy, so we never get them again. Like it's like if it's not a Hasbro exclusive, I can't order it from Walmart like 9 out of 10 times. Like, I tried to get the Beast Boy from McFarlane Toys a few years ago, had the same exact issue. Every time he'd be in stock, it would say, not in stock for your region. And I'm like, who the hell cares? It's a mail system. Just send me the damn toy. I'll give you
No,
money. Like,
I know that's so weird. Like it just
Walmart refuses
so,
to let me give them money. Target refuses to stock things to let me give them money. You know, like
because that's so weird because like it's online
yeah.
it's online ordering. It's like
when Target made me spend $35 to get an Amy Rose
and
then ship her in her own box anyways.
Yeah, that happened to me with the Sega figures. I ordered the Ultra Beast Dragon and Rue from Streets of Rage, and they came in 2 separate boxes for some reason. It's like, why? There's 2 separate boxes, you put them in 1 box.
Blade Raider said, "What's that Sega line called again?" I think it's just called Sega.
Yeah, just Sega figure. It's just the Sega line. That's
Wave
what
2 was the Altered Beast, Were Dragon, Rue from Streets of Rage, and
Metal Virus Sonic.
Metal Virus Sonic, yeah.
And Wave 3 is Tangle.
Oh, Metal Virus Sonic stocked 3 days later and did let me order him, but they were charging me $9 for shipping, so I said no, never mind.
Was it? Okay, I paid the shipping because I wanted the figure.
I was like, I don't want to spend $19 on this one figure. I was like,
I'm too much of a sucker.
If it was Tangle, I would have totally done it. But for Metal Virus,
I'm too much of a sucker for the Jack Sonic line. Like
Blade Raider, great for search engines. I know what you mean. Trying to find Superman movie poster for videos this week has been hard.
Yeah, I'm too much of a sucker for this Jack Sonic line, where it's like I saw as soon as I saw available to order, I'm like, whoo! Like my monkey brain activated, and I didn't care. I was paying like $20 for it. I just wanted
the Spin Master Hot Girl. I tried to get her on Walmart. Also not available to ship in my region.
That's so stupid.
I have a Hot Girl short. There's a short coming out with Hot Girl stuff in it, and I wanted to have the Spin Master movie Hot Girl. Amazon's like, it's going to show up on the 16th. And I'm like, can I get it now? None of my stores have her. So I'm like, but it'll just be a PNG image, whatever. Yeah.
Well, because I'm assuming since they're stocking, they were on the site. I imagine they will be in store. Well, I'm not sure about your area, sadly, but like I imagine like here in the
Last
East Coast,
time I was at Walmart, they had 42 II. And that's the thing. They stocked Wave 1 and overstocked it so massively, we're never going to see the rest of the waves.
Yeah. So if I see any of the Wave 2 stuff, I probably would buy them for you and send it to you.
Yeah.
If I see them and such like that, then.
Yeah. No. It's like my thing though. It's like, the frustrating part. I'm always like, Jax, sell them online. Jax gets Walmart to sell them online. Walmart, we don't want to ship to your region. I'm just like,
oh yeah, here's the thing. That's the thing. Like Jax is doing this.
Jax did their job.
Actually, because they really enough GameStop put Fang, Classic Fang, because I was missing Classic Fang in my collection, and they put him up for like only like $3. $3 is like so okay, weird. I'll take that because I was missing him.
All right, I've been putting it off. Let's talk about this Haslab.
The DC Sonic stuff just looks great. I can't wait for those figures.
All right, the G.I. Joe Classified Snowcat with Frostbite is the new Haslab campaign. It's currently only at 6,563 backers, which you're like, oh, that's not too bad for a Haslab. But that's insanely slow for a G.I. Joe Haslab. These things usually fund the first day. Yeah,
this has been the slowest show, like this Kickstarter in general, including the comic stuff also.
I'm not buying this one. It's just small dreams. So I'm glad Hasbro's become more open to making Transformers Energon figures. If this was Energon Snowcat, I would be more into it. It's not to say that this is a bad campaign. I just cannot do another big vehicle.
I would say I actually like the design of the Snowcat here. I don't know. I just like the design of it. It looks actually really cool.
Yeah, let's go over the details. We got Frostbite, not a character I even remember existing personally, but he comes with a thermos. That's pretty rad.
I love this of the set these figures come. I can't wait.
Yes. The vehicle itself, I think, looks great. They really like plussed up the details, made it look really awesome. Just kind of built it up. It can rear up its end, which is pretty cool.
I like those like 2 storage containers that have missiles on skis.
Yeah. You can store all kinds of stuff inside of them. You got blast effects, all the good stuff. The back opens up, so you can have like people in it. You can have storage containers.
Like it has the light up display, like the interior.
Turning wheels on the front is nice because we didn't get that on the Vamp. So.
Really? Huh.
Yeah. The front wheels didn't turn. There's like an opening compartment that has like crystals stuff in it, which is pretty cool. Just details upon details. Like this looks incredible, just like all the G.I. Joe Haslabs have been. I think this looks amazing. They even have this thing where you can swap out the windows for there to be snow covered.
Frostbite, which is really cool to see.
Super awesome. And you can store like snowboards in the back, I guess, and other cool stuff.
And for the tiers, so
what are we?
those
Oh
are-
yeah,
so
what are the
that's-
tiers? Let's see. Is there bigger pictures than those tiny ones? Because
scroll down. You scroll down.
all right, so
I
the
don't see any
tiers.
bigger.
I'll just zoom in. The tiers. So tier 1 is a Snow Gear Lady J, very based on the cartoon, which is the episode that happened. Tier 2 is like a whole battle station with a tent and like a gun emplacement and a stretcher and stuff, which is really awesome.
Campfire and a campfire.
And a campfire, because tier 3 is Flint, also in snow gear, and he
I
comes
love-
with coffee,
I love-
eggs, and sausage. And I think
I
does
love-
Lady
I-
J come with any
it's
food?
not-
Lady J just comes with coffee.
Come. I love when it comes with eggs, sausages, and the sausages like forked in.
Yes,
I love that.
I really love it. I will say that if I had the space, I would be backing this.
Well, it's not a Batmobile.
It's not a Batmobile, and there was just a leak of the Batman Batmobile for Todd McFarlane, and I need to buy that. And I need room for that. It's $325. I think that may be a little high, but economic situation, I'm not too shocked. But I hope it does well. I hope everybody gets it. I'm personally not backing it. I got the Rattler in. I have nowhere to put the Rattler, so it's still sitting in the box because
Have you unboxed it yet or not yet?
no, it's sitting in the box because I don't have any place to put it when it's open, and it's a much more compact thing in the box than it is opened. So it's just sitting until
I love the weird code name it has.
Yeah, it's for some reason it was like named Dinosaur Neil, and I'm wishing that Jurassic World Rebirth had a dinosaur named Neil. It would have been interesting.
Neo, a dinosaur human hybrid.
I just think of young Neil from Scott Pilgrim though every time I see the name.
Yeah, dinosaur is his next evolution.
It's his next evolution. He's Dinosaur Neil now.
I would say, I think, yeah, we are definitely feeling the Haslab fatigue for JoJo now. It's the fact that it hasn't reached its funding yet. I think it will.
I am glad
like,
though they waited until people had the Rattler to launch it. That was nice for once that we didn't have like overlapping Haslabs of like we're still waiting on the previous one. Why are we doing another one kind of thing? Like I was really glad we at least got the Rattler in hand.
I think it will fun, but we'll get all its tiers. I'm not sure about that one, but I still think it will still fun.
Yeah, I think it'll still make it. It's not going to be like even the Rattler, which had it's like twice the overall amount. Like I think it's just it's gonna scrape by because the market's still there. It's just I think people are a bit burned out on just so much Haslab, and I think with G.I. Joe in particular, I think everybody's. I think there's some people that obviously still have the space and everything, but I think a lot of us are starting to feel where do we put another large vehicle? It's starting to, because and there's also a bunch of figures, but for me, I'm I kind of want more figure space than vehicle space now. I'm just trying to balance it out. So, anyways, let's talk Jada Toys. What are these guys?
Comic-Con exclusives. I love this. They're doing. I commented this when we talk about Wave 3.
Yes.
About the Mega Man figures, but we're getting a whole army builder Met pack. I love this.
They're so cute. Look at them.
You get
That's awesome.
six little Mets, which is the same Met that came with Hemless Rock in Wave 3. And God, I hope these are available the Jada store because I want
they
these.
They should be.
I love
every one of the Comic-Con exclusives has been on Jada Next Level, which is their DTC site. So I think it'll probably be.
I love they did this because as long as it's a price good, I would buy
$45. I think that was what I read somewhere, but don't.
$45. Okay, I'll buy one at least because I love I love a pack of just little Mets like this. It's so cute. I love it.
They're articulated.
I wish Jax did a pack like this for your Badniks or Koopas or Goombas and stuff. I love little army builder packs like these, for these little guys. So cute. Oh my god! I just realized because I thought it was just a stag figure, but they have articulation. They look
little legs move. Yeah, that's
just so cute. Yeah. I love that so much.
Couch, you got any thoughts on the little guys?
Well, since Wheels isn't here, I'll say it for him. I hope they give lots of Mountain Dew because when he was a kid, he thought the energy they gave he thought it was Mountain Dew.
That's so cute. All right, speaking of Jada, Player 2 Dalsim is their next exclusive. He is in.
Wait, It's Yoga Fire!
And he does come with the Yoga Fire effect, and he can noogie his opponents.
And you can burn to the
and
death.
he comes with a burned body. I love that they just went hardcore with this. They're like, here, just have a whole burned body.
You can have your effect.
Yep.
there.
And for everybody that's just like the previous ones, the extra head for the fire effect will come in normal Dulcine colors as well, so you can swap it over to the.
I'm really glad they do that.
The regular one. I love that they do that too.
I like how you did it because I know I understand the frustration of some people because some people are like, wish these were just like accessory packs. And I think we might still get that down the line, but like it's still they included the normal
for me
head.
personally, I think this is amazing. I'd never display it like that, so I don't need to buy the set.
Yeah,
but for those that do buy it, you at least can use the effects with both characters, and they've been doing that since Chun-Li, right? Like,
Chun-Li was the first to do. Yeah, I think Chun-Li, because I don't think Evil Ryu or Violent Ken had any exclusive heads. They just had the whole like barrels and stuff like that, if I remember right.
And speaking of which, M. Bison Player 2 Colors is the other one, and he also looks really cool with his green and orange. And then he comes with the energy effect and the burned blue body. So they're getting use out of that mold twice this year.
I do wish his grinning smile had was available on the retail, because I don't know, like to me, like Bison to me is always the guy that always had that shitty grin on him. So I wish that came.
I think it's also Callus. Is that
cool?
I feel like that's more of a Street Fighter 4 thing, right?
Which part?
The grinning.
Smiling.
Grin?
The big grin for Bison.
Yeah, he didn't grin in 2. In 2, he always had a scowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do agree. I would like that on the retail figure.
I do like to give him specific Psycho Crusher.
Yeah, so I understand why. Because these are based on Street Fighter. So I understand why it didn't came with the base figure didn't came with the smile head. But I'm so the grinning Bison. So it's now ingrained to the character. So it's weird to see him not have an evil grin.
Yeah, and this one he's got 4 head sculpts, including 2 brand new expressions, and then you get the 2 brand new expressions in colors for M Bison. I was gonna say M1 Bison, but that's not right. Player 1 Bison.
No, Dictator. Dictator. You want to go international.
I mean, I could also just start calling him Vega and then lose everybody's minds.
He has a new hand also. He has a thumbs up hand.
Yes, he does. He does have a thumbs up hand.
Or thumbs down.
All right, next up, Storm Arena had a big display at Anime Expo, which gave us our first looks at Nash, Chun-Li, Dan, Morrigan, and Lilith.
Because I think Dan is the fully new figure, because I think we've seen Lilith, Morgan, and Chun-Li before, but thankfully, like especially Chun-Li, she's like an actual figure now, and not just a static statue. Such that. I'm glad to see Charlie, because I love Charlie's one of my favorite Street Fighter characters, so it's great to see him here. Where's the parts to make him zombie Charlie from 5?
I feel like that has to be a separate figure, like legally.
Yeah, then I will, but like I just like.
But guys, affordable Darkstalkers.
I know, hallelujah. And Lilith's new because
because there wasn't a Storm Lilith. They only made Dimitri and
Morgan.
The Morgan looks like the 8.5 inch tall Morgan shrunk down and then given thigh swivels. So I'm like,
I won't be surprised. She might have better range on it, because I did notice that the Storm Morgan looks very limited in her posability.
Yes.
So I won't be surprised, because how does she use like soft rubber parts on her, or no?
She does with the little like, I don't know how to describe them, things on the shoulders, the feathery things, and then her legs are like got the rubber cover, and
her legs looks, because from the video Yuli shot, she looks pretty stiff.
Very stiff. I have so hard to pose her.
Yeah, because the videos, there's videos out of people got their
Morgan.
Say again, Kels?
Honor Morgan, or which one has stiff legs?
Morgan.
The original Storm Arena,
regular Storm one,
Storm Morgan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because because I see there's videos out for Storm Arena Ken and Ryu, and they're great. Their posing range is insane. So like, hopefully, if the girls had that much articulation range, then I think we're gonna have some really good posable.
A big
Morgan.
benefit is that Morgan actually has thigh swivel cuts instead of those like McFarlane-esque thighs that she has.
It's in her hip swivel.
Yeah, the inner hip swivel. I hate those things. Just cut the side swivel. You already got cuts everywhere else. Like what's? But yeah, looks great. I'm excited. We also got this cool teaser image of the Team Japan from King of Fighters 98 in Storm Arena.
6-inch KOF figures again.
And they did a whole team, and not just Iori and Kyo.
We have
Goro and
Benimaru.
Benimaru.
They look so good. I can't wait. I love them. Loki has the little fire hand, and Goro has those giant. Goro probably could do a better Megaton clap than,
Hulk.
than Max Hulk.
That's how Hulk's pec should have been. Big ass.
Yeah,
hinge.
just cut. Yeah, because
Cut it.
like, yeah,
No-
just cut
no
it.
damn
Like,
over- It's weird when Storm Collectibles is the ones not doing the rubber overlay.
yeah. I can't wait. I hope they. I hope I kind of hope they do release them by teams like this. So so we have Team Japan there, then they could do Team Fatal Fury or Team Orochi and all that stuff like that. I would love if they
Yep.
release it like that, because I think the last time we got 6-inch scale SNK characters were what wasn't it SJ Figuarts Terry Bogard, right?
D arts.
It's way back. D-Arts.
D
Yep.
Arts. Oh, same thing.
I remember that. Way back.
Was that the one with the curse? Was that the one where the curse you could take at the hat?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I remember right.
Oh yeah. All right, we're gonna do the Bandai toys next. This is gonna be fun. Because one of these things I've been sitting on wanting to talk about. That was the biggest bummer of last week. Was one of these Bandai toy topics that I didn't get to talk about. That was like the biggest bummer. But Kamen Jojo says Latinos will ask for these for Christmas. Cows?
yeah.
I do want that for Christmas.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Which KO character do you want the most? Storm Marine to make.
Oh, that's well.
I want to go untraditional and say Yamazaki.
Did they already make Blue Mary?
They made Blue Mary in Storm, but they didn't make her in Arena.
Yeah, Storm Marine. So okay,
Oh,
which three characters?
Oh,
do you want
okay.
Storm Marine to-
That's. Whoo.
King.
Okay,
I want King.
King. KOF King.
KOF King.
Not Tekken.
Yeah, no, we're doing just KOF. I want KOF King. I want Yamakaze. Yamazaki. And I want Shermie.
I know. I'd want Blue Mary, K-Dash, and third one.
Nimyo Kanya.
Man, that's a. I didn't want to go that obvious, but yeah, no, Clark. I'm like the only one I'm the only one who's probably gonna ask for Clark. Like what?
For
Why do you
me-
like Clark so much?
For me, I need my boy, my man, Mr. Bogar, Mr. American Man, alongside Rock Howard. I love Rock and on hell, on hell.
On hell, yes.
All right, let's get to the Bandai toy news. So starting off, Bandai is releasing a repainted Magi Phoenix with gold chest armor and nothing else included. Just kidding, it's Super Mini plus Saint Kaiser, and this is the first component of it, which is the gold-chested Magi Phoenix.
That's a toy
the
only
only
thing,
Blu-ray
right?
news I had this week was Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
That's a toy only thing, right? The gold accents, right?
Yeah.
That never appeared in the movie or show.
It was just a thing that they did for the toy to, be like, oh, we're not giving the same exact toy twice. It's different. Ta-da! It's funny, I actually don't have the gold one for my deluxe because the seller I had lost the gold one and only had a silver one. So I just have two of the silver, which is technically accurate, so it's fine, but I don't actually have the gold one. Anyways, there it is. Look at that.
Oh dear, I think South's yellow filters escaped to my sky. It looks yellow outside my window.
God.
Did you get yellow now?
Oh man.
No.
I love these shots where it's like, look, it has a unicorn horn now, and look, its ass is different.
You don't sound out.
Oh, Zeltrax says Magi Phoenix did have the gold accents. Well, damn. I guess let myself
there
know
you
that
go.
one.
Must be a split. It must be a split seconding because I don't
You
remember
gotta be
that.
quick, yeah. I need to fix that in my collection then. This looks great. I mean, it's pretty much exactly what I kind of expected, but
Oh god, there's a cursed shot in the gallery where Magic Dragon looks like a man dragon. The way they
Oh,
pose
boy.
him.
it does also mention, oh yeah, okay, why is he standing upright?
That looks so weird.
Look at
Man
the
dragon.
joints. I'm like, no. All right. The thing that I found cool, so it's got the thing where you can put Wool Kaiser in the chest, just like the deluxe.
That's always
toy.
one of those. I always love that. That's like a cool because I like they resculpted the head. They didn't
Yeah.
need to, but I always like that.
And it was,
They did
it
that.
was kind of like how Wolkaiser had the head from Magi Phoenix to be in the chest. So,
But this
cool.
one just like toy can. But this one, only toy can. But it's still really cool they did that.
Now the coolest part about this is it comes with Wolkaiser Fire, or Wolzard Fire. I mean, Wolzard Fire is included as a bonus.
Is this our first or second Wolzard Fire? Because didn't Bandai America make
Bandai
it
America
a very
they made a different repaint that wasn't the white colors.
Okay, because that's anyone to check it can confirm, because that's like a weird like myth in the fandom where like
they did release a repaint of Wolf Warrior
Korag,
but it wasn't the right colors to be the red fire.
It was white. That was retail here in the States,
Yeah.
but was there like a Disney Store 3-pack of like green and blue?
Big old myth.
Was that fake?
They never actually did the red version as it was in the show.
Okay, so I knew, because I remember that image floating around. I never knew that was, because no one had that, so I never knew that was
it's never
real
had proof
or like
of life,
a fake,
therefore I don't believe it exists.
Oh, like Psycho says, "Go DMs." Does he have it?
Always can count on the UK lately.
That was the rumor. It was a UK exclusive.
Oh, that's actually about the Phoenix, the Magi Phoenix.
Oh, Ranger King.
There it is.
Okay.
I'm not gonna pull up my DMs on the screen. I'm just gonna hold my phone up and be like, "Yep, that did turn gold." Damn it! I need to get the gold version. Someone help me. Yeah, there's 2 Ranger keys of Wolzard Fire, and then there's this. That's
like a posable figure. I was like about.
I mean, I was gonna say that's all of his merchandise is the 2 Ranger keys and this. Like that's all Wolzard Fire has.
I'll just say, could you just take a gold Sharpie and just paint over the figure?
I could. I really could. I could just do it myself. Anyways,
but, I mean,
this is a cool bonus.
But the coolest thing, you scroll down, they give Ultra headpiece for the unicorn.
Yes. So it actually has the red accents instead of the purple.
So this is another like cool like what if form of like what if like Wolzard Fire used the unicorn as a good version of Wolkaiser. And such like that. That's such a really cool. Like,
oh yeah, this is the rumored pack. Okay, this is the rumored pack. I still don't believe this is real because this is the only photo of it.
Yeah, that's like the hoax myth.
And there also is a multi-pack that is those same 3 figures, except he's in purple. But there's never been more than one photo of it, and there's never been any like loose samples. Like there would be more than one in existence.
So yeah, that has to be like a hoax. Like they took that 3-pack with the purple version, just photoshopped with red and such.
So, anyways, I think this is fantastic. I think they also included an extra sword. This is a sword for Magi King that's more of an accurate sword. Show accurate one.
Yep. Yeah. Size shifting.
So the funny part about this set, this feels like and we're done with Magi Ranger. Look at all the bonus accessories for the other releases. And it's like, yep, you still got 2 more mechs. There's a train and a stupid griffin.
They could improve the stupid griffin.
They could improve the stupid griffin. It just sucks.
Take out the motor of that thing with this, improve that design wholesale.
Yeah, I would like the train though because I love the train. Oh god, this website keeps trying to give me ads. What did you send me? It's like Psychos keep sending me stuff, and now I'm like, yeah, is this the Ranger Central website? Is this where the image sourced from? Yeah. Yeah, it's sourced from... Yeah, but, like, I have never seen another photo of that set in all this time. There's rarity, and then there's only one photo.
It's not like the 4-inch Lauren samurai figure. Where
several of those.
Yeah, that's not a mythic. That figure this is in person, but it only came on the UK, right? That
one? Anyways, they need to release the train and the griffin before they're done. I hope this isn't like Mega Ranger where they just pretend that they're done and move on.
For me, Winger and Voyager.
I know. Yeah, the Lauren figure was UK only, but there was multiples of it. Like it wasn't just one. So, all right. Next up, didn't they make Victory Mars? I swore they did.
Yes.
Yeah. They finally made Tetra Boy too. I still want Machine Buffalo for Live Man. All right. Next up, Kuga's rod. This is the Dragon Rod for Kuga. His rod is very long. It's 140 to 170 centimeters, depending on how it's extended.
Do you want your 66 inches of Kuga?
You can get your 66 to 69 inches of Kuga. This thing is ridiculous. In case Kuga's sword was not enough for you, you can get Kuga's Rod, which has even further extending ability, and you can make it pointier by attaching parts to it, and then those parts can extend out, so by technicality, you can make this thing really long if you want. Kuga's Rod is available for around, I think, $500. Put in your pre-orders for Kuga's Rod. It's 35,200 yen. It's like $500 on Big Bad Toy Store. But Kuga's Rod in both retracted, extended, and rising versions is totally available with voice effects and sound effects for anyone that can afford the shipping fee, because as you imagine, the box size for Kuga's Rod is not going to be tiny.
Do you have any other better for it, maybe?
I don't have any other better names for it because this is the funniest way to do it. I could have called it a staff. I could have called it a stick. I could have called it a weapon. I could have called it a bow. But I was like, nope. If I call it the Dragon Rod, I'm calling it the Rod. It's Kuga's Rod. Note for customers, Kuga's Rod does not have vibration effects, only sounds. Moving on! Alright, in case your command buckle sword wasn't long enough, you can get a longer one now.
I really wish we have a soundboard so we can play the Animaniacs walk out. Good night, everybody! Clip soundbite.
Yeah. Alright, so the Geats Premium DX line, on its mission to recreate every single deluxe toy from Geats, is now doing the Raising Sword and the Command Twin Buckle.
There was never a Geeks toy line. Only this.
Yeah.
Forget my wife. Cricket noise.
Yep. Now, luckily, these are two separate items this time. In the deluxe toys, you had to buy the command buckles with the sword. They at least made them two separate ones. They do point out super huge size on Geek's sword. It looks impressive when held by an adult male. You can see that it's now been given gigantic quality over its original toy version from a couple years ago. Age has been very kind to the Rising Sword. Here it is next to the Bujin sword and the Fai's Axel sword. It looks pretty nice, and it lights up. It can light up your friends. You can hold the sword together, and it glows the whole room together. They said it's got
got that Pride Month rainbow colors going on there.
And they also are reminding you of the King Oger sword that had the same. They're basically it's got 10 lights, just like the King's Oger sword. So, if you want to recreate Zoro and the Gay Blade in the literal sense, you got two options now. It will also have rich audio, including sword sounds and also music clips. And then going with the command buckles, it's going to have voice lines for Tycoon and Buffa, not Geats, because he barely used this thing. And pretty much the same toy otherwise.
Can you do the three sword style Zoro pose with all these Toku weapons?
They all have really thick handles, so getting my mouth around that would be tricky.
Yeah. I hope your jaw's strong enough.
Yeah. My jaw is not. I have a massive overbite, so that's never going to work out. It's just going to snap my jaw in half. All right. Let's talk about the thing I really wanted to talk about last week. I put it in the thumbnail again this week because I'm so excited about this. After, I don't know how many years, Bandai finally gave me a Memorial Edition Live Man Twin Brace. And by gave, I mean I had to drop $200 for it. But whatever, it's finally happening. My favorite Sentai has finally gotten the Memorial Edition treatment.
So, is this going to be a video?
This is going to be a video. It is also the last Sentai toy I'm ever buying. I'm done. This is it. Collection complete. I'm out. 2018, I think, is like when I first watched the show. Psychosis 2018. I believe that. I'm not putting Kuga's Rod in my mouth. No, thank you. Anyways, the Live Man Twin Brace. God, it's so funny because I just want to do the joke from Harvey Birdman. Dangly bits. All right. Anyways,
phrasing.
Memorial Edition. We're getting so off track because it is 82 in here, and my brain's fried. Memorial Edition Live Man Twin Brace. 2018 was when the S&P came out. Okay, I watched the show before then. When around Zyuohger? Yeah, okay, so I've been waiting 10 freaking years for this. Yes, thank you. It's been I watched Zyuohger. Yeah, I watched Live Man during Zyuohger. I love this show so much, and I've wanted a twin brace. And for anyone saying that Bandai is charging a steep amount of money at 15,400 yen. Sure, yeah, okay. An original one will cost you 70,000 on an auction site.
Hey, this one won't use cardboard for the logos this time around.
And it will actually include all 5 logos, unlike the original, where 2 of them only came from Bandai's customer service department if you didn't get them through a magazine, and the most recent one sold for $1,200 for 2
Wow.
little chip boards.
Wow.
So, yeah, anyways, I complain about Bandai's prices a lot. I say things like the Memorial Edition Go phone was too much because of what it had. Oh my god, is it so much better when you are talking about a toy from 1988, because the price value, you're like, oh, it's immediately way cheaper, as opposed to like I can go buy that original one from 10 years ago and it's like a third of the price, right?
And at least it would have the sounds to show.
Exactly.
No,
Instead of a generic beep, you actually get multiple generic beeps that are specific to the show.
I'm looking at the photos. Is there a Gal Ranger Sentai?
Yes, we will get there. We will get there. So first things first, both sides of the twin brace are here. There is sound effects in both, which is really great because sometimes we get sounds in one and not the other.
Because in the original toy, the one with the logos, it just had a magnet. It just had the magnet to activate the electronics for that one.
Pretty much. So we have a BGM button. We have extra activation button. We get all 5 Live Man chips, which is included, which is freaking awesome because of how hard green and blacks were to get originally. So they slide into the brace. The main brace has this really cool thing. So basically, this is going to be it's an IR sensor, and a motion sensor. So the smaller brace is going to come around, and then it has the signal that connects to light up the main brace with all the majority of the sounds. But there is a motion sensor in the smaller brace, so that way when you're moving it, it's doing swooshy stuff. I love swooshy.
It's like the Legacy Zeonizer, pretty much like that.
Kind of like that, but it's wireless, so it's cool. The thing I like about the Zeonizer, it's neat, is that you do the cross thing, but it's so hard to line it up just exactly right when you're trying to do a pose.
Because the Xenomorphin sequence, so like whoa, like their arms are like all over the place.
But specifically trying to line up the 2 things so you hit the button at the right time to get the door to fly up and then the crystal to come down. And if your door loses any strength, you're screwed.
Yeah, it's possible. I see multiple people do it, but it's definitely more trickier than.
It took me like 8 tries when I did that Morpher video all those years ago. Because the door kept folding in on itself.
Here, just say access change. Who's here?
And so what's cool is that you basically, so it's interesting. The chips don't change the color of the light. You have to switch it on the brace because there's not sending a signal per se. The chips aren't like coded or anything.
Yeah, because they're probably just plastic with stickers, honestly.
Which is fine. It's totally cool. It's accurate too. But you can switch it from yellow to black to red to green to blue. For which Live Man you want, and then it does have sound effects for Red Falcon's appearance in Gal Ranger vs. Super Sentai because the transformation sound was different there. The other thing that's, if you're a super Live Man nerd, you will get the sound effect for the main transformation, and you'll get the sound effect for the quick transformation, because in the show, sometimes, they would do the whole, like, yellow lion, and then they would come across, and then they do the full transformation with the stock footage cut away to the cool wire effect, and that would be a longer sound effect. But later in the show, when things were ramping up, they would just go like Live Man, and then they'd turn into a ball of energy and show up in a different location. And so you get sounds from both of those.
Yeah, Digimon Frontier slide evolutions?
Yes, they basically were doing slide evolutions after a certain point. It's kind of like in Go Juger, like when they started, they were just doing like 2 claps, 1 clap, 2 claps, 1 clap, done. And I'm like, that's not going to last. And now they're just doing 2 claps. They're just like transformed.
Or was it like or in Kyoryuger where just they did the whole before they did the whole full dance, now, but later they just spin fire.
That's it. They started doing it in Boom Boom Drew too. They weren't waiting for the boom boom. They were just like, we got to go, because it's like, there's plot stuff happening. Live Man did the same thing. It was actually one of the first Sentai to really accelerate the transformation. But there is going to be 5 music tracks included on the BGM button, which is awesome. There are no voice lines, which makes sense due to like the age of the show. And also, I think it's keeping the price down.
They don't. They don't want to do like Sentai, Gallery vs. Sentai. Just
yeah, exactly. You don't want to have audio from back then and getting the actors back. They're not going to sound the same. It's been so long now. So there's going to be 5 BGM tracks, and then there's 2 songs. One being the intro, and one being the 5 Live Man Together song. So yeah, I'm so excited. I can't wait. It comes out in January. New Reason to Live unlocked and all that. But I've got my pre-order in. I've never been more ready for something. This, and also there was a leaked list that came out a while back that listed this alongside a Memorial Edition Shinken Maru for Shinkenger and a couple other things, and they're all true except for the Shinken Maru. So I would expect Memorial Edition Shinken Maru's coming up. Also, this is a big deal because it's the first pre-Jew Ranger Sentai to get a Memorial Edition of any kind.
Oh my god, you're right. I
Yep.
thought they'd done Jetman, but no, they haven't.
Yeah, they haven't done Jetman. They haven't done, they haven't done anything before Jew Ranger has not been done in Super Sentai Artisan or Memorial Edition or Anniversary Edition or anything. So this is exciting for many reasons.
When's our Memorial Edition Jacka?
The Jackapod, that will become my new bed, right? Like, it's just like, I would get the Jackapod, I'd replace the bed, I would just open it up, crawl in it at night, close it up, it'd be nice and cozy. I'll put, like, AC in there for, like, the summertime, it'd be great.
Before Chopper and Pep will go. You do that.
When I go to bed, they sit in the chair. I'm not I get way too warm at night. Like, they will sit in the chair. They can sit in the pod during the day, just like they sit in the bed during the day.
Welcome to the future.
Welcome to
the video.
It's gonna be one of those things. I put Chopper and Beppo, and then I open it up, and they're like Dia, Jack, and Heart Queen. So people mentioned the Denjiman rings. The closest they got was there was a Gashapon set that had the Denji rings, and those were legally keychains. They had little keychain rings on, like the little cheapy little little chain things were around them, so they technically were keychains. They didn't have any sound effects, which I don't think they would because, and then again, Ultraman's kind of been doing it, where they're just like, here's
layout
box.
Yeah, layout for Leia or Taro, where there's no way in hell they can put electronics in those thin things.
Yeah, but they were keychains. It would be kind of neat if they're like, here's the belt buckle, and that has the sounds. Muteki, you have the Go Ranger Henshin device. I have the Go Ranger Henshin device. It comes built in. Look, I don't even have to stand up to do the Go Ranger Henshin. It's just like everyone comes with Ultraman Jack's Henshin device.
Just jump.
It's really funny on the Ultraman wiki. It just shows a picture of his hand.
Really?
Yeah, and they call it officially. It's like willpower. Ultraman Jack's transformation device. He wills it, and therefore it must happen.
Hey, same with Ken Sato and Ultraman Rising. Just fits.
Psycho O said, "Would you get a rose for Big One?" Yes, but Bandai better include it with the Jackapod, so that way, you're preset for your funeral as well. Just bury you in that and just put the rose on top. I'm thinking way too far into the future, but
VR Master is just the pachinko machine.
He just comes with a pachinko machine because they're like, well, he never transformed. God, it could get real silly real fast. Anyways, I'm excited about Live Man. I'm also loading up Figuarts because Bandai was like, let's announce 14 Figuarts in a single week. And I even dropped 2 from the news because of how much I hate the creator of that certain property. So, it cut down. This is still a huge list of Figuarts. My God. It just feels like it feels like Bandai does pre-orders once a month for retail stuff, right? But it feels like we just get bombarded every week with multiple Figuarts. And this week they gave us a week off and there was only 1, but we had gotten 14 last week. So it's just every other week, it's just Figuarts. What point is this going to break?
There's definitely some I'm really excited for, but the recent Figuart prices have been on me. It's I would have pre-ordered a lot of some of these, but those can't with those prices.
I had to get Cyclops on Entertainment Earth for $100 because I tried to get him on Ami Ami and he sold out in 1/15th of a second. I clicked add to cart and he was gone. Yeah,
and there's some here where I'll definitely get them, but maybe not pre-order.
Yeah,
it has to be a character I really love and care for, or a series I really love and care for to pre-order them. And such, or or some cases, actually, I say there's one thing I do love, but I haven't pre-ordered them because money.
Psycho said, "What other pre-Jew stuff would you get?" I would actually legitimately buy every pre-Jew changer because I have every Jew Ranger onward changer except for Tegasword, but I have every main changer from Jew Ranger on 5-man onward. Actually, yeah, thank you. I forgot I had 5-man. I actually have 5. So I have every changer 5-man onward. So
You had the you had the Jetman.
I
You had
don't
the
have
Jetman
Jetman.
one.
Oh wait, that's right. 5-man came before Jetman. I have 5-man, and then Jew Ranger to Boom
And then,
Breaker.
even then, it only was the 5 because 5 minutes. What the girls got?
I have
somebody
both.
Got the girls
I have
got
both. I have
chain?
both.
Oh, you do?
I have the
Okay.
guys and the girls. Yeah, they were super cheap on Mandarake like 10 years ago. I paid I think I paid $25 shipped for the guys one, and I paid $15 shipped for the girls one. So, yeah, but I because I have so many changers and because I have like all the main changers otherwise, I think I would probably buy all the pre-Jew changers just to kind of complete the collection in a way. I still don't know what I'm doing about Tegasword because like I feel like a memorial one's gonna happen.
Well, here's the thing: is the Tegasword is weird because he's the mech also.
Yeah, he's the mech also.
The...
I don't really like it as a mech. But I like it. I kind of like I kind of like the toy more as the changer form than the mech form. Also because I've seen how unstable the mech form is. So, but it's like
that thing's very hollow. That thing's very hollow.
I don't like it. And because of the prices right now, I don't want to spend the money on the
I think
mecha.
that's definitely a different separate conversation because Tegasword is very weird because it's both the changer and the mech. So what do you do there? So,
yeah, I feel like the memorial is going to happen. And it's not going to turn into a robot, and I'd be totally okay with that.
Just prop only.
Yeah, I feel like it'd just be sword only, and then it would have like motion sensors probably or something. It'll have like all the stuff in it, you know.
Question about the polar. Is his changer? Is the leg still sticking out? Because I hate that about the polar. Mech. I hate that design because at least because the Tegasword actually is a pretty good transformation where it doesn't even look like a robot in his changer mode. But those legs on the polar one, it's so obvious.
I like his transformation though because like he transforms and he's wearing his jacket, and then he flips the jacket off like a boxer would like take off the robe before a match because he's got a whole boxing theme going on. And it's like I thought they did it the first time where he had like his jacket, and I was like, and he whipped it off after he transformed. Like, oh, that's probably like a one time they're gonna do that, but they've done it in every single episode. Like he always just tosses the jacket off, and I'm like, that's cool.
He's a boxing team, he's clearly a martial artist. At least his suit form is.
Yeah, he does a lot of boxing because like his mecha and everything, it's all boxing moves. But I like the jacket throw. That's like the coolest part about it. All right. SH Figuarts, let's get to it. Someone know anything about Evangelion? Anyone at all?
I mean, poor Shinji. Poor Shinji. He got kicked out.
The only reason I wanted to bring up Asuka and Rei was because it clearly shows Bandai knows what's going to sell better than something else. Because Asuka and Rei are priced lower than the other Figuarts we've seen. And I think it's because they know they're going to sell a crap ton of these.
Because they also just come with hands and faces and such, which fine.
Hands, faces, and a very fancy looking Tamashii stage.
Yeah, they look nice. They look nice.
But yeah, these are 8,800 yen, where other Figuarts are like 9,900, and they come with a lot of hands.
Yeah, they look good. Like there's been several Asuka and Rei figures, and they legitimately do look good. The face sculpts and everything. Because just the way how Rei's character is, she's very more subtle. But like Asuka's approach, I think look really great.
Especially it's the 30th anniversary.
Poor Shinji. Poor Shinji, he got booted out. And said, I am planning to actually watch Ava again eventually as a rewatch in my Guy Next Watch because I want to give it another shot because I remember not liking it back in the day.
My story with Ava is a very famous one because people think I'm crazy when I say this. I fell asleep during episode 2 and never went back.
I have a very good story about watching Ava. So, my friend in high school borrowed me the entire series. Yeah, I'm from Chicago, so that's how I talk. Anyways, so I watched the whole thing.
I love the location context.
Anyways, we say borrowed me, but anyways, I watch it all, and when I get to the final DVD he borrows me, I watch the last episode. I go back to school the next day after seeing the final episode and all that with the congratulations, and he asked me what I thought of it. Wait, did you like Ava? I looked him dead in the eye. I said, "What was that?" Gave him back the DVD and didn't talk to him the rest of the day.
That's a good Ava story. That's a good Ava story. Psycho said, "Sat up falling asleep in episode 2. That's a sign. No, it's bad. Trust me. Cough. SAO." Yeah, I did the same thing with Sword Art Online. I was like midway through episode 2. I was like, goodbye. I'm out.
I think for me, it's always
See, Destiny is the one I did that with. I rage quit episode 3.
For me, I think it's always the context of where you.
Yep.
I watch when I first tried to watch Ava was back in the day when I was a teenager, back in my big weeb years, and such. And I just didn't vibe because I grew up watching Super Robot
For
series like
context,
Gagagar.
when I fell asleep watching Ava was when they first put it on Netflix. That was my second attempt at it, and I was like, it was not my thing. Anyways, continue.
and such. And yeah, I wasn't just vibing with it because I just thought it was just depressing or just
Yeah.
But now I'm older and experienced more, more of the genre and grew to appreciate more tragic stories and different and such that I'm willing to give Ava another shot. Ava another shot and such like that, because because I always feel like it should be fair and such. And besides, I see much worse.
Midnight will not stand for Evangelion slander. Come and fight me.
Well,
but
we all.
I think
you and Wheels kind of our shtick.
It's kind of our shtick, but I think it's also just not a show that we vibe with.
It's not. It's just
and
not.
That's totally fine. But
exactly, if you like it, it's fine. It's just not our thing.
That's why. I mean, that's the reason why I want to give it a second shot because I feel like now I have fresher experience.
It's always worth giving
experience.
it two goes. You know, I've given it 2 goes.
Yeah,
it's not my thing. That's all.
There's series where I gave 2 goes and like, don't even get started on Cross Angie. I hate that series so much. Or Darling the Franks.
I didn't even give that show a chance.
Yeah, same. Darling, I didn't even bother.
No, you mentioned you fell asleep during episode 2. That was me with Darling.
Yeah. By the way, just so everyone knows, I didn't fall asleep watching Ava because it was late at night. It was 4 p.m. I was just bored. It's just what it was. I just wasn't engaged at all.
We'll say for Ava, like I said, the one thing, at least I watched it all. I did see Destiny. Yeah. I didn't even finish.
I finished Seed Destiny. It wasn't worth it. But I finished Seed Destiny.
Seed, I was bored. Seed Destiny, I did the angry yawn, not just a yawn.
I'm curious. I'm very curious. I haven't seen any of the Seed stuff yet, so I'm very curious how I feel about that.
I've watched Seed 4 times, and I've watched Seed Destiny once. So, I don't even love Seed that much. Just there was like the original dub and the new dub and the HD.
I'll sit through original Seed. I may be bored by it, but I'll sit through it.
My biggest thing with Seed Destiny is I find it boring because it feels incredibly repetitive to Seed.
It was.
Yeah.
Which version does Netflix have? Does it have does Netflix? Is it the HD remaster?
Yeah, I think Sunrise does not distribute the SD version anymore. They only do the HD version. That's why they got the new dub done, because they only do the HD version.
They also dubbed the original version also. Okay, is the old dub, is the SD version and the HD version, is the dub different?
Yes.
Or I know it's the same cat.
The SD version.
The cast is the same.
The SD version dub was for Seed and Blue Water for Seed Destiny. The NYAV post crew did the HD dub.
Okay, I thought they redubbed. Okay, I know about the recast, but I didn't know because I thought they redubbed the SD version also, but it's only the HD version they dubbed. Yeah. Okay.
SD version
I wasn't
is
clear.
Ocean dub, HD version is NYAV post.
Okay, I wasn't clear because
it was very weird though how the dub for Seed and Seed Destiny HD I thought was pretty good, and then the dub for Seed Freedom was terrible. It's the same cast and the same like crew, and I'm like, what? Like the Seed Freedom dub, I was watching because I saw it subbed in theaters, and I watched the dub like when it hit Netflix, and I had to stop watching. I was like, what the hell?
What was the problem? Is it direction or script
I think it was a direction. Like every character sounded flat and disinterested. And it was like it was giving me like the mid 90s dubs where they added a bunch of cursing.
Yeah.
But like the character direction was just like no one wanted to be there.
Which is weird because the MV. Let me check. Is it?
I liked the Seed and Seed Destiny HD dubs. I thought they were great.
Oh, the NV5 Gundam dubs have been really
great.
good.
I was like, I watched the Seed Freedom one. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why is everybody just sounding like? It's just like the whole thing sounded rushed, and that was like weird.
Well, that's weird because it's still Kerry Garen who directed the
Yeah.
show, the Ishita, so maybe it's because was it because
There was
no, it
several
wasn't the
years
same.
between doing the dubs, but like, you know,
Yeah, it's weird. Maybe it
it was
just
very weird. I was just like, I was kind of appalled. I was like, oh, why? And then also part of the problem is, you know, you can only watch Seed Freedom dubbed on Netflix and Hulu.
it's just that's
Yeah.
odd. I mean, I think Gene Quark's
Quark's
dub is
dub's
really
good.
fantastic.
I watched it not knowing the Japanese version was available, so I like the G-Clux dub though. All right, let's move on. If you want Ultraman Zero's cape, it's $40 and it's on P Bandai US.
Do you want to pay $50 for Zeztz cape?
Yep, I don't know why this is $10 more when it's less fabric. Like, it's less fabric. Why is it $10 more?
That quality must be like the best quality ever fabric.
I guess it has more stitching because they have to get it all like scrunched up. I think it has more stitching. Yeah, Mutega is the one that found these links because Bandai never advertised that they put these up.
Look at that cape, though. Huh?
Yeah, they're cool. I wish if these capes were cheaper or just came with the figures.
Part of me is like, just sell me the cape.
Yep.
Just sell me the cape.
They do. Those are just
no,
the
they
capes,
no, they
but
are.
they're like
They are
$40
just the
and
cape.
$50.
That's the problem.
Okay, not that.
That's why
is
when
the
I
cape
like
that
when there, what was it? SHF Upgrade made the Boom Boomger jacket. It was $38, and I saw people complaining about the price. I'm like, look, if Bandai made it, it'd be the same price. It'd probably be more,
More.
$40 or $50.
Well, there you go.
All right.
It was more.
Reckonays, the first kaiju buddy from Ultraman Omega, surprisingly retail, but also 13,750 yen.
Was Earthgear retail or P Bandai? I forget.
Earthgear was retail, but then the part set was P Bandai, the one that.
That
Came
might,
with
yeah,
the extra stuff.
I think that's why, because since he's gonna be the main buddy
Yeah.
of Omega, he's retail. Also, like, I love him. Look at his eyes. He looks like
second guy's probably going to be P Bandai though.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I love him. Out of his eyes, he looks like a Digimon. I love him.
He's
He
really
looks
cool.
so like fun. He looks so fun. I love him.
And unlike Kamen Rider Zeztz, you can actually get him in Europe and Latin America.
He has some Digimon eyes. I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty great. All right, then we had director Shin Onomiya from Kaiju number 8.
He looks really damn good.
I was
Like,
able to
damn.
get him on Ami, so I did not have to pay as much as his US price.
Yeah, that's like because that is the case where like I have almost all the kaiju besides I just need to get Hoshina, and I'm not paying $100 for Capcom. I'm waiting for that guy to go on sale.
Yeah.
But like I should pre-order him. Like he looks like this might be the first human figure that's on the same level as the kaiju's.
Yes.
Like because
He actually
looks
has
really
a torso
good.
joint.
Yeah, he looks like it actually crunched in his knees. Like
Yep.
he has single joint knees, but they look like they bend deep.
And it
deep
makes
looks like
sense
they
since he does fight Kaiju number 8 in it.
Yeah,
So
he looks super good.
Jeremy Carr says, "Did you watch Hoshino's Day Off?" I did in the theater. Did it air? Otherwise,
Yeah, it's on.
Oh,
it's on
good.
Crunchy. It just
Okay,
came
yeah.
out on Crunchy. I watched that. It's cute. I like it. It's just weird to watch that now, where we are at the end of the manga.
Yep.
It's going. Oh yeah, right. Things
It
were
was
different
also weird to
back
watch
then.
it where they placed it because like the movie ends at episode 10 with Kafka being taken away, and then it just cuts to Hoshina's Day Off. It was like a little jarring.
Kafka's no, yeah, that's right. Kafka got taken away. Meanwhile, and then Hoshina's Day Off, Kafka's sick in bed.
Yeah, it was so bizarre, but yeah,
They should have like placed that near the middle because that's where it's supposed to, I think that's supposed to
yeah.
take place
Or
near the middle.
I would have honestly like, I don't know. I also would have just like, I don't know. There was no good way to do it. You know, it's like, do you interrupt the flow of the movie? Do you put it before the movie and confuse people that are just seeing it for the so whatever? It worked out.
Also, because I checked the what accessories it comes with because it comes with two interchangeable hands. Wait, only just two pair of hands?
2 hands and 2 faces.
I
Like a
mean, I
face
guess
for
it,
Kaiju
well,
number 8.
I can't see because the only shot of Kafka we see is just side.
Yeah.
I can't tell. Like, is there any differences in faces? I assume that's the face he comes with. I think.
I don't know. They actually don't
It's
have a
such-
photo of it. That's faces we already have. It's the default.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. His hand. He only got the two paired hands, but like, it just like looks like grips and fists. I mean, like no,
Yeah.
wait. No, I guess unless they're not counting the ones he comes with, because it looks like he comes with fists.
Yeah. No, they don't.
Wait,
they don't count the ones that are already on them. So yeah, you get open
Okay,
and then
because-
grippy hands and then fists.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I got him
I-
from Ami, and he was only like 9,900 yen, so that was nice.
The
We'll
only
see
thing
how
I wish he
shipping
came
kills
with.
me in November.
The only thing I wish he included some lightning effect parts.
Yeah.
Look at the yellow lightning and such like that for his
We have
representing the
one
kaiju.
we have one effect part in this whole line.
That comes with the $100 Kefka.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Hey, Haikyuu fans.
Shio Hinata from Haikyuu. He looks. I mean, like, look. I think
Also
the
8,800 yen. That's nice.
I mean, he's a civilian figure. Like, I mean, he also. It's kind of sad that these cheap, like Asuka, Asuka, Ray, and Haikyuu,
They come with stands.
boys, stands, and yet they're cheaper than half the other
exactly my
guys.
point. Like, Human Form Kafka should at least come with a stand for being $100. Kaus, do you have any thoughts on Haikyuu and these guys? Maybe not. All right.
I was talking.
Oh,
I was muted.
okay.
I don't have that many thoughts, anyways. But it's kind of cool, though.
I thought they were football players at first, and then you guys told me
they're volleyball.
I didn't look at the photos. I just looked at the thumbnail, and I was like, football.
I would say they look really nicely posed because look, I think the goal if you're making a figure of a sports anime, especially volleyball, you kiting they make them super posable because that's the whole point of sports anime. And so they look the posing looks really nice, and also it's good they come with stands because like it's volleyball. Like there's no way else.
If anybody
they're
needs
gonna be
to stand, it's volleyball people.
Players and such like that. So it's cool. Like I'm curious, I'm curious if they're gonna make any more of the sport because like there's like Cardinal Basket and such like that. I know this other popular slam dunk. The other popular was Slam Dunk Shonen Jump. I know Cardinal Basket is Shonen Jump, but like still like I'm curious to see more of.
See,
but they look really nice.
So Muteki's like, how did you think it was football? Basically, I'm like, okay, look. When I looked at these, I copied them to the notes just looking at these two images on the thumbnail page. I didn't look at what they came with because I personally have no vested interest. So I just was like, I'm going to copy them over to the notes. So I wrote in the notes, Football Guy 1 and Football Guy 2. And then like later on, both Jerry and Ryan both told me, no, they're actually volleyball. So I put Volleyball Guy 1 and Volleyball Guy 2.
But still, like, for fans, if you're a fan, they look good. Like, and plus they're like decently, quote unquote, decently affordable.
You know who doesn't look good is the Superman. I don't know what's going on with his face, but he does not look like David Cornsweat.
No, wait. Question: Is your tab translated to something else? Question.
No, it says Superman.
Because on my tab, no, not the page, no, the tab, the Google, like the Firefox tab.
SH Figuarts Superman.
No, because for me, it translates to Superman.
Oh, that's why it doesn't look like Superman, because it's Superman. Anyways, he looks like Christopher McDonald, and this is a distraction.
He does. Oh my god, he does. Yeah, you're right.
And he's like super tan. He's like Christopher McDonald went on the beach for like a day.
Too much solar sun radiation.
Kevin, right?
Because ignoring the head sculpt for a second, like I think the body looks really nice. Especially the wired cloth cape looks really nice, but like
the head ruins it.
Yeah. Also, like, okay, I know the suit has texture.
Oh,
like
no, this is just Figuarts MO. They did the Spider-Verse figures, they do it with the Spider-Man movie ones. They just take the texture filter and they're just like cranking it up for whatever reason.
Yeah, because the suit has this texture, but not to this extreme.
Yeah.
And such. But yeah, the head sculpt doesn't look anything like David Cornsweat at all, like and such. I know people were joking about the McFarlane figure, but like honestly, that looks more like him than this figure does.
I will say, now that I have the McFarlane figure in hand, the Spin Master has a better likeness. And I think it's because the McFarlane has more paint, so there's like it doesn't work at as many angles as the Spin Master one does.
Yeah, like I think as a Superman figure, like because I can see some third-party people making like third-party 3D printed heads and stuff. I think the Superman figure alone looks really nice. I mean, it's probably gonna be the only like 6, because the Spin Master is Spin Master are 5-inch or 6-inch. I forget.
6-inch.
6-inch, but they're a little more like I think they're. Are they like? I think they're exactly 6-inch. So like, do they scale good with movie figures? Because I know they're smaller than the comic figures.
They're about Black Series size.
Okay, that's fine then. Yeah. But still, like, I mean, if you're not into the McFarlane scale, this is a good second option. Though it's gonna be expensive. It is getting a U.S. release date, is it or not?
Yeah, it's getting a Latin America and Europe. Oh no, not Latin America, just Europe. Bandai, what the hell?
That's nice.
There's so many DC fans in Brazil. Why are you not selling it to them? Like, you could make all your money there. Anyways, Cass, you got any thoughts on Christopher McDonald as Superman? Congrats on the role, I guess.
Oh man, I just want to think of what's that movie? Happy Gilmore.
Yeah. Yep. Muteki, yes, the biggest pocket of DC fandom in the world is Brazil. No joke.
Yep.
That's why, like, when Twitter was blocked in Brazil, like, all the DC fan accounts dried up and died immediately.
Yep, and move to Blue Sky.
Yep. All right.
Did you swap the head just real quick or no?
Say
Is there
again?
nothing that fits?
If
you could swap the head, is there nothing that
I
fits
guess there's gonna be few that are making like third-party
Somebody's
heads.
gonna make a third-party head.
Okay.
Oh, that's true.
Casca, Band of the Hawk from Berserk Golden Age.
Okay,
Casca.
Cass, because you know
Early
more
Casca.
Berserk than I do. But like,
Yeah.
is Casca head too big? Something off. I look at she looks off to me. I don't know, something about her.
There
her
is
head
something
sculpt.
off about
Her
her
neck's very
detail
long.
to me.
I think also her head looks. I'm not sure it's either her head size or her bug eye. Because it's been a while since I check a lot of Berserk stuff with her. But like, I don't remember
Her
her
eyes are
looking,
definitely don't seem to be that big in the manga or the anime.
Chat who knows Berserk. What are the figures?
Her eyes are definitely not that big.
Yeah. Chat for people who know Berserk. Where are the figures based on? Are these based on like a specific movie or? I don't think it's
right.
It says
It's not
Golden Arc
2016.
Age Arc of Berserk.
The gold. Yeah,
Those are
that's
movies,
a specific
right?
anime. Yeah, movies.
Oh yeah,
That's
hold on, let me,
she looked there.
She looks great in the shot where you can't see half the figure because it's in shadow.
yeah. Let me just.
Her eyes are kind of bigger in that anime.
I'm gonna
That's pretty
double
much
check.
how she looks in that anime. Yeah.
I think her
She
neck's
does-
long because of that cape. That cape is making her neck longer.
Yeah, I'm looking at screenshots of her in this specific adaptation, and I still think the figure looks off. Like she looks because her eyes are bigger. She has big eyes.
It's rounder.
Mm.
Her eyes are pretty big in the pictures I'm seeing, but like not like they look more like. But the art style it doesn't look as big as the figure. The figure looks very angular, what's throwing me off. And I think also I think it is her head size. Her head she looks a bit bobbleheady in this figure and such.
Yep.
I mean, I like that she's using soft goods at least. The soft goods cape and soft good. I wish more female figures use soft good skirts. I'm looking at because some of them are very trafficony.
Henata has this great thing where her hips slide down just below, and the skirt is a loose piece. So I just push the skirt up and pull the hips down, and problem solved.
I wish a lot of female figures do that because
I need to see how Tsunade will be because I haven't opened her yet.
She's very flexible. I've seen some videos where she's very flexible. Well, she doesn't really have a skirt. It's just more a front flap that's supposed to be her front of her.
Speaking of skirts, here's Tanjiro.
Do you like your DLC the figure? Because that's what it
this is. This is legit just a reissue of Tanjiro, but he comes
more expensive. But more expensive.
And he comes with the cardboard backdrop of the Infinity Castle.
Like, what's the point of this really? Like, why couldn't they just make
they? As a reminder, Chainsaw Man Rize art gets an entirely new Chainsaw Man, and this one gets Tanjiro with a cardboard backdrop and a couple new faces.
Like, that's like, what's the point? Like, because it's not like Tanjiro's. He just looks like this could easily be a DLC.
He also only comes with one sword.
Yeah, now you don't get. I mean, it makes sense because at this point you're only using this sword.
Three types of extra hands. 4 faces, 1 sword, background sheet. So he has less accessories than the basic one.
For more expensive.
Like
this
I think it should have just been a parts pack with the backdrop instead.
Yeah,
of why is that? You have to get a figure again.
Yeah, because that's the biggest problem with the Demon Slayer line. Like the figures are really good, but like they're so expensive, but they don't go with effect parts. And you've seen Demon Slayer, the effects are a main part of the show's identity.
This could have been the Infinity Castle backdrop, the fire effect, the water effect, the face plates. Extra hands, maybe, and that would just be the set. And then you reissue Tanjiro. I don't know why you have to buy Tanjiro again just to get like a couple extra faces. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, because it's not like this is specifically. I have my problems with the Bankai Ichigo release right now, because but like at least that's specific based off that this is the Ichigo that fought against Byakuya.
Tanjiro's design doesn't change much from everything I've seen.
No, I haven't read this part of the manga, but like. But I've seen like the lead into this for the trailer.
Trailer for the movie, like he looks the same.
He's still Tanjiro. It's still Tanjiro. There's no like he's not inside. This is just a pointless release. I don't get it.
Chainsaw Man got a whole freaking new figure that's like redesigned and everything, and then this is just reissue
Mhm.
plus more parts, and it's stupidly expensive.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kamen Rider Bitter Gav Marble Marvel Grab Break Cookie whatever.
Kamen Rider, what?
Okay.
This is the
Marvel
newest
Break
Bitter Gav in the show, I think, and it debuted, and they put the Figuart up like a week later. What the hell? Like, we know the Gav line's been going hard, but they were just like, this comes out in May of next year. You can order it now, and it literally debuted in the show last week.
So, question for some of the devs in the show: is Bitter Gav a separate character or a dark form?
Yes. Great Cross Z was a repaint of things that already existed, though, Psychos, and that was also a long time ago. Yeah, Bitter Gav has been a lot of things. There have been evil clones. There have been villains using it. There have been humans using it. There have been, like, evil clones. There are multiple forms. The forms have been passed around. This is like...
Oh, is this like, was it Zabi from Kabuto?
Yeah.
Then? Or is it
It's
multiple
like
people
Zabi.
using it?
It's like Zabi, but everybody uses it differently, whereas like the Zabi suit's the same between all the users. Every Bitter Gav looks different than the other one in some minor way.
I do like his angry eyes he has.
He
I
does.
do like his angry eyes.
Psycho said, sorry, does exist, is in the repaint of Sparking Gummy. Oh, okay. That makes sense then. I didn't realize that, because, oh my god, there's so many Bitter Gavs. Anyways, yeah, he's coming out. I wish his articulation range was better, because this guy's a zombie in the show, and his suit actor was doing the work. Doing the work even better than Dangerous Zombie from X-Aid, and then, like...
Was he did the worm like that one?
No, he was doing stuff where I thought he like detached his lip, like I thought his elbow was broken in one scene.
Yeah, there's one photo where they're trying to do like his zombie, like his crazy zombie pose, but I don't think it's the same.
It's not.
Honestly.
It's not succeeding anywhere near. Like the suit actor was freaking me out, and I was like, "Is that a contortionist in the suit?" Like that. It was insane. And the figure can't really pull it off.
The side tangent, but there's some impressive like stunt actors who can do that, where like they're not even like contorting their body, but they're just that flexible. Like props to those like some people need more credit, man.
No, totally. Also, weirdly enough, this is Japan and Asia only.
You don't get it. I guess we don't
like
cookies
getting
here.
all the other Gav Figuarts, but they're like, nope, not this one.
No cookies allowed.
No cookies allowed. It was so weird. We've been getting all of them. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna block this one. I wish Bandai would just commit one way or another, you know?
I know, right? Because at least with Ultraman, besides... Actually, has been every Ultraman released in U.S.?
Recently, yes.
Yeah, because in terms of like nowadays...
putting them on Bandai US, we've been getting all of them.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I'm not sure what's somewhere right. Oh no, maybe, again, who knows?
And
who
maybe
knows?
it's because it's 10 months out, and they don't know what prices will be. I'm like, also, like, why are you soliciting this far out?
I guess... That is going to be the biggest test of how Rider is going to be moving forward in terms of like international. It's going to be the big test. Last one. All right,
for Comic-Con.
All right, guys, we need to stand up. We need to salute for Piccolo Day.
I ain't saluting crap. This is the Great Demon King Piccolo. It's going to be $100. Has a throne and is
he just a realist? Because the throne's new, right?
The throne is new, but I think the rest of the figures are re-released. But now he's in manga color. I think it's
manga
color. That's anime color.
Let me go up the original.
With the pink.
It's got the yellow.
The yellow.
Yellow's anime.
Yellow, then it's anime. This
the original Figuart King Piccolo was the pink. Pink pauldron.
This is the anime one, then, right?
Anime was pink.
Manga
was yellow.
So this is the manga one.
I'm literally
manga's
Sorry,
yellow.
My wires crossed. So it's a manga.
Remember yellow for like they make for how you can tell which Piccolo what style of Piccolo like they make it using. If it's yellow, it's manga. Pink is anime.
You know what threw me off? I looked over.
Unless it's superhero.
And I saw superhero Piccolo with his damn yellow arms, and I was like, "All right, yellow is anime." Nope,
superhero's the only. Superhero was so weird. It's the only time they gave Piccolo like what? Then he has yellow and Daima also.
Yeah, he does.
I guess they're now just transitioning to yellow now for Piccolo.
It's like,
but yet Bulma's
his hair.
Yet Bulma's suit blue hair and not purple, like it should be.
All right. Then we have a Grade 8 Vegeta, which I think is.
Look out!
Yeah.
It's Bow there. Also, it's every Sparking Zero's players' worst nightmares.
Don't get us started on that tangent. We went off on that last week, didn't we, Cass?
Like really? Oh,
There was
really?
a day where it wasn't last week. It was the week before. We were playing a Shallot, the Rush DLC character.
Yep.
And we were like, "What is the problem with the story mode in this game?" And we like went into a whole thing about it for like a long time. Because none of us have finished Sparking Zero's story mode.
Yep, none of us. Yeah, I haven't.
It's too hard, man. Like some of those alternate routes, It's
the fact the
stupid.
alternate routes
Also-
aren't just like because like they misadvertised it too because they're like, "Oh, you can choose to go here or here," and I've only had
Yeah,
that
that
option
makes sense.
one time.
It's only specific moments.
Yeah.
It's only specific moments.
Like every
'Cause the
alternate route should be you choose and then you go down that route, not like
Oh
you
my
have to beat this guy within this time limit on this difficulty. And it's like
I hate that so much because like, I'll try to get one alternate ending for Gohan for Super Buu,
yeah,
and I'm like, it's so like you have to be quick and you have to be like practically a master of that game
Yep.
to get because I try. I
and some of the
did, like,
episode
so many
battles, like there's
times.
one with Nappa that you have to complete within 2 minutes, but there's no clock on the screen. So I
I hate
always
that.
lose it, and I'm just like, why is there not a clock on the screen if there's a time limit?
Man.
Anyways, moving on. Gohan Beast exclusive edition. He's gonna be like pearlescent and shiny and stuff.
I'm sure I feel about these shiny repaints.
Now that is a recolor or is that a new?
Recolor.
I
Repaint.
asked. Yeah,
I kind of wish they just re-released Beast Gold because I will never forget when that P Bandai sale happened. He was gone like a
Mhm.
femtosecond.
I think
it's frustrating.
it's just like the Gundam based exclusives where they're like, we made this one shiny, we made this one clear, and I'm like, anything else? Like,
I also like I think
I don't like the way the pearlescent looks work because I think they're good in theory, but they just look like paint slop to me. And maybe it's because I live in a dry climate where this paint's gonna melt or something, but I just feel like it looks sticky.
my problem with them is they're very situational. They won't good unless you have the aura behind them. Scenario like that. Like if you, like this like stuff like you think this is a good way to release Beast Gohan. I mean yes, but he only looks really good if you always have his aura behind it because that's why. So
And
that's what they
lighting
put
is
them.
important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because now everyone's got studio lighting to really make the figure look
Yeah.
really good. Because I see people who have these comic book figures and with really good lighting to make them really good, but you don't have that professional lighting, they're not gonna look as good. Also, last comment I'll say for the Great Vegeta, I wish like Gear 5 Luffy came with a little tiny Goku in his hand that he'd squeeze, because he doesn't look like he can with anything. He just looks like the illusion of squeezing him and such.
I wish he actually came with a tiny Goku. Then lastly, we got Godzilla -1 Godzilla with a breath effect.
He's blue now.
Pretty cool breath effect.
Pretty cool breath effect. Monster Arts is the most washed Bandai line, I swear. They're just like...
Also, like
the fact that like all of them have to have a second version with the breath effects when the original ones came with breath effects. And like...
Also, like, this is -1 Godzilla. I don't think that really represents the I don't think that affects real... Because I think... Is that a Ryu's effect for his breath? That's not... This is something
And the
-1
prices
Godzilla.
are so high, especially compared to the Hiya Toys stuff that's in the same scale, the same articulation, that like half to a third of the price.
I think that's my problem with the beam effect, because this is the -1 Godzilla. That beam effect should be like there should be some like boom of like shockwave effects or anything like that, because this just looks like a barfing this beam effect is fine for any other Godzilla, but if this doesn't represent -1 Godzilla, like that affect's weak.
He doesn't come with the
him.
generational trauma.
He comes with a miniature of the main character just like slamming on the ground.
Yes.
Or in the crying pose.
even better, he just comes with the whole city to wreck.
Yeah, he comes with one. Do they still do those? Those like little diorama city things that
They
you
don't
used
really
to
do
make
them anymore, even though they have them all.
Those are cool. I remember liking those when they came out.
Fun.
Oh, what?
Big Bad Toy Store got Gamerverse Thundercracker in. The one they officially revealed last week, yes.
Okay.
So, where's my Mixmaster? My Devastator needs a leg. As in, it can stand if I get another leg.
Give me legs.
Give me legs. Kamen Jojo says, have you guys seen The Boys? I've never watched it.
I never watched it.
So, funny thing about The Boys, and I wish Wheels was here because it's a hilarious story, but apparently, I read The Boys when it first came out and reviewed it for Broken Infinite. I have no recollection of this. because I kept telling the guys like, "Hey, I never seen The Boys. I never. I don't know. You must have learned this stuff through like osmosis or something." And they're like, "No, you told us, Kaus." And I'm like, "No, I didn't." And then another friend of ours came in and goes, "Oh yeah, The Boys when this and this happened." And then Wheel said, "Hey, who told you about it?" And he said it was Kaus. Remember? And I was like, "Oh my god, I did." Okay, I don't have any recollection of this,
That
but I was the
comic
one.
is terrible enough. You might have blocked it from your memory.
It was. It's. I don't like that. So that's probably why I probably blocked it from my memory.
I'm not into The Boys. It just because like I'm kind of a little tired of like that kind of style of like superhero stuff because it's like I want my series to be good and Euro and Justice Seven and
LPH
such.
asked if that review's still online, Chaos.
Probably not.
Probably not. It's many years ago. All right, K-Master has a good question. We'll just do this one and then we'll wrap up. What's a movie you guys like that everyone hates?
Well, that's
Am I still the world's
Mortal
one and only
Kombat
Cruella
Annihilation.
fan? I really like Cruella, and I never found anybody else that likes it nearly as much. Mortal
Hurricane
Kombat Annihilation's yours, right, Cass? You said that.
Yeah. Because I know it's bad. I just enjoy it anyways.
Hurricane Touchdown. I will defend that movie to the earth's end. That's a good movie.
That's fair. I kind of like that with Cruella, except I think Hurricane Touchdown is a bit of a better movie. But I always
like
think
like Hurricane Touchdown. Like I can talk about how that movie has themes and such and such. Like that movie's good. Damn it.
I've run through this I run through this a lot where I'm like, I love a movie, and then like 10 years later, people will be like, this movie's amazing, and I was like, I was telling you all, and you didn't.
That was me with Amazing Spider-Man. That was me with Amazing Spider-Man.
I was there with Amazing Spider-Man. I was there with Speed Racer. I was singing the praises of Speed Racer before anyone else was. Tron Legacy is another one that people did not appreciate when it came out. There's some others. I feel like also there's like some other movies that are just good and nobody's giving it a chance, which is frustrating. Like I need more people to watch Better Man so I don't sound like an insane person all the time.
Not the list.
Better Man.
Letterboxd validated all the Better Man fans over the weekend. They were like, "Oh, Oasis reunion happened. Let's post a scene from Better Man talking about Oasis." And I was like, "Thank you, Letterboxd." Not the anime Better. I wish Better Man had a better title now. But anyways, because I forget that. Mujagi says people hate Christopher Robin. We love it. Yeah, I mean that's a good movie. As a J4 Jason like X3. Good for you.
People lumping that movie with the other like Disney like remakes. Like, come on, you didn't even watch it. You're just lumping it because you just see live action Disney.
God, Maleficent too. AR says, how about any movie the internet hates for whatever reason? Yep. Andrea says, I was there for Jurassic Park 3 and always be there for it. Kamen Jojo says, everyone hated DMC4 back then. Now everyone loves it. Spider-Verse Prime like Spider-Man 3. Final Fantasy Spirits would win for Blade Raider. I like the Assassin's Creed movie. I think I'm probably like, that's probably my better take. Is like, I remember
when it came out and you saw it.
Yeah,
you were like, it's pretty good, Jerry. And I was like, all right.
Because like people are like, oh, it doesn't do this, this, and this. I'm like, those are things that never happen in the Assassin's Creed franchise. But sure, complain about a thing it doesn't do. Because the thing is, like, people are like, oh, it spends too much time in the real world. I'm like, have you ever played an Assassin's Creed game? It is not all fantasy historical fiction stuff. There is like the ongoing story is in the present day. And then I realized that a lot of people just tuned out the present day stuff in Assassin's Creed games, and that's why Ubisoft makes them without the present day stories now, and also why I don't care anymore.
Because that stuff makes it interesting. Because stuff like
if it's just historical fiction simulator, that's not a series. That's just an anthology. But like every Assassin's Creed game had a connective tissue through like the present day storyline of the Animus and Abstergo Entertainment and the Templars versus the Assassins and how it's done in the modern day. And then after after Syndicate, they just dropped it, and they had a little bit of it in like Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla combined. It's like I think an hour of present day stuff. And then, as far as I know, I haven't played Shadows, but Mirage had nothing, and Shadows, I believe, has nothing. Which is just, it's ridiculous. That's the backbone of the franchise, and they ripped it out of it. And so I don't care to play every game now because I was in it for the present day storyline. Yeah. Crestfallen on Thoughts Midnight said Sucker Punch. Muteki said TMNT 3. AR says not a Snyder Cut guy, but Batman vs Superman. SSJ4 said everyone hated Windbreaker, but it's loved now. AR says I don't know how much shit it gets, but Mighty Morphin 1995. We were ragging on it last week or the week before. I remember that. I still like the movie though.
Yeah, no, I like the movie. It has problems, but I like the movie.
LPH likes Saints Row 3 and 4. Andreas says Prince of Persia movie's not so bad if you ignore all the white people playing Middle Eastern roles. That was me watching. Oh god, what movie was I watching? There's a Sean Connery movie. It's great. Wind in the Lion. But you just have to ignore the fact that it's all white people instead of like Middle Eastern actors. Like if you ignore that part, the movie's great.
That's me with Bane's talking, where it's like, I need to know, like, Christopher Saban was great as Gargamel. You know he's not a black guy, but he's a black character. And
that's the thing is, like, I sometimes write in my Letterboxd reviews, if you ignore the colorblind casting. Blade Runner says, that's why I'm not a fan of Assassin's Creed. I went in expecting a period piece, did not care about the sci-fi, never finished first game. That's fair. That's fair. I think, I was in it for the sci-fi in the present day versus... I like the contrast. Like, we have to learn about the present day locations of these items by learning the history of the past. And, like, that's kind of, like, stuff I really like. And I kind of just... I hate that they've kind of, like, shifted the franchise away from that. Because that's what made me interested. It's like if they made a Metroid game where you had a team of people and you had to just walk through a level instead of trying to explore for things. Oh, wait, Federation Force.
Federation Force is fine. It just came out the wrong time.
I know. If that game came out, like... If that game came out between Dread and Prime 4, everybody would love it.
Again, I think that game is still, like, I played it. It's a totally fine game. I think it was actually fun playing with friends. It came out the wrong time.
Absolutely wrong. It's like, we're in a drought of Metroid stuff. When are we going to get anything Metroid? And they're like, this! And everyone's like, this is not what we wanted. Like, if it was, like, that's something of spin-offs. You have to be really careful when you launch them. Because if you launch them when people are expecting or waiting for a mainline game, it will not be received well. Like, Animal Crossing, Happy
Festival.
Home Designer, and Amiibo Festival.
Oh, Amiibo Festival is just a bad game.
Amiibo Festival's a bad game. Happy Home Designer is a good game that people were just like, they were so antsy for a new Animal Crossing that, like, they wanted a full game, and so they were like, it's only a designer simulator. And it's like, yeah, that's what it advertised it as. You know. Anyways. The important part about fiction is that if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. Doesn't mean good and bad, subjective quality or whatnot, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. You know? And that's why I like Cruella, a movie that holds up completely on vibes and Emma Stone.
How do you guys feel about the live action Flintstone movie?
Live action what?
Flintstones movie, because that's a gem for me.
I like that one.
I love that movie.
That's great.
John Goodman.
Everybody gave a damn to put their work and effort into it, and the production design's great. So, you know,
I know, right? John Goodman's friends, like, perfect casting.
No, he's great. I think, I honestly like it. Blade Raider says, I do have a special place in my heart for 90s Super Mario. It's a train wreck, there's charm in it. That's how I feel like with Jurassic World Dominion. Jurassic World Dominion is a train wreck of a movie, but I had fun.
The Super Mario Bros. 3D movie is such an insane movie, but that's why I like it, because that's the problem I had with Illumination. It's so bog standard.
I've never watched it movie a second time. It was just, I was bored by it.
I have rewatched the 90s Mario Bros. So many times, because it's like, I view it less of like, this is a Mario, no, this is a crazy ass, like, Blade Runner, like, B movie. Especially that. It's a not good movie still, but it's entertaining.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can have a bad movie I think a bad movie that's entertaining is better than a good movie that's boring. Like, straight up. Like, it's like, and that's exactly my thing with Jurassic World Dominion versus Jurassic World Rebirth. With Dominion, I was entertained with it being a terrible movie. And then with Rebirth, it was a more competently made movie, but I was bored by it. Which is, I think, it's worse to be boring than bad. At least be entertaining, right? Anyways, that's the thing, though. What was I going to say? Something about production design I was going to say and I forgot. Yeah, The Room's an entertaining movie. Like, Muteki brought up The Room. The Room is an entertaining movie. It's awful. It's terrible, but you'll never forget it.
I think that's me with Batman and Robin. I think that's me with Batman and Robin. That movie's legitimately a horrible film, but god damn it, is a
I love Batman and Robin as well. Yeah,
Batman and Robin's camp.
Perfect example. It is not a good movie. It falls apart at the seams, but it is entertaining. It is so
if
fun.
You're ever sound out, if you're ever in the TGF Discord again, the voice chat, check our soundboard. One of our sounds is what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
Like,
people
any
quote
movie
that,
you
but
can
like,
quote is a automatically like instilled in film history movie.
People quote that, but my favorite scene. People talk about that scene with Freeze. My favorite scene when he's in his goddamn goofy ice cream factory villain headquarters watching the year without Santa Claus.
I'm Mr. Y. Yeah, exactly. No, that's
anyway,
a great
TGF
example.
reps Batman and Robin, so don't worry about that.
No, I that's the thing. I would take Batman and Robin over the entire Nolan trilogy. Because the Nolan trilogy are better movies, but they're not interesting.
It's funny because it's true because I don't feel like they're good, but I don't feel like watching them.
I don't.
I revisited the Robin forever for as many. I have not revisited the Nolan trilogy in years.
I think the last time I watched the Nolan trilogy was like shortly after Dark Knight Rises came out. I went and watched them all back to back, and I haven't touched it since. Meanwhile, I've watched the Batman like 5 times.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
I love that movie. It's a gothic noir detective movie, and I'm like, why have we never had a Batman movie that was a gothic noir detective film? And some people are like, oh, I don't like it. It's too dark. I'm like, that's fine. That's fair. And people are funny. They're like, there's no jokes in that movie. I'm like, did you not see the penguin waddling?
Oh yeah, AR mentioned the Street Fighter movie. I love the street. I will defend. I like Street Fighter movie.
My admission is I have not watched the Street Fighter movie in full in such a long time. I don't remember the last time I watched it in full. The last time I watched it, if Raul Julia or Ming-Na Wen weren't on screen, I would fast forward.
No, my favorite moment is when DJ and Bison were like Guile faces death, and your Bison's looking at it. It's like, congratulations, sir, he got his head. I was in mourning. Okay.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in there. For me, it's funny. I only want to see scenes with Chun-Li or oh yeah, the quick change the channel thing with Zangief too. Chun-Li and Bison are the scenes I watched last time though.
No, my favorite one with Zangief is like, wait, you got paid?
Yeah. I need to give that movie a full watch again. Also, because I keep forgetting Kylie Minogue was Cammy.
Cammy. Yep.
Fun fact, that was last minute casting.
Is that why she's barely in it?
They saw her on a magazine cover on the plane ride too.
Because the production of it was so nightmare hell. Because Capcom keep adding the rest of the cast besides Lei Fei Long.
Because she's great as that was like so. That's why she's barely in it, right?
Super last minute.
Wow. Anyway, that's crazy. I need to watch that movie in full again. That's for sure.
Fun fact, do you know that that the ending got changed because there was a coup in Thailand?
There was a coup, yeah.
Coup in Thailand.
That's even better.
Because originally was gonna be because they filmed the part of the movie in Thailand, and originally the ending was gonna be like Bison escape in his like a helicopter and Guile chasing his boat, but then the Thailand government is like, oh hey, you can't have a helicopter because if like the resistance Thailand see the helicopter, they might shoot that down.
Oh my god. That reminds me of like they changed the ending to Conquest of the Planet of the Apes because the black part of the audience got a little too excited. God, no, that's funny. So Kamen Jojo says, have you guys seen the new Street Fighter cast? What did I call it? The SNL looking ass cast?
Yes. Oh my god. It really does feel like team casting.
Poor Andrew Koji. He's like the only one that's like I have confidence in. And the woman playing Chun-Li, I think, looks good. Everybody else is just like, what are we doing?
Hey, like who's playing Kyle again? Is it like some kind of like sitcom star? I forget.
Who's playing who? Guile?
Guile.
We haven't gotten Guile's not. They haven't cast Guile yet.
No, they did.
Guile's
Cody
Rhodes is the
wrestler.
but he's not signed
Oh, it's
yet.
rumored.
He's not signed
I
yet.
thought he
He's
was.
in talks. He's in talks. He's not signed yet.
Oh, okay. I thought that
David
was already
Dasmalkian, I love in
finalized.
everything, but why is he M. Bison?
Wait, 10 hours ago, Cody Rhodes confirmed.
Oh, now he's confirmed? Okay. Cody Rhodes is Guile. David Dasmalkian is great. I don't know why he's playing Bison. There's a guy playing Dan who is not Asian enough.
Yeah,
to
you were
play
telling me
Dan.
after that was like,
and then also
a lot of problems there.
he's a real bad, awful human being. What else is going on? There was some other weird casting. They cast some like country singer as Vega. Because he's a guy that only wears a mask in public, and they thought that was enough reason to cast him as Vega.
it's like wild.
It is.
This casting feels like when I was a kid writing my stories and I needed to come up with a name,
Yeah.
and I saw a green van across the street and just said that character's name is Green Van.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of like the old like Shonen Jump magazines or like casting like the live action Yu-Gi-Oh! Bleach movie.
Or like
Yeah,
Wizard
something like that.
Magazine's original casting prediction for X-Men.
Yeah, such also we're talking about like like a bad movie that's entertaining versus a bad movie that's like I think like that's a good example of Street Fighter. You have a bad movie that's like fun that was the Street Fighter movie, and then you got Borefest as the Legend of Chun-Li.
Yeah, someone asked about that, and I was like, nah, I didn't never watch it. But
have you guys seen the KOF movie?
Have you seen the DOA movie?
The KOF.
That was at
and
least
the
more
DOA
fun.
movie.
I have not seen the Dead or Alive, but I've seen the KOF movie with.
You know, the
secretly-
only cool thing about that movie is the guy who played Terry Bogard is the director of John Wick's.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right.
But still, like Terry Bogart's so funny in that movie because he's secret agent Terry Bogart. Like they fused
Yeah.
Blue Mary and or King Vanessa.
Oh,
to
that
Terry.
was right. We talked about this on Kouse's stream with the Street Fighter cast. I was like, why does it feel like they're remaking the '90s movie instead of adapting Street Fighter?
Yeah. What was it? Ray Park? Was it Ray Park Gal in the KOF?
Yeah, he was.
Is that
Yes,
right?
he was. Ray Park was Rugal.
That's like what casting of what there?
Blade
Hey,
Raider,
wasn't, like-
the Speed Racer Blu-ray and DVD are out of print, and it's not on streaming currently. It's kind of like you have to. I think you can buy it digitally. I think it's like the only way to see it at the moment.
Is it Shout? I thought Shout was streaming Street Fighter. Speed Racer. I remember seeing
Maybe
it was streamed
Warner
somewhere.
Brothers has been selling their stuff all around, so it's possible. Go check right now. So I'm eating a snack now because we've been running so long.
We should probably wrap up now.
I know, I just wanted to make up for last week because I felt bad that we didn't get to do the full stream last week. So.
Because God struck down. So, anyways, actually, while we're here, since it's so late, want to tell what people's plan for the week is?
Okay, real quick. You can rent it or buy it from all the digital platforms, but it's not currently streaming. The show is, not the movie. But the movie you have to buy. Yeah, the show's easier to get. Movie not. All right. So what is this week, guys? Guess what comes out Friday?
Superman.
Thank you. I was waiting for a response. So this week's going to be Superman week on the channel. If you don't like Superman, I made like over 1,000 other videos. You got plenty to watch. So here's what we're doing. Tomorrow's YouTube short will be action figure evolution of Mr. Terrific and Metamorpho. I originally was going to do like major figures of both characters. Then I realized I can fit all the versions of the figures into one video because it barely made any. So that'll be tomorrow's short. On Wednesday, I'll be doing the figure evolution of Superman. And I've selected 30 Superman figures from 1978 to the present day as like major evolution points or major introduction points because there's hundreds of Superman figures. I'm not going to do every single one of them. But I picked 30 to cover. It'll be a mix of stuff I own and just images I found online because I have a bunch of stuff in boxes that I don't think I'll have time to go dig out. It'll just be like what's on the shelf and what's in the images. But that'll be Wednesday's video. Thursday's short will be same format for Hot Girl and Green Lantern Guy Gardner. And it'll be evolution of that. Before people comment, it's just going to be Kendra Saunders Hot Girl figures. So if there's Shayera...
Yeah, no Shayera, no.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to be Kendra, which there's not that many of those. And then Friday's video will be the Superman viewing guide from 1940 to the present day.
I made art for that one.
Yes, he did, which will be debuting alongside the video. The other thing with the Superman viewing guide is I did at one point consider putting the radio serials as part of it, but then I realized those are incredibly hard to find, and so I just gave up on that idea.
You have the viewing guide. It can't be at least watchable.
Yeah. And the thing is, with everything on here, there will be some stuff that is technically lost media. So that's a first, but it has to be included for historical context. Blade Raider says, which Superman 2 cut should you watch? Okay. If you have access to both, I say watch both. They're very different movies.
I think I watched the theatrical cut, and that was okay. I haven't seen the Donner cut, so I'm not sure that makes.
I don't have a preference on either. I think both are messy. But the thing with the two movies, it's like watching Joss Whedon Justice League and Zack Snyder Justice League. They're almost two different movies. The thing is that it's even down to the fact that the whole third act is different between both of them. The beginnings are mostly the same because that's the part Richard Donner shot. They changed out Marlon Brando is in the Donner cut where he's not in the theatrical cut. So they're so different that I really can't say pick one or the other. I would say just do both. It's not like with Justice League, I'd say never watch the Joss Whedon cut, only watch the Zack Snyder cut. Because in terms of quality, it's night and day. With the Superman 2, I think both have their own merits. But I would say watch one then the other. If you want to go historical, watch Donner cut first, then the theatrical. In terms of when they were shot. But yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. Or no, actually scratch that. Watch the theatrical first, then the Donner. The Donner's missing a scene, and it's only in there as a text recap. So watch the theatrical, then watch the Donner cut. It's kind of like Digimon movie versus the Digimon movies in that they're different experiences, and the plot's a bit different, but they're kind of they both have the same idea. They just approach it in two different ways. So I would say watch both, but do theatrical first, then the Donner cut. So, and then watch Superman 3 if you feel like it.
You want to get sleep.
But yeah, that's my recommendation. Anyways, that's going to be the viewing guide. Will be on Friday. It's going to be a bit of an intense one, but I think it's going to be an hour. I'm predicting it's going to be an hour at this point.
That's why I made custom art. That's why I made art for that one.
So I hope you guys enjoy it. Because I've been writing the notes for it, and it's gonna be kind of brief sometimes when I talk about them, just for the sake of the pacing of the video. I'm not gonna get into the plot of the Fleischer cartoons. I'm going to be this is Superman's earliest adventures based on the Golden Age stuff.
You want any more info about the DCAU stuff? There's a whole channel about it.
Yeah, it's going to get down to the stuff of here is what this is. And then we're going to move on. I did do this thing I've done in the notes. I'm going to mention who plays Superman, Lois, Jimmy, and Lex in every adaptation. So that way you there's some context, because there's some fun things the Fleischer cartoons. The first 9 of them, Lois and Superman are voiced by the same people that voiced them in the radio serials, and so that's kind of a cool little trivia thing. Or the fact that before he played Commissioner Gordon in Batman the Animated Series, Bob Hastings was Superboy in the Filmation cartoon. Mm-hmm. So, anyways, that'll be it. Yeah, Tommy Talks. We're actually about to stop being on, but yeah, we are still kind of on. I wanted to make up for last week's stuff. Andreas, that's a good point, but counterpoint, the Flash grabs Wonder Woman's boobs. So there's that. Anyways. You guys want to plug anything? Because I'm done plugging.
Follow me at Dark Horse Secretary on YouTube and Blue Sky. I do Archivist. The way you're going to see this very Friday. You want any? Feel free to DM me. DM on your Blue Sky or Sound Discord protocol. Link in the description below. Callus, what do you do tomorrow?
I'm not streaming tomorrow. That's why it's too hot. It's gonna be hot today.
Go check out Twitch.tv.
Yeah, you should.
Go follow him.
Friday,
so that way you know when he comes up.
Which should be Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern. and usually Tuesdays, but I ain't finna go in that room tomorrow.
Mm-mm. And it works for me because I have a ton of work to do for Superman week. So I was.
There you go.
If you were streaming tomorrow, I might have even said like I'm just not gonna be there because I got a ton of work to do. Because I've got the Mr. Terrific and the Metamorph. I've got the research done for the toy side, but I've only got the Mr. Terrific and Metamorpho stuff filmed. I was trying to edit it before the stream, but Premiere crashed my computer, so I got to go back and get that done. And then I still gotta finish the notes for the Superman guide, so it's gonna work out. Just not streaming anymore this week. So, anyways, hope you guys enjoy it. Next week's videos, just as a little preview, because I've already filmed them, unboxing in a haul, so that way I can like give myself some time off after working like crazy this week, and then get ready for Fantastic Four week.
Yep.
So, anyways, see you guys next week. Thanks for tuning in, and enjoy Superman week.